1-1. This is as far as your sister can carry you. The rest is up to you. In the hotel hallway, Shin Yue pressed the key card into Lin Wan's hand, gave her a wink, then spun around and dashed off. At the corner, she turned back and threw up a "you got this" gesture. I knew none of this. At the time, I was passed out in the room, dead drunk. I only pieced together what happened that night much later. Lin Wan clutched the key card, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. She hesitated outside the door for a long time before finally gritting her teeth and pushing it open. The room was pitch black, the curtains blocking out every trace of light from outside. The heavy smell of alcohol hung in the air, and her tipsy cheeks were flushed a faint pink. Her heart pounded like a drum. In her 20-some years of life, this was the boldest thing she'd ever done. She locked the door behind her, set the card on the cabinet, and inched her way to the bed. Crouching down, she looked at my face and swallowed hard. Her rational mind collapsed. Years of hidden love broke through the dam, drowned in alcohol. If I can't have your heart, then I'll have your body first. She leaned down and kissed me. Ding. Fated encounter event detected. Apocalypse survival system successfully bound. My eyes snapped open. My head throbbed, everything a foggy blur. I just heard a voice. Attention, host. This world is about to enter an extreme ice age. A real system. Before I could even get excited, the second line made my chest tighten. The extreme cold will arrive in 3 days. A global cold wave will hit in 3 hours, dropping temperatures instantly to minus 20 degrees Celsius. The mechanical voice was cold as ice. I frowned. 3 hours from now, minus 20 degrees Celsius. It was 11 in the morning, and the temperature outside was 35 degrees Celsius. A swing of over 50 degrees, enough to cause instant hypothermia. Exposed skin would be gnawed at by the cold. Best case, numb limbs, difficulty breathing. Worst case, death on the spot. I took a deep breath. System, what functions do you have? Apocalypse survival system. The host can earn survival points through fated encounters, normal events, and resource exchange. Survival points can be used in the shop to exchange for or draw items. Fated encounters have a chance to yield a super item chest. Normal events only reward survival points. Beginner's pack unlocked. You have obtained a 100 cubic meter upgradable space and 1 item draw times 1. Fated encounters. It just said 1 had been triggered. Where's my super chest? Fated encounter. Being pushed down by campus goddess Lin Wan. Reward, super item chest. Open now. Hold on. I stared at the panel, my mouth slowly falling open. Push down. Last night's scenes came flooding back. Shin Yue relentlessly pouring drinks down my throat, and beside her, Lin Wan's eyes gazing at me, full of longing. Well, damn. If you like me, just say so. I mean, this was at least. I got no say in my first time. You had your fun, and me? I let out a sigh. What's done is done. Fine, I'll accept it. Open the box. Ding. Rare grade item acquired. Thermal cord. Lin Wan's affinity toward host detected at 98 points. Item quality upgraded to legendary. Quality tiers. Common, rare, fine, epic, legendary, mythic. 98 affinity points. I fell silent. My expression grew complicated. Was she just that good at hiding it? Or was I that dense? Whatever. Now's not the time to dwell on it. The cold wave hitting in 3 hours. That's the real matter of life and death. I got up, freshened up, and sat down at the desk. The moment the cold wave hits, panic sets in, and everyone rushes to grab supplies. Crowds mean chaos, not just low efficiency, but you also risk drawing attention. So the golden window for stocking up is these 3 hours before the cold wave arrives. 3 hours to buy the most cost-effective, most scarce goods. Canned food, high-calorie foods, matches, toilet paper, sanitary pads, all kinds of medicine. The reasoning is simple. Best bang for your buck, hardest to come by. Especially matches, toilet paper, and medicine. Once the deep freeze hits, prices will skyrocket. Rice, flour, and cooking oil, on the other hand, aren't worth it, and they burn through energy. In extreme cold, with the water, power, and gas cut off, even cooking a single meal is a struggle. That's when it hit me, the thermal core. If it could supply energy, then power wouldn't be a problem. System, tell me about the thermal core. Legendary grade item. Thermal cord. Effect 1. permanently provides the host and bonded companion a constant 26 degrees Celsius body temperature, granting immunity to frostbite down to minus 100 degrees Celsius. Effect 2. Releases high-temperature flames, freely controlled by the host and bonded companion. Usage cycle, 7 days. Must be refueled once every 7 days with any energy sourced. Upon use, the bonded companion automatically awakens. Host priority ranks above the bonded companion. My eyes lit up. 7 days, more than enough for cooking. But the shopping plan stays the same. With this protecting me, I can still head out to scavenge in the deep freeze. No rush. I checked the time, 11:15. 2 hours and 45 minutes left. I walked to the bedside and gently pinched the girl's creamy white cheek. Lin Wan blinked, her eyes open groggily, and her gaze landed right on my face. She snapped awake instantly, her face flushing red before my very eyes. I curled my lips into a smirk and gave her a flick on the forehead. Pretty bold, aren't you? She clutched her forehead, tears welling up. I, do you even want me or not? I gave you the most precious thing I had. Her heart was in her throat, terrified I'd say no. I nodded, my voice steady. I do. Of course I do. Better to cherish someone who truly cares for me than to chase after someone I merely like. Feelings can grow over time. Lin Wan's eyes flashed with delight. It wasn't a subtle move, but she'd gotten what she wanted. But I shifted my tone. There's something more important I need to tell you. What is it? In 3 hours, a cold wave is coming. The temperature is going to plummet to minus 20 degrees Celsius. In 3 days, an ice age apocalypse hits, and the global temperature will drop to minus 60 degrees Celsius. I said it dead serious. Lin Wan froze. It was June. How could it possibly get cold? She didn't believe me. She just figured I was joking around to lighten the mood. But meeting my unwavering gaze, something inside her wavered. I didn't expect her to believe me right away. Nobody would buy a cold wave hitting in June. I sat on the edge of the bed and softened my voice. I'm not asking you to believe me right now. Just stay with me, and I'll prove it to you. She stayed silent, not sure what to say. Go freshen up first. I'll wait for you in the lobby. I got up and went downstairs, settling into the hotel lobby. Open the panel. Host, Muchwanda. Draws remaining, Wanda. Item, legendary thermal energy core, 100 cubic meters of space. Draw. I stared at the panel, silently praying. Give me something useful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an epic-grade item, all-terrain bomb-proof off-road vehicle. The key has been placed in your pocket. The vehicle is parked on the west side of the hotel parking lot. I fished the black key out of my pocket. In extreme cold, an off-road vehicle could save my life and help me scavenge for supplies. I just didn't know whether it could handle ice and snow like it was flat ground. I pulled up the vehicle details. Epic-grade, all-terrain bomb-proof off-road vehicle. Built-in compact controlled nuclear fusion unit. Cabin temperature fully adjustable. 15 mm titanium alloy steel body, capable of withstanding small caliber firearms and artillery. Equipped with an integrated small caliber cannon, limited to 10 rounds per day. Satellite navigation on board, with real-time positioning of all supply points across the city. My eyes lit up. Epic grade, all right. With this, I'd never have to scavenge aimlessly again. Just as I was reveling in it, a figure appeared in front of me. Lin Wan had changed into a white dress. Her hair pulled up in a high ponytail, a few loose strands swaying against her forehead. She practically radiated youth. I found myself staring. How had I never noticed before how pretty she was? Catching my dazed look, Lin Wan couldn't help but let out a soft huff, a hint of smugness in her eyes. Seen enough. She pressed her lips together. Come on, follow me. The June sky was scorching. It hit 35 degrees Celsius today, much hotter than usual years. People on the streets were either holding umbrellas or clutching cold drinks, everyone griping about the awful weather. No one knew that in 3 hours, the temperature would crash more than 50 degrees. The underground parking garage. We stood at the entrance, and the moment we stepped in, my eyes went straight to the corner. A jet-black SUV, radiating raw intimidation. Lin Wan stared, stunned. This is your car? Yep. I pressed the key fob, and the doors swung open slowly. We climbed in. Leather seats. The interior auto-adjusted to 74 degrees Fahrenheit. instantly sealing out the sweltering heat outside. On the center console screen, every supply depot in the city was clearly marked, Tap 1, and full details popped up. The back had been converted into a mini RV, stovetop, single bed, storage cabinets, everything. And the cabinets connected to the space. Any non-living object placed inside got stored away in those 100 cubic meters. I started the car with a faint hum. It shot out of the parking lot like a black arrow, heading straight for the big supermarket in the suburbs. "Want to call your parents?" I said, eyes on the road. Sure. She had no idea how to handle the cold wave hitting in 3 hours. And she was pretty sure this call would just earn her an earful. Beep, beep. Hello? Wan, what's up? A middle-aged woman's voice came through. Mom, don't go out today. Stock up on food and water. Dig out the heavy coats. It's going to get cold today. Silly girl, what are you talking about? The forecast said nothing but sunny skies from here on out. Lynn's mother was half annoyed, half amused. Then she paused and lowered her voice, muttering to the old man beside her. You don't think she's got heat stroke, do you? Maybe we should wire her some money. You know what? You might be right. Lynn's father's brow relaxed as he pulled out his phone and sent over a few thousand yuan. Sweetheart, if you're sick, go see a doctor. If it's not enough, Dad'll send more. Call me if anything comes up. I'm off to catch the game. Beep, he hung up. Lin Wan stared at the call screen, speechless. Who talks about their own daughter like that? I fought back a smile and offered some gentle reassurance. It's fine. You warn them. That's what matters. When the time comes, they'll understand on their own. The car pulled smoothly into the supermarket lot. I didn't rush to get out. Instead, I pulled out my phone, loans. Every lending app on the market, I applied to them all. Even the shady ones, the loan sharks. The kind where you borrow 5,000, get 3,000 in hand, and owe 8,000 in 7 days. I took them all, no exceptions. 5.8 million yuan. Deposited. Paying it back? I'd worry about that after surviving the deep freeze. In the passenger seat, Lin Wan watched me work through all this, her frown deepening by the second. Borrowing this much, could the freeze actually be real? If it was, and she didn't act now, plenty of supplies would be gone once the cold hit. She gritted her teeth and made up her mind. Your uncle's in the water supply business. She flipped open her contacts and dialed a number. The man on the other end was a childhood friend of her father's. A few words in, he'd already offered her a solid price. She set the phone down, her voice soft. The water supplier's on board. How many barrels do you want? As many as they've got. No hesitation. She nodded. We chatted for a few more minutes, then hung up. She flashed a sweet smile. Done. 1 barrel is 18.9 liters, 1,200 barrels total. Thrilled, I pulled her into a hug. Thanks to you. The water problem would have been a nightmare otherwise. I was genuinely moved. She'd trusted me, decided to bet on this with me. Okay, let's go. We're running out of time. Her face flushed again. We got out of the car and headed straight for the supermarket. Suburban stores get way less foot traffic than the ones downtown. We grabbed carts and split up. Lin Wan took lighters, matches, and toilet paper. I hit the food section, going for anything high-calorie and easy to store. Canned yellow peaches, herring, sardines, luncheon meat. Cans piled up 2 carts high. I'd will in an empty one and fill it, over and over. A few employees huddled together, staring dumbfounded. They'd never seen anyone buying goods like this. I cleaned out entire shelves. What are you standing around for? Help him. The section manager shot them a glare. The employees rushed over and started pushing carts toward the register. The cashier, mid-sip of water, nearly spit it out when she saw a dozen loaded carts. Quick, there's another dozen coming. Big order. 2 cashiers set down their cups and started scanning and ringing things up, hands flying. I wheeled in another cart, compression biscuits, chocolate, energy drinks. All of it. The other shoppers didn't bat an eye. People come to suburban supermarkets for one reason: bulk. Saves them from running back every day. I glanced at my phone. 90 minutes until the cold snap hit. Tight schedule. I paid and made a beeline for the pharmacy. The open-air parking lot outside was empty. I waved my hand, and all the supplies on the carts vanished in an instant, pulled into my space. Lin Wan watched, eyes wide as saucers. But she didn't ask a single question, just quietly pushed the empty carts aside. Smart. She knew what to ask and what to leave alone. 1 hour and 15 minutes until the cold snap. We got in the car. I swiped the center screen and set navigation for the city's largest pharmacy chain. Fever reducers, antibiotics, frostbite cream. Over-the-counter stuff I could buy freely, but prescription meds only in small amounts or in batches. Otherwise, it'd draw attention. Ring, ring. Lin Wan answered, tilted her head toward me, and smiled. Let's hit the water distributor first. The order's loaded, just need to sign the contract. I nodded. 15-minute drive. We'd make it. The water distributor. The company rep was already waiting at the door. An order this big warranted a personal greeting to show they meant business. Lin Wan and I strode into the VIP room. 18.9-liter barrels, 1,200 of them, 20,000 liters exactly. Discounted unit price, with an extra cut off the total. I glanced at the numbers. Volume. Very satisfied, and without a word, he signed and wired the payment. Boss, could you leave an address? So I can arrange delivery. The manager smiled deferentially. I thought for a moment, then gave an address. Jiangxing Technology Industrial Park. It was on my way home, an abandoned old industrial park, completely deserted. To store 20,000 liters of water in my space, I needed somewhere out of sight. The off-road vehicle led the way, with several water trucks following close behind. In less than 15 minutes, we arrived at the park. The workers hauled the barreled water inside, stacking it into a small mountain. The moment their trucks disappeared from view, I waved my hand. Ding! Space capacity reached maximum. Automatically expanding and upgrading to current space, 200 cubic meters. Further upgrades available via expansion cards. Since it upgrades automatically, I'll just take it slow. No need to waste an expansion card. The cold wave was coming. 50 minutes left. I started the off-road vehicle and headed straight for the largest chain pharmacy downtown. On the way, I placed orders on a delivery app, hiring people to buy medicine for me. Cash on delivery, plus a 200 tip for each person. As expected, runners swarmed to accept the orders, all drawn by the generous tips. The delivery address? My home. The off-road vehicle sped up and soon stopped in front of the pharmacy. Hi, I'll take everything you've got. Fever reducers, antibiotics, frostbite ointment. The clerk hesitated for a moment, then called for the manager. A woman in a white coat approached, cool and composed, with sharp, clear eyes behind black-framed glasses. The badge on her chest read, Regional Manager, Su Ro. She smiled professionally. Hi, we don't have much frostbite ointment in the store, but the warehouse might have some. If you need it, I can arrange a transfer. Please hurry. Time waits for no one. Su Ro nodded, pulled out her phone, and called the warehouse. Before long, 2 large boxes of frostbite ointment arrived. After the cashier checked everything, she offered to load it into my car herself. I stood off to the side, mentally running through what medicines I still needed. Sir, could I get your contact info? Su Ro suddenly spoke up. We offer home delivery service. Whatever you need in the future, just reach out to me directly. I nodded and added her. Ding. Special encounter event triggered. Added Su Ro as a contact. Obtained super item treasure chest. Open it. I paused slightly. When luck comes, there's no stopping it. Open. Congratulations. Obtained rare grade item. Source of life. Source of life. Produces 1 drop of spring water daily. Drinking it cures minor illnesses. The higher the affinity, the greater the daily yield, and the more illnesses it can cure. My heart jolted. This item was absurdly powerful. The only catch was, I had to raise the affinity. Just like the thermal energy core. Hashtag the source of life. Upgrading the source of life to legendary status requires at least 90 points of affinity. Just thinking about it gives me a headache. The medication inventory is complete, payment successful. I load everything into the car and leave with Lin Wan. Take care, sir. Su Ro watches us go, adjusting her glasses, her eyes narrowing slightly. Buying frostbite ointment in midsummer? Stocking up for winter? And all those fever reducers and antibiotics? Her professional instincts caught a whiff of something off. She scrolled through her phone. No unusual news anywhere. Still, she decided to play it safe, setting aside a case of antibiotics and a case of fever reducers for herself. If something happened, these 2 cases could save lives. If nothing happened, she'd just sell them normally. Either way, she couldn't lose. Satisfied, she headed back to her office to slack off. Chinsa Court. Back home, the first thing I did was receive the medications delivered by the courier, then placed several orders for split-pot hot pot sets on the delivery app. Before the cold wave hit, we'd have one last hot pot meal. Lin once sat on the couch, watching the numbers ticking down on her phone, her heart racing along with them. 20 minutes left. She'd texted her best friend, lying that she had a gift waiting at their shared apartment to lure her back. Shin Yue believed it and took a cab home. She'd warned everyone she could. As for the rest, not her problem. Lin Wan stood and walked into the bedroom, digging out two thick jackets from the closet. She pulled one on and handed the other to me. I took off my coat and waved my hand. A crimson core radiating a soft glow materialized in my palm. A heat core. Is this a heat core? Lin Wan blurted out, then caught herself, her mouth falling open. Not only did she know its name and its purpose, she could even control it. With a single thought, the heat core trembled softly and flew into her hand, the orange glow reflected in her eyes. She waved her hand, and a ball of flame surged upward. "This is your symbiotic tool," I said with a faint smile. "Symbiotic tool? Yours is that mysterious space." It clicked instantly. I nodded, offering no further explanation. There would be more and more tools from now on. Impossible to explain the origin of each one. Staying mysterious was the best choice. Ding dong. Deliveries at the door. I opened it to find several large bags of ingredients piled on the ground. Disposable chopsticks, napkins, seasonings, hot pot base. The only thing missing was the pot itself. I carried everything inside and set up with Lin Wan, plating the food and getting the pot going. To watch the cold wave arrive, we moved the table to the balcony, eating and waiting. The final minute. The sky was bright and sunny, clear as far as the eye could see. People bustled through the streets, students heading to school, parents dropping them off, workers rushing to their jobs. Traffic flowed as usual. Everything was calm. No one knew that death was already circling overhead. Boom! A deafening blast tore through the silence. A pitch-black cloud exploded out of nowhere, spreading across the entire sky and blotting out the light. Day turned to darkness in an instant. People looked up, eyes wide, faces frozen in disbelief. The black clouds pressed down on the city, so close you could almost touch them, yet impossibly vast. The pressure was suffocating. Many instinctively stepped back, desperate to find somewhere to hide. People scrambled to hail cabs home, but the streets were already pure chaos. The sky had gone dark too fast. Drivers had no time to switch on their headlights. With zero visibility in every direction, pileups erupted in seconds. Cars skidded and crashed into each other, some plowing straight into storefronts. Total wreckage. Screams. Cries for help. One after another. The clouds sank lower and lower, and a bitter wind swept across the ground. Cold air poured down from every direction. The scorching heat plummeted to freezing in a single breath. Exposed skin stung as if pierced by 1,000 needles, swelling red almost instantly. Fragile nerves couldn't withstand the violent temperature swing and went numb in seconds. People tried to run, only to find their limbs had lost all feeling. One by one they collapsed, bodies convulsing, faces turning purple, lips cracking dry. The worst part was breathing. Every inhale felt like a fist slamming into the lungs. The cold air ripped through their chests, the chill invading their whole bodies and accelerating the hypothermia. "Help, help me." The cries for help filled the streets, but no one dared step forward. Everyone was dressed for summer. To rush out was to die. Those near the storefronts had already fled inside, trembling as they called their families. A shop owner stared at the thermometer on the wall, his eyelid twitching uncontrollably. Just moments ago it read 95 degrees Fahrenheit. Now it had crashed to 17 degrees Fahrenheit, and that was inside, with the AC running. Outside, it would be far worse. Then the snow began to fall. Heavy flakes swiftly buried the half-dead bodies, making them part of the snow. In mere moments, the entire city was swallowed by ice and snow. Meanwhile, Lin Wan and I were leisurely eating hot pot out on the balcony. The warm current from the thermal core wrapped around us, and not a trace of the outside cold could reach us. I glanced at the temperature on my phone, -4 degrees Fahrenheit. Exactly as the system had predicted, down to the last degree. The cold wave had truly arrived. And the extreme freeze 3 days from now, that was real too. My heart sank. More than a decade of grueling study, and the moment I graduate, I run head first into the end of the world. I want to live. I don't want to die. So I'd survive this brutal cold by any means necessary. Anyone who came for my supplies could go to hell. A cold glint flashed in my eyes, stripping away some of my boyish innocence and replacing it with an edge. The frozen figures down below didn't stir a single ripple in my heart. Across from me, Lin Wan was completely absorbed in her hot pot, her entire focus on the pot in front of her. 2. It smelled amazing, absolutely incredible. So this is what it feels like to share a meal with someone you love. Pure bliss. Ring, ring. The moment the phone rang, Lin Wan's face darkened. Who was the jerk interrupting her right in the middle of her happiness? She looked at the caller ID and her mouth twitched. It was her best friend, Shun Yue. Lin, baby, thank God for you. If it weren't for you, I'd be frozen to death out here right now. Bundled in layer after layer, Shun Yue's face was pale as she kept taking deep breaths to steady her racing heart, still shaken. Glad you're okay, Lin once said. Once the snow stops, go stock up on emergency supplies at the store. Yeah, I know. The second she hung up, the phone rang again. This time it was her mom. Hey, Mom, are you and Dad okay? Her voice tightened. We're fine, we're fine. I was just reading, and your dad was watching the game. The temperature fell off, so we threw on our down jackets right away. Even though she'd dodged disaster, there was still a tremor of fear in her mother's voice. Wan, take care of yourself. I'm sending you some money. Go buy supplies once the snow stops. Okay, she answered softly. The call ended, and the room sank into a long silence. I stared out the window, brows knitted tight. The snow was coming down harder and harder. If it piled up too thick, even stepping outside would be a problem. I sat down, cooking my hot pot with one hand while pulling up the system store with the other. In the top right corner, the survival points counter read 0. I'd have to trade basic supplies for them. According to the system's rules, basic supplies were limited to food and water. 1 pound of food for 1 survival point. 1 liter of water for 1 survival point. I didn't have any food, but I did have over 20,000 liters of water. Still, 1 liter for 1 point was a ripoff. Besides trading supplies, the only other way to earn survival points was by triggering events. Then it hit me. The system said water, but it never said fresh water. Even in an ice age, if you broke through the ice, there'd be flowing seawater underneath. Seawater was endless, inexhaustible. Wasn't that basically unlimited survival points? But there was a catch. I was a good few hundred kilometers from the ocean. My excitement fizzled instantly. Fine. I just have to use fresh water for now. I set aside a portion of my 20,000 liters, traded it for 100 survival points, and entered a price range. A dozen plus items popped up in front of me all at once. There were quite a few item cards I could get for 100 survival points. I counted them. 15 in total. Several of the cards had powerful effects. Supply doubling card. Doubles any supplies obtained within the next hour. Vegetable card. Randomly produces 1 kilogram of vegetables. Meat card. Produces 1 pound of a specified meat. Daily necessities card. Randomly produces 1 everyday item. Both the vegetables and meat had a time limit. They'd vanish automatically at midnight. On top of those, there was also a few special cards. The Intel card reveals all information about a person. The Truth card forces you to speak only truth for 10 minutes. The Thermostat card keeps you at a steady 78 degrees for an hour. The Undying Thunder card summons a polar bear to fight for me, vanishing after 4 skills or 10 minutes. Each card has its own price. The most expensive is the Thermostat card at 80 points. 80 pounds of grain for an hour of warmth. There's no better deal than that. The cheapest is the Intel card, just 10 points. Just enough to see through Su Row. Redemption successful. Obtained 1 Intel card. Remaining survival points, 90. System, show me Su Row's information. Name, Su Row. Beauty, 92. Age, 25. Height, 5 feet 8 inches. Weight, 115 pounds. Charge, 0. Address, Iha Garden. Personality, smart and level-headed, keen observer. Quiet on the surface, but with a striking contrast inside. Drawn to men stronger than herself. In 5 days, she will be murdered by a female resident on the same floor, her body dumped in the snowfield. The corner of my mouth twitched. Seriously? Looking at that gentle face and soft-spoken manner, Who'd ever guess what she was really like inside? But that wasn't the point. The point was, in 5 days, she'd die. And once she died, the symbiotic item would disappear. That could not happen. My eyes narrowed. Since I knew what would happen in 5 days, I could take my time. Saving her and building up her affection, I could do both at once. The knight in shining armor routine was cliché, but it was the fastest way to win someone over. Plan set, I leaned back into the couch. Nothing better to do. Might as well play a game. Wait, wait, wait. I'm almost done washing up. Count me in. Lin Wan's voice rang out urgently from the kitchen. A moment later, she plopped down beside me and grinned. Carry me up the ranks. What are we playing? You tank up front. I'll deal damage from the back. I grinned and flipped open the hero panel. I'm a top-tier player with a 9,000 power rating, you know. Lin Wan froze for a second, her attention completely snagged by that line. Something felt off. Then it clicked, and her face flushed bright red. Pervert. What are you even saying? I was baffled. What was so dirty about anything I'd said? Before I could finish the thought, the Wi-Fi signal suddenly cut out. Both characters froze on screen, motionless. Only after switching to mobile data did things go back to normal. Just then, a group message popped up. Please be patient, everyone. Property management is investigating the line malfunction. The corner of my mouth twitched. Be patient? At this rate, we'd freeze to death before the power came back. The heavy snow had sealed off the roads. Inspecting every single utility pole was a massive undertaking. And even if they fixed it, once the deep freeze hit, the grid wouldn't hold. A few days. Maybe stop playing? Save some battery. Lin Wan had a point. These days, our phones were the only way to get news from the outside world. The more battery we saved, the more informed we'd stay. I nodded, quit the game, and switched to ultra power saving mode. 54% left. That would last a while. Time crept by. The snow outside fell for 5 straight hours before it finally stopped. The dark clouds parted, revealing the last rays of a fading sunset. Snow lay thick on the ground. Every step sank in deep, leaving heavy footprints behind. Standing at the edge of the balcony, I watched a steady stream of residents heading out of the stairwells. No need to guess, they were all going to stock up on supplies. The strange thing was, far fewer people came out than I'd expected. Who keeps large stockpiles of food at home these days? Almost no one. I opened the residents group chat. 99 plus messages. A lot of people had no intention of going out at all. Their reasoning was identical. The clouds had cleared, the sun was out, temperatures were sure to rise tomorrow, so why bother stocking up? I let out a cold laugh. From their perspective, they weren't wrong. But they'd overlooked one fatal problem. That dark cloud had appeared out of nowhere. Who could guarantee another one wouldn't roll in tomorrow, blotting out the sky? Better to go out and stock up than to gamble your life sitting at home. It was all upside, no downside. People who won't even look out for themselves are usually the first to go when the world ends. I set down my phone and went back to the living room. Lin Wan sat on the couch. On the phone, her expression tangled. Let me try? No promises. She hung up, bit her lip, and hesitated like she wanted to say something. I sat down beside her casually and asked softly, "What's wrong?" Something happened. She wrestled with it for a while before finally speaking. Could we bring my best friend, Shun Yue, over here? To get me to agree, she blurted out Shun Yue's entire plan. At the graduation party, don't drink anything anyone offers you. I'll handle getting Mu Chuan drunk. I've already booked the room. You just go in and seal the deal. I went quiet. Come to think of it, Shun Yue deserved some credit for me awakening the system. Bringing her over wasn't a bad idea. It might even trigger another lucky encounter. My last 2 encounters had one thing in common. Both involved gorgeous women. And in my judgment, Shun Yue was a 1 in a million beauty herself. The odds of triggering an encounter were high. I waited for a moment, then agreed. But there'd be a condition attached. Last time, getting pinned down hadn't exactly let me enjoy myself. This time, I'd make up for it properly. I can bring her over, but tonight you do whatever I tell you to. Deal. Lin Wan's face flushed. She got my meaning and, without much hesitation, gave a small nod. I grinned, scooped her up, and carried her toward the bedroom. In the blink of an eye, it was mid-morning the next day. Sunlight stabbed into my eyes. I opened them and stretched. Grabbed my phone. 9 a.m., minus 24 degrees. Even colder than yesterday. And that's with the sun out. The temperature wasn't rising, it was dropping. Those smug know-it-alls must be eating their words right about now. I rolled out of bed and walked to the balcony. Property management had already sent people to clear the snow. Most of the road was cleared and passable. The snow piled up in the landscape strips looked like a row of little mountains. Melt it with sunlight. Dream on. My phone buzzed. A message from Shun Yue. Hey babe, how's it going? Is Muchuan up to the task? If one guy's not enough, your girl here can step in. Ha ha ha, just kidding, Lin Bao. Don't go forgetting your bestie now that you've got a husband. So get this. That simp who's been chasing me showed up yesterday. Said he was worried I didn't have enough supplies. Yeah, right. He just wanted to get in my pants. I didn't even open the door, just told him to get lost. My eyelid twitched. I had no idea girls talked this wild with each other. The thought of two absolute stunners being this open behind closed doors hit me right in the head. The contrast was jarring. You never really know what's going on inside someone. Shun Yue and I were in the same class, so we had some history, but that kind of surface-level connection tells you nothing about a person. Time to dig. System, redeem an intel card. Target, Shun Yue. Redemption successful. Remaining survival points, 80. The information appeared before my eyes. Name, Shun Yue. Beauty, 93. Age, 23. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 48 kilograms. Charge, 0. Personality, lively and outgoing, loves adventure and challenges, reckless and stubbornly competitive. 6 days from now, she will be kidnapped while out searching for supplies and brutally murdered by her captor. The corner of my mouth twitched again. 2 beauties, and neither one made it through the first week of the deep freeze. Made sense, in a way. The apocalypse was full of accidents. No one knew when death would come knocking. Now that I knew how their stories ended, I'd tear out the danger before it could take root. My plan was simple. Don't bring Shun Yue over here. Instead, we'd move over to her place. Follow her original timeline. 6 days from now, let her head out to find supplies, just like before. Lie in wait. Catch the kidnapper in the act, and cut the problem off at the root. Click. The bedroom door swung open. Lin Wan, draped in an oversized nightgown, walked over to me step by step, sat down, and leaned lightly against my shoulder. Just woken up, still groggy, her eyes drifted absent-mindedly across the screen. The instant she read what was on it, she snapped fully awake, her little face flushing bright red. Lin Bao, it's this late, and you're still not up? Doing your little morning workout, are we? One look and Lin Wan knew exactly who it was, Shinyu. Yu's always sharing the wildest pics and links. It suddenly hit her, knowing that girl, who blurts out whatever pops into her head. Did I just see everything? Social death. Total, complete social death. I cleared my throat twice and set the phone on the table. Grabbed the wrong phone. No wonder I couldn't unlock it. Lin Wan took the phone but didn't rush to reply. Instead, she looked at me nervously. What you said yesterday, does it still count? She was genuinely afraid Shin Yue had said something she shouldn't have, something I'd seen that might have knocked her down a few pegs in my eyes. I brushed her forehead, my tone firm. Of course it counts. Only, we're moving over there. We're not bringing her here. Lin Wan nodded softly, obediently going along with it. Half an hour later, we climbed into the SUV and followed the GPS to Shunyi's complex. Jinsgarten, a mid-tier community in the city. Most residents were middle class, with plenty of landlords too. A 2-bedroom, 1 living room unit went for $3,000 a month. Building 3, Unit 201, Section B. Lin Wan held my hand and pulled out her key to open the door. In the living room, Shin Yue was binge-watching a show with a bag of chips. Seeing Lin Wan back, she waved happily. Lin Wan waved back, then turned and dragged me straight into her room. TCH, got herself a boyfriend and forgot all about her bestie. Shin Yue bit down hard on a chip in frustration and chugged a big gulp of Coke. Wait, it suddenly clicked. Those two just now, they were wearing short sleeves and shorts? She glanced at the live temperature on her phone. -27 degrees. Shin Yue set down her chips and started questioning her entire existence. Did I actually set up a pair of lovebirds who don't feel the cold? Meanwhile, inside the room, the space was done mostly in pink, every corner radiating a girlish vibe. I plopped down on the bed, corners of my mouth lifting. Gotta hand it to girls. They really know how to decorate a room. Obviously. Praised. Lin Wan arched an eyebrow, unable to hide her smugness. Give me your phone. I'll charge it. Both phones lit up with charging icons at once. Before she could put her phone down, a news alert popped up out of nowhere. She opened it, and Lin Wan's brows immediately knit together. Sensing something was off, I leaned in and read it clearly. An official announcement. Attention, all residents nationwide. This extreme weather event is caused by an unusual oceanic phenomenon. Temperatures will continue to drop, expected to hit a low of -50 degrees, lasting approximately 1 to 2 months. Please be sure to stock up on adequate supplies. A warning, sure, but it also set off a wave of panic. In the comments, people were posting the live temperatures from their own phones. Without exception, every single one was lower than yesterday. The lowest had already dropped below -28 degrees. What do we do? Is it really going to drop to -50? It's the middle of summer. Who's selling down jackets right now? The South is done for. Nobody down there owns any winter clothes. Guy above me. I'm in Malaysia, and it's below freezing even near the equator. People are already freezing to death. The whole comment section was thick with a panic no one could tamp down. Knock, knock, knock. The door swung open, and once again Shun Yuyue found us in short sleeves and shorts. Her jaw dropped wide enough to fit a whole egg. You too. Aren't you afraid your fingers will freeze right off? Lin Wan said nothing and gave a light wave of her hand. A core radiating heat materialized out of thin air. With a single thought, the core flared with light and sank into the space between Shun Yuye's brows. Shun Yue stared at the core, her mind going blank. Little by little, she realized she wasn't cold anymore. If anything, she was overdressed, a bit stuffy even. She peeled off her thick coat, left in just her pink pajamas underneath, and stammered. This is? Lin Wan withdrew the core and explained simply, my symbiotic item. Xiaochuan helped me unlock it. I can only give you the lowest tier of access. Besides the temperature regulation shielding your body, none of the other functions work for you. The highest access belongs only to me and her. Anyone else who wants the core's protection can only get the lowest tier. It took Shun Yuyue a good long while before she could barely accept what was in front of her. She sat down off to the side, and a light suddenly flashed in her eyes. So, can I awaken a symbiotic item too? Probably, but not right now. I shook my head. The lucky encounter event hadn't been triggered yet. As for exactly how to trigger it, physical contact? Going through certain experiences together? I hadn't figured it out. Okay. Just remember to call me when I can awaken one. Shun Yuyue wasn't the least bit discouraged. Having played so many games, she was convinced my ability came with a built-in cooldown. Since I said it was possible, she'd just wait. The three of us sat around chatting. Shun Yue rattled off a string of jokes that had Lin Wan and me roaring with laughter. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking cut off the laughter. I'll get it, Shun Yue said, rising to her feet. The door opened to reveal the landlady, Wang Jing. Behind her trailed an ordinary-looking man. Shun Yue's face went cold in an instant. What are you doing here? The man was Zhou Hao, the one who wouldn't stop harassing her. Zhou Hao's gaze crawled greedily over the pink pajamas on Shun Yue's body, his throat bobbing as he swallowed. He folded his arms across his chest, wearing a look of total entitlement. Why can't I be here? Sis, you tell her. A flicker of malice crossed the depths of his eyes. The apocalypse was coming, and everyone was stockpiling supplies. If he could force her out now, she'd never find a new place to live, and then he'd swoop in and take her in himself. Under one roof, surely. There's a chance. Wang Jing crossed her arms, a sharp glint in her eyes. Someone's offering 10 grand to rent this room. You've got two options. Move out, or pay an extra 10 grand. Shun Yue exploded on the spot. A sudden price hike. Any idiot could tell Zhou Hao was behind it. Why should I move? The lease isn't even up. And even if you're raising the rent, that's next month's business. This is a breach of contract. Wang Jing pulled the lease out of her bag, the corner of her mouth curling up. Read it carefully. If I breach, all I have to do is return your deposit. Count yourself lucky you got a landlord as nice as me. With anyone else, you wouldn't even see that deposit again. She had no fear. She was betting these college girls knew nothing about the law, and even if they did, lawsuits drag on forever, and young people about to graduate couldn't afford to wait. Shun Yue's face went pale with rage as she glared at Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao put on an innocent face. What are you glaring at me for? I just wanted to rent a place. How was I supposed to know it'd be yours? Then he and Wang Jing exchanged a knowing glance. I got it right away. These two had planned this together. Shen Yi's knuckles turned white. How could one helpless girl fight against a scheme like this? I got up and walked out, my brow furrowed. What's going on? Oh ho, so she's got herself a pretty boy. Wang Jing's eyes lit up as she looked me up and down. Not many guys as good-looking as this. Zhou Hao's eyes went wide, so angry he couldn't get a word out. A guy in shorts and a t-shirt standing in the room of a girl in pajamas. No need to guess what that meant. When? When did you get a boyfriend? How come I didn't know about this? Shen Yi's eyes rolled, and she took the opportunity to link her arm through mine, her gaze full of challenge. Had one for a while. What? Do I need to report to you before I get a boyfriend? I caught on instantly. So this was the simp from her phone. Fine. I'd play along to the end. Babe, you two know each other? I feigned confusion. Shen Yue gave a soft hum. Honey, he's the simp I told you about. Harasses me every single day. My eyes went cold. You looking for a beating, kid? You've got some nerve harassing my woman. I slammed a fist into the wall. Bam! Flakes of plaster rained down, and a shallow dent appeared in the brick. Zhou Hao instinctively stepped back, his face draining of color. If that fist had landed on a person, he quietly tugged at the hem of Wang Jing's shirt. But Wang Jing watched my punch, and her expression changed. Such strength. She flashed me what she thought was a charming smile. You just graduated, handsome? Where are you interning? How much do you make a month? Why don't you come with me? I'll give you 50 grand a month. I looked her up and down, a flicker of contempt in my eyes. She had some looks, but not enough to catch my eye, especially with the extreme cold apocalypse coming. Who cares about a stack of useless paper? Shenya beat her to it, flipping her middle finger. Take a good look at yourself before you try to seduce my husband. Who the hell do you think you are? Wang Jing's face darkened, and she screamed at the top of her lungs. You don't know a good thing when you see it. I was going to waive your rent because of that handsome guy, but now? 10 grand. You're paying it. Or get the hell out. I waved my hand. It's just 10 grand. Here. Ding. 10,000 yuan has been deposited into your bank card. Wang Jing looked at the deposit notification, gave a cold snort, and turned to leave. Zhou Hao's expression changed. Clearly he hadn't expected me to actually cough up 10,000 on the spot. Get lost already, Shen Yue said coldly. Or I'll have my husband beat you up. Zhou Hao took a deep breath, gave me a long, hard look, then turned and ran. The hallway fell quiet again. Shen Yue let out a long sigh. The tension she'd held in for so long finally broke, and she leaned against my shoulder, her voice choked with tears. I've really had enough of him. Can't he just drop dead? Stop bothering me already. I comforted her softly. Ding. Host has triggered a common event, helping Shun Yue escape the landlord's harassment. Reward, 500 survival points. I frowned. It wasn't the reward that caught my attention, it was those words. Escape the landlord's harassment. In other words, the simp's harassment wasn't over yet. A few days from now, Shen Yue would be kidnapped while she was out searching for supplies. My mind immediately went to Zhou Hao. What a leech. Once he latched on, he wouldn't let go. Fine then. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Back inside, the living room table was piled high with snacks. Lin Wan sat on the couch, cradling a cup of milk tea. Shen Yue let go of my arm and hurried over to Lin Wan for comfort. Don't cry, Yaya. Xiao Chuan will keep us safe. Lin Wan soothed gently, pushing her stash of treasured snacks toward her. It took a while before Shun Yue finally calmed down. She looked at me with red-rimmed eyes. That 10,000, I'll find a way to pay you back. I waved my hand. No need. It's just paper. Money was about to become worthless paper. 10,000 yuan meant nothing. What I really remembered was that someone had dared to take advantage of us at a time like this. My eyes narrowed slightly. Sooner or later, I'd make her spit back everything she'd swallowed, with interest. In the living room, the three of them huddled together eating snacks. Shen Yue scrolled through short videos. 9 out of 10 were teaching people what supplies to stockpile to survive the next 2 months. She did the math. The little bit she'd bought yesterday wouldn't last 3 people even a week. Linbao, Chuanji, should we go buy some supplies? The government says it's going to be cold for a month or 2. I'm scared it won't be enough. I waved my hand. No need. Supplies are already prepared. I swept my hand. Row upon row of appeared out of thin air on the floor. Canned goods and crackers. Shunye's jaw dropped. What? What's going on here? Linwan wiped her mouth and gave her a quick rundown. Oh, so that's it. Well, that's a relief. Shen Yue exhaled and went back to munching on her snacks. Outside, though, the world had already descended into chaos. Crowds swarmed every supermarket and shop, grabbing whatever they could. Rice and flour were practically wiped out. Those who couldn't get staples hauled away entire boxes of snacks. One guy threw punches over a single case of instant noodles. People walked out loaded with bags, only to have everything snatched away the second they turned around. Some took advantage of the mayhem to smash and loot jewelry and luxury stores. The packed downtown was a madhouse. The suburbs, with fewer people, were calmer. You could still stockpile plenty out there. A few convenience store owners saw the news and closed up early, hunkering down inside with their whole families. Should have stocked up first, then dealt with Zhou Hao's mess, Wang Jing muttered. It took everything she had to snag half a cart of supplies, mostly rice and flour, plus a few snacks. When she got home, Zhou Hao was already waiting at the door. Sis, think you could set me up with a room? Same deal as before. Wang Jing plopped down on the couch and kicked her feet up onto the table. Zhou Hao got the hint instantly. He came over and started massaging her legs. Tea, water, shoulder rubs, the works. He didn't miss a beat. At least you know how to read the room, kid. Wang Jing pulled a contract from her bag and slapped it on the table. There's an empty unit on the 3rd floor. Go ahead and move in. Zhou Hao signed without a second's hesitation, flashing a fawning grin. Sis, you want me on call, or should I come by every night? Wait for my call. My husband's staying over tonight. In the end, she was afraid of him finding out. All these buildings belonged to her husband. She just collected the rent. If she got caught cheating, her cushy life would be over in an instant. Zhou Hao's eyes darted around, and a smirk crept onto his lips. Sis, you're scared your husband will find out. Wang Jing sighed. I'll be honest with you. I'm just a rent collector. The properties are all in his name. But the man's useless. Aside from drooling all over himself, he can't do a damn thing. Something clicked in Zhou Hao's mind. He leaned in close to her ear and lowered his voice. Why not get rid of him? Then the properties would all be yours. Wang Jing flinched. Sure, she was overbearing on a good day, but murder? She wouldn't dare, not for anything in the world. A cold glint flashed in Zhou Hao's eyes as he kept egging her on. So you'd rather stay a widow and all, but name for the rest of your life? Get that money in your own hands, and you can have as many boy toys as you want. Wang Jing wavered. They'd been married over a decade, but only the first 3 years were truly happy. The rest, she'd basically weathered alone. Her monthly allowance was fixed, and anything extra had to be handed back. The more she thought about it, the more the resentment festered. And the deeper the resentment, the heavier the bitterness grew. A trace of cold cruelty flickered in her eyes. How? Do it. Zhou Hao grinned. We wait for a big snowstorm. Tie him up, throw him off the building, let him freeze to death. No one will ever know. Good, Wang Jing nodded. Once he was dead, everything would be hers. The two hammered out the details, and Zhou Hao took the keys and left. The moment he stepped outside, he pulled out his phone and called a freight company, telling them to deliver the supplies. 2 full truckloads, enough to last through this whole thing. Heading up to the 3rd floor, Zhou Hao's face lit up with excitement. The room Wang Jing had given him was directly above Shenyi's bedroom. That meant he could hear everything happening downstairs. Just thinking about hearing Shenyi's voice made his heart race. His obsession with her had long crossed into something deranged. That night, Zhou Hao lay flat on the floor, waiting eagerly for any sound from below. He had the tissues ready beside him. He waited half an hour, not a single sound. He frowned. Could it be that Shun Yue didn't sleep in that room? He moved to another room, pressed himself against the floor again, and listened carefully. Sure enough, the flushed, unmistakable sounds drifted up. Except, that wasn't Shun Yue's voice. Zhou Hao suddenly remembered. Shun Yue shared the apartment with a girlfriend. That guy from this morning wasn't her boyfriend at all. He'd been played. His face went cold and dark in an instant. Like to play the hero, huh? Just you wait. He dialed a number and spoke coldly. Brother Wang, I'll give you 50 grand. Take care of someone for me. Meanwhile, in the room next door, Shun Yue tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. It wasn't just the noise from next door, it was the image playing in her mind, that scene of me stepping in to protect her like a boss. So cool. And so attentive, too. He'd seen through her difficult situation at a single glance and acted without hesitation. He'd even offered his shoulder so she could let it all out. No wonder Lin Wan had secretly loved him for 4 years. It was exactly these little details that hit a girl right in the heart. Shen Yue blushed, then suddenly caught herself. She shouldn't be thinking about her best friend's boyfriend. She wrapped herself in the covers, desperately trying to focus on anything else. But that sound from next door made it impossible to control herself. She took a deep breath, slipped quietly out of bed, and tiptoed over to the door of the next bedroom. The door was half open, everything inside in full view. She trembled as she clapped a hand over her mouth, her heart pounding wildly. The tension of possibly being caught at any moment sent her emotions soaring higher and higher. Thrilling. So thrilling. This was exactly the kind of risk she loved. She hid herself perfectly, sneaking back to her room only in the small hours of the night. In bed, I took a sip of milk, wrapped my arm around Lin Wan, and closed my eyes. Before falling asleep, I pulled up the system panel. The chance encounter event triggered today had only awarded survival points. It hadn't opened a super item treasure chest. A question surfaced in my mind. I asked the system. Each person can only trigger one lucky encounter. Those who obtain a super item chest can only trigger ordinary events. Those who receive survival point rewards have an increased chance of triggering lucky encounters, guaranteed to get a super item chest within 10 tries. I stared at these two lines and understood in an instant. Lucky encounters could trigger on the same person over and over. The key was whether you cracked open a super item chest. It was just like gacha pulls. A guaranteed drop after 10 tries, with a shot at the grand prize on every single pull. Yesterday, I'd gotten 200 survival points off Shen Yue. That counted as the first one. 9 more to go. 9 lucky encounters. I needed to plan carefully, figure out how to squeeze every last one of them dry. One day left until the deep freeze arrived. The morning temperature had already dropped to -35 degrees. This city had never been this cold. In past years, the lowest it ever hit was somewhere around 0. I woke up early and scrolled through my phone on silent. The system's push notifications were different every day. Yesterday, it was all about supplies, and today it was nothing but people posting real-time temperatures from everywhere. The highest was -30. The lowest had already hit -42. This kind of cold, one bump and you'd fracture a bone. In winter, bones got terrifyingly brittle. Today was the last day to stock up on supplies. Tomorrow, the temperature would plunge below -60. By then, stepping outside would mean bundling up in layer after layer like a mummy. I planned to lie low all day and wait for the deep freeze to truly set in before heading out to scavenge. From morning through the afternoon, I stayed holed up in my room, playing cards with Lin Wan and Shen Yue. Upstairs, Zhou was going out of his mind. He'd made a deal with Brother Wang to make their move today, but I still hadn't shown my face, so how was he supposed to act? If he just barged in and the authorities got called, what then? Ring, ring. Zhou picked up, and Wang Chang's cursing exploded through the phone. You tired of living, kid? You think you can play me? Where the hell are they? Wang Chang had staked out the place with a gang of his guys for hours and hadn't seen a single soul. He suspected Zhou was jerking him around. Zhou went pale and rushed to explain. Brother, they haven't left the house this whole time. I'm baffled too. Who would have thought there'd still be people who don't go out to grab supplies these days? Wang Chang wasn't having any of it. Kid, you'd better wire that money to my account like a good boy. Otherwise, I'll find out exactly where you live right now. After all these years as a local kingpin, if he couldn't even dig up an address, how could he still call the shots on the streets? Zhou's face was as ugly as it could get. He'd accomplished nothing and was out 50 grand on top of it. He had one last 50 grand in his account. Gamble again? He didn't believe I could really hold out and stay put. Fine, we'll try again tomorrow, still 50 grand. Zhou practically blurted it out, afraid the call would be cut off. Wang Chang thought it over. Tomorrow he had nothing going on anyway, and free money was free money. Take the white, leave the rest. Fine, got it. Wang Chang hung up and led his crew to block the entrance of the residential complex. The moment he spotted someone coming back loaded with supplies, they rushed in without a word and grabbed everything. A dozen guys made the snatch, piled into their car, and tore off. These past 2 days, they'd looted a fortune with this exact move. Anyone who fought back got stripped naked and tossed into the snow to fend for themselves. They had some corporate big shot backing them, so they had nothing to fear. Besides, the whole world was in chaos now. Robbery cases were piling up like mountains. Who had time to chase them down? Let's go? We hit our quota today. I'm taking you boys to the club to celebrate. Wang Chong waved his hand. 50 grand, enough for a night of fun. That night, every home blazed with light. Everyone was taking inventory, calculating down to the last item, stretching their supplies to last 2 months. Outside, it was already negative 48 degrees. Any trace of moisture in the air would freeze instantly. Those with air conditioning could stay warm. Those without had to tough it out with hot water and blankets. As for me, I lay on a big, soft bed in a short-sleeved shirt and shorts. Lin Wan sat beside me, feeding me canned oranges. With the thermal core running, not even a sliver of ice could form in the can. Life was no different than it had been before the apocalypse. Lin Wan set down the empty can, slipped under the covers, and wrapped herself around my shoulder like an octopus. She was clingy, especially before bed, refusing to let go all night long. Once she fell asleep, I opened the system. Right, I could still draw prizes. The rule, 1,000 survival points per draw, once a day. I cashed in 1,000 points. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an item, Master Key. It reshapes itself to any keyhole and opens any lock with 100% success. A key materialized in the system space. With a single thought, it dropped into my palm. It felt exactly like an ordinary key. Toss it into a pile of keys, and no one could pick it out. I needed to mark it somehow. I grabbed the keyring off the nightstand, one large ring holding 2 smaller ones. I moved all my old keys onto one small ring and threaded the master key alone onto the other. I gave the keyring a shake. Mixed together, seamless. I grinned, set the keys back on the table, and pulled Lin Wan close as I lay down to sleep. Tonight was the last peaceful night. After dawn, everything would change. I woke early and stood on the balcony, watching the clouds gather in the sky, my expression grim. These clouds were thicker and more oppressive than last time, so dense they made it hard to breathe. A fierce wind kicked up, and in less than 15 minutes, the blizzard came crashing down. The frozen wind hurled chunks of ice against the glass, banging away. The wind speed climbed higher and higher, from level 3, all the way up to level 10. Level 10 winds should never appear on land. An ordinary window that could withstand level 8 was considered up to standard. Luckily, this kind of high-end complex, better wind resistance. Quick, lock the windows, get into the bathroom, and don't come out. The 3 of us split up, locking every window we could, then crammed into the bathroom to wait out the storm. Lin Wan pulled out her phone. The Wi-Fi had died long ago, and there wasn't even a cell signal. On the screen was the last message from the residents' group chat before the network went down. Don't go outside. It's negative 60 out there. Xiaochuan, I'm scared. Lin Wan buried herself in my arms. Shinya bit her red lip and reached over to hold her. In the cramped bathroom, the 3 of us clung tightly together. Outside, the wind howled, and every window in the building creaked, but none of them shattered. The old district buildings weren't so lucky. One sweep of the wind, and the frames just fell apart, glass bursting on the spot, shards scattering everywhere before being flung to the next place. Survivors could only huddle in their tiny bathrooms, listening to death shriek past overhead. The frigid wind carried ice, gravel, and glass shards, screaming down every street. Wherever it passed, malls, apartments, it didn't matter, the glass took the hit. Most cracked into spiderweb patterns but held on by a thread. Only a few, badly damaged at the corners, exploded outright. A dozen minutes later, the wind stopped dead. The snow ceased. The dark clouds parted. Aside from that eerie cold, it was as if someone had hit reset on the world. Everything looked just like yesterday. I didn't rush out. I waited another 15 minutes, and only after confirming there was no more movement outside did I push the door open. The apartment was fine. Only the window panes were covered in cracks, with fine glass shards scattered across the sills. I frowned, grabbed the mop from the bathroom, and pressed it hard against the glass. The glass didn't break. Only a few fragments fell off. but I couldn't let my guard down. Stable now didn't mean stable when I slid the window open. Once the frame loosened, the glass could give at any moment. And this cracked glass demanded even more caution. I put on gloves, held a board over my head to protect the vital spots, and slowly slid the balcony window open. The shards stuck to it rained down, but the pane itself didn't budge. Behind me, the two girls watched nervously, holding their breath. The window opened all the way, and the glass still held strong. The three of us let out a collective sigh of relief and looked out together. Outside, everything was in ruins. Trees snapped in half, compact cars tossed every which way, the ground blanketed in a thin layer of snow. Looking closer, countless pebbles and fragments lay hidden beneath it. My stomach tightened as I scanned the area. The SUV parked not far off hadn't moved an inch. A few heavier cars nearby had shifted a bit, but were otherwise fine. System, can the SUV's tires handle all this gravel and broken glass? My biggest fear was a blowout. There'd be no time to fix it. Host, don't worry. Only a sniper round can pierce it. That finally put me at ease. I turned to the two women. Want to come out with me? Sure. They answered in unison. With the thermal core shielding us, even 60 below wouldn't touch us. The three of us bundled up and headed downstairs right away. The commotion on the second floor quickly caught Zhou Hao's attention up on the third. He rushed back to his room, yanked open the kitchen window, and stuck his head out to look down, just in time to see us walking out the door. His eyes flashed. He whipped out his phone. But those three words in the top corner, no service, instantly doused his fire. No signal meant no way to reach Wang Chong. How was he supposed to get his revenge? All he could do was pray the two groups ran into each other. Wang Chong had my photo saved on his phone. He'd recognize me at a glance. What Zhou Hao didn't know was that Wang Chong and his crew were trapped inside the clubhouse right now, unable to even get out. The clothes on their backs stood no chance against 60 below. There was only one way to make it out alive. Strip someone else's clothes and put them on your own body. And whoever got stripped would freeze into a block of ice in no time. The test of human nature had come without warning. Meanwhile, the three of us were already in the SUV, driving out of the complex. The car only had 2 seats, so Shun Yue had to lie on the bed in the back. I drove slowly, observing as we went. Downstairs, the e-bikes and mobility scooters had been blown every which way, and even the heavier vehicles had shifted out of place. As we passed the underground parking lot, I glanced inside. The cars in there were all perfectly intact. The car pulled out of the complex onto a wide asphalt road. I scanned left and right. The huge road was completely empty, not a single car. The blizzard had hit at 6 in the morning. There'd barely been any traffic then anyway. It was totally normal not to see a single car on the whole street. I picked a supply point and followed the GPS toward it. The whole way, I kept my eyes locked on our surroundings, studying every complex we passed. Along the way, we came across a few overturned cars. The people inside had long since stopped breathing. 10 minutes later, we reached our destination, a seafood wholesale store. The area was packed with seafood restaurants, all with their doors shut. The tables and chairs out front had been blown who knows where, and the delivery tricycles had been flipped over a dozen meters away. The three of us got out and walked step by step up to the rolling shutter door. Shin Yue raised her foot and gave it a kick, sending it clattering. This kind of door's easy. Just pry the edge with a crowbar, and it's open. Shops couldn't afford high-end shutters. Ordinary tools were enough to force them. I waved her off, pulled the keyring from my belt loop, fished out the master key, and slid it into the lock. Click. I gave a hard lift, and the shutter rolled up with a whoosh. The two women stared, dumbfounded. I was a locksmith too, but locksmiths relied on a whole set of tools. Since when did anyone just carry a single? Just open it with the key? I locked it again right in front of them, unlocked it once more, then turned to wave them over. Come on in. Except for a narrow aisle just wide enough to walk through. The whole store was packed with seafood. Soft-shell turtles, grass carp, crucian carp, big shrimp, small shrimp. Aside from the really pricey stuff, they had everything you'd want for a home-cooked meal. I used a resource doubling card. For the next hour, whatever I collected would be doubled. At every stand I passed, I gave a big sweep of my hand and stowed it all into my space. Shun Yue quietly tugged Lin Wan over to a tank filled with a pile of oysters packed in ice. Lin Bao, this stuff, it's good for a man's stamina. You're awful. Lin Wan's little face flushed instantly. I was already plenty strong these days. She was the one who ended up begging for mercy every time. Throw oysters into the mix? That would be too much. Shun Yus snickered. If you can't keep up, don't forget you've still got your bestie here. Get lost. Lin Wan rolled her eyes, and the two of them dissolved into laughter. What are you two whispering about? I walked over, glanced at the oysters behind them, and with a wave of my hand, scooped them all up. Hee hee, Lin Bao says you're seriously impressive. She wants you to cover all 3 of her meals a day. Shun Yi's eyes curved into a grin. She'd set the trap perfectly for Lin Wan. And sure enough, Lin Wan jumped right in without a second thought. I'm not asking for much. 2 meals a day, or even just 1, would be fine. Watching her innocent, clueless expression, a wave of despair washed over me. Why? Why did I catch Shun Ye's meaning instantly? Shun Yue winked at me, pleased with herself. See how far my Lin Bao's willing to compromise? You'd better hit your daily quota properly now. Inside the fresh seafood wholesale store, the 3 of us kept teasing each other, none of us noticing death creeping closer step by step just outside the door. The crunch of breaking ice. It grew from far to near, like someone walking across a frozen lake. Shun Yue was the first to freeze up, her expression tightening as she stared hard at the doorway. Who's there? Lin Wan and I followed her gaze. Several frostbound ones came staggering into the store. Their eyes were hollow, their skin coated in a layer of blue ice crystals that gave off an eerie glint in the sunlight. Their nails were long and sharp, wrapped in frost. Every step they took shattered ice shards beneath their feet. The instant they saw us, they lunged into attack. My expression changed. I shoved both women behind me, and flames surged up in my palm. The fire condensed into a fireball and slammed hard into the nearest frostbound one. The ice crystals burst apart, the exposed skin rapidly festering as it turned into a true zombie. Yet it froze in place, motionless. Another let out a hoarse shriek, ice spikes suddenly sprouting from its hands, thrusting straight at my face. I twisted aside, dodging it, and drove my foot into its stomach. It went flying, and the remaining 3. The creatures swarmed forward. Run! I grabbed a stool off the floor and hurled it at them. The frost creature staggered, then kept coming. Shun Yue spun around and ducked into a corner, but when she looked back, she saw that Lin Wan hadn't moved. Come on, don't get in Chuan's way, she shouted, frantic. Lin Wan didn't listen. Flames erupted from her palms, and she lunged forward, striking the frost creature that was charging at me. Ice crystals burst apart, and the thing froze in place. Thanks. Don't mention it. 2 bursts of flame lit up at once, slamming into the remaining 2. Bang! Crack! Ice shattered, and both frost creatures locked up. My eyes narrowed. These things could come back to life. I grabbed Lin Wan and bolted for the exit, Shinya right behind us. Just as I crossed the threshold, a low growl sounded behind me. The first one to freeze had woken up. In 2 or 3 strides it caught up to Shun Yue, its long, thin claws slashing straight for her arm. Shun Yue, get down. A cold light flashed in my eyes as a fireball flew from my hand. She dropped instinctively, and the fireball smashed dead center into the frost creature's skull. With a roar, flames shot into the air, crackling and blazing. Shun Ye's face went white, her legs buckled, and she collapsed to the ground. I didn't have time to think. I scooped her up and ran. Behind us, the frost creatures came back to life one by one, chasing after us like a rising tide. I shoved both women into the car and circled around to the driver's side. Before I could get the door open, a frost creature was already on me, its ice blue claws raised high and stabbing down hard. I yanked the door open. The claws slammed into the door panel. Crack! The 15mm steel plate didn't budge. The frost creature's claws snapped off, leaving nothing but a few shallow scratches on the steel. I dove into the car and slammed the door shut, my heart pounding. Outside, the frost creatures closed in, pounding furiously on the vehicle. Their claws scraped against the steel with a screech that set my teeth on edge. All 3 of us had our scalps crawling. I lost it. Oh, so now you're getting cocky. I hit the ignition and floored it. The SUV roared to full power and surged forward, slamming the 2 frost creatures in front straight into the wall. I swiped through the center console screen, flipped to the last page, and hit the cannon button. Chunk. The roof opened up and a large caliber cannon rose out. I backed up to open some distance, adjusted the barrel, and locked onto the target. Boom. The two frost creatures blew apart on the spot, chunks of flesh flying everywhere. The rest, I locked on one by one using the console screen. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots in rapid succession, every last one blown to pieces. The world went silent in an instant. Frost creature killed. Survival points plus 10. Frost creature killed. Survival points plus 10. The system's voice echoed in my mind. My eyes lit up, so killing frost creatures could farm survival points too. Here's the English translation. Together with what I had left over, my account was now sitting at just over 300 points. Still, that thing had 2 lives and was such a pain to kill, yet it only gave 10 points. Pretty stingy, if you ask me. Just then, I felt someone tug at the hem of my shirt. Snapping out of it, I saw Lin Wan in the passenger seat, eyes wide, pointing ahead. I looked up. A blue screen of light hung in the air. Congratulations to Blue Star Online players Mu Chuan, Lin Wan, and Shun Yue for being the first to complete supply point collection and eliminate the Frozen Guardian. Base reward, supply chest ×1. Bonus reward, heating kit. Blue Star Online players? I was stunned. Lin Wan was stunned. Shun Yue was stunned too. This extreme cold was a game? Only a game would call people players. I accepted it pretty quickly. If it was a game, then there had to be a way to beat it. And right now, I knew more than anyone. Every supply point held tons of resources, along with a Frozen Guardian. Kill the Guardian, collect everything, and you'd get a reward. More importantly, the center console screen in my car marked every single supply point in the city. I was the first to figure out the rules, and I had the system on my side. No game had ever started off this good. Oh yeah, a real-life game. Who knew it'd be this thrilling? Shun Ye's eyes lit up, her little face flushed red. The danger only excited her. Lin Wan, on the other hand, pressed her lips together and lowered her gaze. She didn't like taking risks. She just wanted to read quietly and take afternoon walks with someone she cared about. But things were what they were now, and she had no choice. All she could do was work up the courage and stick close to me. Chuan, open the door. I can see the chests, Shen Yue said, pointing to the center of the store. 2 golden boxes lay there quietly. We got out and walked over to them. On the left was the supply chest, on the right the heating kit. Having the system, I didn't care much about supplies. If it was just a bottle of water and a slice of bread, they might as well not bother. The heating kit, though, that piqued my curiosity. I reached out and opened the box on the right. Congratulations, you have obtained matches, lighter, space heater, 10 pounds of coal, and 1 Wilkota. I stared at the heating kit and smirked. Looked like the game didn't want players dying too quickly. As I pulled out the space heater, an instruction sheet slid out from under the base. It could run continuously for 8 hours, was unaffected by outside temperatures, and could even be recharged for extended use. The rewards were nice, but getting your hands on them was brutally hard. Every supply point had a Frozen Guardian, and what were players supposed to kill it with? The Frozen Guardians had room for error, players didn't. One jab from those long, sharp claws meant instant death. I shook my head. Why worry about anyone else? As long as I could open the chests and grab the supplies, that was enough. Beside me, the supply box had already been opened by Lin Wan. Just as expected, bottled water and bread. Double card activated. Congratulations. Host has obtained cold-resistant water ×20 and cold-resistant bread ×20. Huh. I paused and took them from Lin Wan to inspect. Both items had the same effect. Immunity to cold for 5 minutes. Useless to us, but they'd fetch a good price. Come on, next stop. I stashed the supplies and got back in the car. The double card had 20 minutes left, enough time to hit 1 more supply point. Growling, Lin Wan clutched her stomach and ducked her head, embarrassed. She hadn't eaten breakfast. She was starving. I pulled a can of luncheon meat, an energy drink, and a box of compressed biscuits from my storage space and handed them to her to tide her over. Once the double card expired, we'd head back for a real feast. Chuan, what about mine? Shen Yue leaned halfway out, eyes full of hope. I thought for a second. I'll give you some later. She had no combat ability. If she ran into a frozen one, she'd be helpless. Better to keep her in the car, less for me to worry about. The car cruised along smoothly and soon pulled up in front of a small convenience store. Not far off stood an entertainment club called Jinding, and most convenience stores in the area ran 24 hours. This one was no exception, except the goods inside had been scattered everywhere by the howling wind, a complete mess. Linwan looked puzzled. You sure about this? This is a supply point too. The inside looked like a junkyard, snacks strewn across the floor, spilled drinks frozen into colorful sheets of ice in the 60 below cold. The only difference was, it was clean here. No foul smell. I frowned, thinking. Convenience stores usually had a small stockroom in the back. A supply point most likely meant the storeroom. Let's take a look. We walked in, one behind the other. The place wasn't small, well over 1,000 square feet. Behind the register, the cashier was curled up, having failed to survive the blizzard. Frozen to death, his body coated in a thick layer of ice crystals. We paid him no mind and headed straight in. Passing through the densely packed shelving, we spotted a store clerk pinned beneath several toppled shelves. The body had long since frozen solid, but the exposed skin showed no pale blue ice crystals. We breathed a sigh of relief. A genuine corpse, no threat. Pressing deeper, we reached the very back. There was a door here, locked from the inside, which meant someone was in there. I took out my master key and had it open in 3 seconds. Inside was pitch black. Only by the faint light seeping through the doorway could we barely make out the scene. Rows of oversized shelves packed with all kinds of boxes, loaded with snacks and drinks. I swept my eyes across the room and found 2 female clerks huddled together in a corner. One had already frozen stiff. The other still drew faint, shallow breaths. Flames ignited in Linwan's palm. Wanted to save her. My face changed instantly, and I yanked her away. What are you doing? Linwan jumped, the flames snuffing out at once. I was trying to save her. I let out a long sigh. She's beyond saving. You wouldn't be saving her. You'd be speeding up her death. Linwan went pale. Why? Why's that? She didn't get it. When someone's hypothermic, aren't you supposed to warm them up as fast as possible? It doesn't work like that. I shook my head. Roast her with an open flame, and the blood in her limbs floods back all at once. Her heart can't take it. Instant cardiac arrest. I'd crammed hard on this kind of cold weather first aid. Who could be saved? Who couldn't? I had it all straight in my head. I understand. Linwan said, head down, not another word. If I hadn't stopped her just now, she'd have been a killer. In her current state of mind, there was no way she could bear that kind of weight. I knew she needed a moment alone, so I turned and started gathering supplies by myself. With the doubling card active, every single item was duplicated. The space expanded another notch because of it. The warehouse was left with nothing but bare shelves. A flame kindled in my palm as I scanned the surroundings warily. Supplies cleared. Next up, the Frost Guardians would be making their entrance. Roar. My nerves snapped taut, and I moved toward the sound. Those 2 clerks in the corner. One of them was screaming with her mouth wide open. The cold surged toward her like mad, climbing from the soles of her feet all the way to the crown of her head, coating her entire body in pale blue ice crystals. The other one was starting to transform too, the cold rushing to gather around her. Once I saw all this clearly, I quickly retreated to regroup with Linwan. 2 streams of flame merged, erupting into a pillar of light and fire. Shielded by our thermal barrier, the flames couldn't touch us at all. The fire blazed hotter and hotter, its heat driving back the cold and melting the ice crystals off the frost creatures. Together, the 2 of us hurled the flames at the fully formed frost creature. It shrieked in agony amid the inferno. I didn't linger. I grabbed Linwan and rushed back into the store. Corpses could turn into frost creatures, which meant the one pinned under the shelving had probably turned too. Sure enough, the body on the floor had already transformed. Impossibly strong, it hoisted the metal shelving, pinning it down as though it weighed nothing. My heart lurched. It took 2 people just to move one of those shelves, let alone 4 of them. My eyes narrowed. I kicked over the shelf beside me, snatched a fire axe from the fire cabinet, and brought it down in a single mighty swing, splitting straight into the top of the head of the frost creature as it broke free. Crack! Ice crystals shattered from head to toe, and the axe buried itself deep in its skull. I stepped back twice, waiting for the announcement. Nothing. Thinking I hadn't killed it, I wrenched the axe free and struck again. Still nothing. The corner of my mouth twitched. Could there be more in the store? But between the warehouse and the storefront, there were clearly only 3. I searched again, searching, even running outside the shop and looking up to confirm there was no second floor. The instant I turned to head back in, a scream tore through the silence. A scream came from inside the shop. My chest tightened. I snatched up the fire axe at my feet and charged in. A frostwalker emerged from behind the counter, its razor-sharp claws digging into Lin Wan's arm. The nails pierced her skin, and cold surged through the wound, flooding into her body. Without a second thought, I swung the axe down. Crack! Bone snapped, and the hand hit the floor. I yanked Lin Wan behind me and wrenched out the severed claw still embedded in her flesh. Her lips were white as she slumped weakly into my arms. The wound had already frozen over, and an icy blue chill was creeping across her skin. Ignoring the monster in front of me, I scooped her up and ran for the car. The frostwalker let out a roar and gave chase. Get the door. Put her on the bed. My voice was tight, my heart pounding. She was my first woman. I couldn't let anything happen to her. Shen Yue quickly threw open the car door, and together we got Lin Wan settled. Watch her. I'll be right back. I flipped out of the car and came face to face with the frostwalker lunging at me. You've got a death wish. The axe came down, biting into its other, still intact arm. Ice crystals shattered, and the instant blood sprayed out. It froze into little beads that clinked to the ground. It opened its gaping maw, fangs going straight for my throat. I sneered. The moment it closed in, I dropped into a crouch and swung, hacking through its leg. Thud, it crashed down hard. Like sneak attacks, do you? Another swing, and I took out its other leg. Once I was sure it couldn't move anymore, I tossed the axe aside and ducked back into the car, my eyes going cold. I'll blow you to hell. The cannon extended from the car, locking onto the target. Boom. The frostwalker was blown to pieces on the spot. Congratulations, Blue Star Online players Mu Chuan and Lin Wan, for completing supply point collection and killing the frostwalker guard. Reward: 1 supply chest. A glittering golden chest sat quietly in the shop, but I was in no mood to open it. On the bed, Lin Wan was curled up in pain, fine beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Her clawed arm had already turned icy blue. When I touched it, the bone-deep cold sent a jolt of fear through me. The thermal core in my shoulder was still working. The orange-red heat and the icy blue cold were sharply divided, the two forces locked in a stalemate, with the heat holding a slight upper hand for now. But I knew that if this dragged on any longer, the arm would be done for. Was there any way to force out this cold? I thought of the fountain of life. But it only produced 1 drop a day, and all it could do was heal wounds. If the wound sealed up, the cold would just get trapped inside her body, which would be even worse. My only option was to turn to the system. Ding, searching the store. 50. 00 survival points can be exchanged for a cold-dispelling fire cupping set that drives the cold out of your body. Reminder to host. The thermal core's energy is being consumed too quickly. Only 2 days of use remain. I took a deep breath and traded 5,000 liters of water for 5,000 survival points. Water can always be found again, but a lost arm is a lifetime thing. Exchange successful. Cold-dispelling fire cupping set has been placed in your space. When I took it out, I found it was a complete set of various sizes. The largest could drive the cold from the whole body, while the smallest only handled the hands and feet. It came with a lighter, tissues, and an instruction sheet. For wounds, apply the cup directly over the wound. Without wounds, apply it over wherever the cold has gathered. I picked a suitable one, lit a tissue and dropped it into the cup, then slapped it against the skin beside her wound in a flash. The cup latched on tight, its powerful suction gripping the flesh mercilessly. Lin Wan cried out in pain. I wiped the sweat from my forehead and stared at her arm. The icy blue was slowly retreating and gathering toward the wound. But the wound had been frozen shut, and the cold couldn't escape. My eyes narrowed. Flames sparked at my fingertips, and I slowly melted away the ice crystals over the wound. The instant the ice crystals dissolved, the cold shot out as a wisp of white smoke and dispersed into the air. Color returned to her arm. The cup dropped with a pop, caught by Xin Yue, and tucked back into the box. Then I took out the spring of life, a statue with a human face and a serpent's body, cradling a white jade vial. With every tear it shed, a drop fell into the vial. I shook my head, brushing aside the pointless speculations in my mind, and carefully drew out the single drop inside, letting it fall onto her wound. The clear spring water seeped into her skin, and in less than a minute, the 5 gashes healed as if they'd never been there. Congratulations, host. You've triggered a common event, saving Lin Wan from the cold's corrosion. Reward, 30,000 survival points. Lin Wan slowly opened her eyes. Her face was still a little pale, but she paid no mind to her weakness and threw her arms around me. Sob, you're so good to me. I don't even know how to repay you. She'd seen everything just now, my anxiety, how desperately I'd fought for her. I patted her back gently and said softly, "What's this about repaying me? You're my woman. If I don't take care of you, who will?" Ding. Lin Wan's affection for the host has broken 100 points, reaching undying devotion. Thermal core has upgraded to mythic quality. New effects unlocked. Thermal shield and weapon enchantment. Detected. A beauty's affection for the host has reached 100 points. New function unlocked. Bearing offspring grants a large survival point reward. Watching the two of us embrace, Shin Yue sat off to the side, head down and silent. I knew she didn't feel good about it. The one chasing her was a peeping Tom, while the man her best friend adored was so remarkable. In this life, the hardest thing is, nothing could be more unbearable than this. What you want, you can't get. What you avoid, you can't shake off. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, Su Ro, shivering under a thick quilt, suddenly felt the awakening of a symbiotic item's connection. She knew what the item could do, but the item itself wasn't in her hands. Bound to Su Ro Muchuan. Su Ro froze. Muchuan. The same Muchuan who'd bought medicine at her shop? Why is my symbiotic item in Muchuan's hands? She couldn't wrap her head around it. An item she'd awakened wasn't even in her possession. Who would believe that if she said it out loud? But there it was, plain as day. No phone, no way to reach him. And she didn't dare go outside. The clothes she had at home wouldn't stand a chance against the cold out there. Her food was running out day by day. A few more days, and she was as good as dead. Her only hope was that Mu Chuan would track down the item and come find her. But did he even know where she lived? Despair crept up like the cold itself, inch by inch, into her heart. Inside the convenience store, I opened the treasure chest alone. Congratulations. You've obtained the cold weather set, vest, thermal pants, and socks. It'd block some of the cold, but I'd have to figure out the rest myself. Another sellable item. If only I knew how to reach that big buyer. Never mind. One step at a time. I packed everything up and was about to head back to my car when I caught a group of people walking out of the club. They wore ill-fitting clothes, some even squeezed into women's outfits, clearly having stripped others of their clothing just to make it outside. And the ones left with nothing? They could only wait to die. In this deep freeze, human decency was thin as an ice shell. Better to survive by any means than to freeze to death with dignity. That was probably their logic. What I didn't expect was that they were coming for me. The leader, Wang Chong, stared at me, then compared me against a photo in his hand. A cold smirk crept across his lips. Seeing me so calm in shorts and short sleeves in this freezing weather, he was already convinced I was hiding some secret. No wonder Zhou Hao wanted to take me out. Whoever grabbed whatever treasure I had could rule the streets in this frozen hell. Seeing me start to leave, he barked, "Stop right there." I turned around. 6 or 7 vicious-looking thugs were closing in. What a pain. I step out for one thing, and here comes all this trouble. Do I know you? You tell me to stop, and I just stop? That'd make me look pretty pathetic. Not only did I keep walking, I deliberately hopped side to side a couple of times just to mess with them. Wang Chong was livid. "You've got nerve, kid. You're the first person who's ever dared to provoke me." My face went cold. "So you know it's a provocation. What gives you the right to say stop and expect me to just stop?" These days, might makes right. One of his underlings couldn't hold back. "Boss, why waste words on him? Beat him down and he'll spill everything." Several of them closed in fast, surrounding me on all sides. Wang Chong stood with his arms crossed, holding the line. With a build like his, taking me down would be no sweat. Inside the car, Lin Wan watched anxiously, itching to get out and help, but Shun Yue held her back. "Don't. You just recovered. You'll only get in the way." She slid into the driver's seat and started the engine with practiced ease, ready to ambush them from behind the moment they made a move. But surrounded as I wasn't the least bit worried. This was the perfect chance to test out the card. System, redeem the Immortal Thunder card. Host has spent 20 survival points and successfully redeemed one Immortal Thunder card. A card appeared out of thin air in my hand, depicting a bear with white pigtails. Wang Chong scoffed. Cut the theatrics. Get him. Several of his lackeys lunged from every direction. I casually flicked the card into the air. A 10-foot-tall white-furred bear crashed into existence. The whole scene froze instantly. Even Lin Wan and Shun Yueyue in the car went wide-eyed. Where the hell did that bear come from? The corner of my mouth curled up as I stood in front of the beast. Go! The Immortal Thunder threw back its head and roared, and a bolt of lightning plummeted from the heavens. Boom! The man charging in front looked up at the sky, his face full of disbelief. The next instant, he was reduced to ash. The rest were scared out of their wits and scattered in every direction. Wang Chong's face turned ashen, and he spun around and bolted. These guys were sharp. Each took off a different way. The giant bear dropped onto all fours and charged after one of them. The man thought fast, ripped off his coat, and flung it behind him. It landed square on the bear's face. Unable to see which way to go, it stopped to claw the coat off, and by the time it did, the man was long gone. Can't catch him? Then I try another way. I hopped into the car and had the bear crouch down on the roof. Cannon bear coordination. The vehicle-mounted cannon locked onto the fleeing figures. Moving targets are hard to hit. The first shot went wide, blowing away just one man. That guy scrambled up and ran for his life, limping, so I fired again and finished him where he stood. The bear on the roof had quick eyes and quicker reflexes. It dropped down and crushed one man flat with its rump. The last few had gotten far. I couldn't be bothered to chase them. Sprinting hard in heavy clothes in the freezing cold left you drenched in sweat, and sweat that met the cold turned to ice, more brutal than any blade. Without the shelter of warmth, they'd only die slowly, in agony. Host has triggered a common event, killing the surrounding thugs. Reward, 1,000 survival points to. Sure enough, the two of them had barely stopped to gasp for air, lungs flooded with icy wind, the sweat on their bodies freezing over in seconds. Caught between hot and cold, they soon passed out and died. That left only Wang Chong and one other lackey with a decent build, who regrouped under a streetlight. Boss, everyone else scattered. What do we do? The lackey's voice trembled, that giant bear's. The shock lingered in his eyes. Wang Chong kept his composure on the surface, but inside he was reeling. After a long moment, he said, "Let's hit the clothing store first. Get the boys something to wear." There were still a dozen people back at the club. Regrouping wouldn't be hard, but they'd never come near me again. A weirdo in short sleeves who could summon a lightning-wielding giant bear. It had completely shattered everything they thought they knew. Coming back would be suicide. Wang Chong shook his head. This grudge was sealed now. From here on out, he'd stay as far away as possible. Survival came first. Meanwhile, I was already driving the two girls home. We arrived before long. All three of us were starving, especially Lin Wan. Her injuries had drained her strength, and she needed food most of all. I pulled the hot pot ingredients from my storage space and set them on the table, then used the heat from my thermal core to warm the broth base. One hot pot meal wouldn't burn much energy. The core could still last another 2 days. Plenty of time to find a gas station or generator to recharge. I picked up a slice of meat, and suddenly it hit me. Tomorrow, I still had to go save Su Ro. A divine tier item like the Fountain of Life could never be allowed to have its owner die in this brutal winter. Downstairs, the hot pot simmered. Upstairs, all hell was breaking loose. The slap mark on Wang Jing's left cheek burned an angry red. Her husband had thrown her out, along with a box of her clothes. With nowhere to go, she could only knock on the door of apartment 3, where Zhou Hao lived. The door opened. Zhou Hao poked his head out, wrapped in a thick blanket. "Sis, what happened to your face?" He jumped, startled, and quickly pulled Wang Jing inside. The slap mark was badly swollen and showed no sign of fading. Even his lightest touch made her gasp in pain. "Can we move up the plan?" Her eyes reddened, tears spilling down in streams. He took over all the supplies I'd stockpiled. I just frowned once, and he kicked me out. Tearful and delicate, she was rather pretty. A flicker of pity crossed Zhou Hao's eyes, but inside, he was burning with excitement. The plan was finally about to begin. If it worked, control of the entire building would be his. The authorities said the cold spell would last a month or two, which meant things would eventually return to normal. These residents couldn't cause any real trouble, and he could even use this chance to win favor with Shen Yuyue. Before, it had been a transaction, money for sex, and he'd always been the one beneath her. To turn things around, everything came down to this next move. Zhou Hao took a deep breath and hauled a stove and coal out of his bedroom. For this performance, he'd spared no expense. A full pound of coal, enough to burn for 3 hours. Sis, come sit over here. Let me put some medicine on that. Step 1, sincerity. Step 2, tenderness. Wang Jing stared at that stove full of coal, stunned. Coal was scarce in the big city. Zhou Hao was willing to pay a fortune for it, and willing to share it with her. Together, her heart warmed. Zhou Hao took out the first aid kit, dipped a cotton swab in iodine, and gently dabbed at her swollen, red face. Tell me if it hurts. That gentle, soft-spoken tone was worlds apart from her husband's brutal, heavy-handed cruelty. Wang Jing's heart pounded. Zhou Hao was plain-looking, but he was sharp, thoughtful, and responsible. 10 times the man her useless husband was. He set down the swab and cracked a grin. There, just stay by the fire, don't go anywhere. I'll get you something to eat. Every flicker of expression on her face registered in his eyes. Slipping in while she was vulnerable, it was working. Next, the roles would reverse. He made a bowl of instant noodles and handed it over. Wang Jing swallowed hard, and forgetting all about appearances, wolfed it down in a few bites. She hadn't had a drop of water since last night. All because she'd frowned once during sex. Her husband decided she was disgusted with him. He didn't just beat her, he wouldn't even let her eat. More than a decade of marriage had once left her with a shred of guilt. But now, since he was trying to push her to the edge, she wouldn't feel bad about being ruthless. Zhou Hao, forget the terms we agreed on before. I'll give you back your money. Wang Jing steadied herself and looked at him earnestly. Just help me, and I'll do whatever you say. She slipped off her outer pants, revealing long legs sheathed in black stockings. Zhou Hao swallowed but kept his composure. Sis, this was what we agreed on all along. I'll definitely help you. Stop pretending. Wang Jing gave a seductive smile and wrapped her arms around his neck. The two of them went at it like dry kindling and open flame, launching into a friendly debate in front of the fire. Before they knew it, it was 8 in the evening. If they were going to act, it had to be under cover of night. The two crept stealthily down to the first floor. Wang Jing pulled out her key. Sis, is he really asleep at this hour? Zhou Hao had his doubts. Trust me, he's dead to the world by now. The door opened onto pitch-black darkness inside. By the moonlight, the two felt their way into the bedroom. Snoring came from within. The instant they pushed the door open, Zhou Hao lunged and bound the man with rope, Wang Jing right behind him, stuffing a stocking into his mouth. MMPH, MMPH, MMPH. The man thrashed violently, until Zhou Hao kicked him in the stomach, leaving him gasping for breath. Together they tied him firmly to a chair. Wang Jing slapped him across the face and sneered. So you've got it coming too. In Zhou Hao's eyes, both this man and Wang Jing were nothing more than tools. He didn't care who lived or died. It was just that Wang Jing was worth more than this man. The debate grew so heated over its contentious topic that it didn't wrap up until the small hours. Zhou Hao won. The final step. He swung a wooden club and knocked the man out, untied him, and stripped him down to nothing but a set of thermal underwear. The two of them carried him out to the car. Zhou Hao got into the driver's seat and deliberately, he drove the car some distance from the house to create the illusion of going out to scavenge for supplies. He stuffed the trunk with provisions, drained every drop of gas from the tank, then propped the man back up in the driver's seat. A perfect setup. Went out looking for supplies, ran out of gas, froze to death. Flawless. Now all they had to do was wait for someone to find him in the morning. Back inside, Wang Jing nestled sweetly into Zhou Hao's arms. From this moment on, she was the true owner of the house. The millions in the account were all hers now. In the face of such enormous stakes, Zhou Hao's little bit of tenderness meant nothing. He'd egged her on to kill her husband, just waiting for the extreme cold to end so he could spend her money. But Wang Jing had never planned to split it with anyone. The moment the cold snapped, she'd turn around and accuse him of coercion. As for the murder itself, with so many people freezing to death in this cold, how far could the police really investigate? The human heart is colder than these 60 below temperatures. Day 2 of the extreme cold. The temperature still hovered around 60 below. Today was slightly better. It had risen to 58 below. But that 2-degree difference made no difference at all to how it felt. I got up early to wake Lin Wan, who was still asleep. She rubbed her eyes and stretched out her little hands. Hug, hug. I bent down and scooped her up. She clung to me like an octopus, buried her little head against my shoulder, and drifted right back to sleep. Listening to her soft breathing, all I could do was carry her, half laughing, half exasperated, to go wake Shin Yue. Shin Yue was already up, doing yoga. Through the crack in the door, her yoga outfit showed off every curve of her figure. Sensing my gaze from outside, the corners of her mouth quietly turned up, but I only looked for a few seconds before raising my hand to knock. "Come in," she said without getting up, still holding her pose. I cleared my throat lightly. "Come eat when you're done. We're heading somewhere in a bit." Then I left without lingering. The instant the door closed, I thought I heard a muffled grunt from inside. 3 steaming bowls of snail rice noodles sat on the table, along with 3 bottles of energy drinks. The cases of stock at the convenience store had become hard currency now. By the time we finished, it was 7 in the morning. Today we were going to rescue Su-ro. I got dressed, and the 2 girls fell in behind me. The 3 of us set off in the off-road vehicle. In the car, Lin Wan asked curiously, "What are we doing today? Not scavenging for supplies again, is it?" Shin Yue slumped her shoulders and let out a soft sigh. She couldn't help with gathering supplies, and she always felt like a vase someone was keeping around. It didn't sit right with her. She didn't want to just comfortably enjoy everything others gave her, but she didn't know what she could do either. I could sense her mood and said gently, "No supplies today. We're rescuing someone." "Rescuing someone? I can help." Her eyes lit up. He perked up immediately. But Lin Wan, in the passenger seat, felt her heart sink. Her sixth sense told her, whoever needed saving definitely wasn't a guy. She hesitated a moment, then ventured cautiously. "So, who are we saving?" I opened my right hand, and a statue materialized, giving off a faint glow. Lin Wan recognized it at once. It was the statue that had healed her yesterday. There, the owner of this statue, holder of a symbiosis artifact. A woman. Yeah, a woman. I instinctively rubbed my nose, sensing a hint of jealousy in her tone. Lin Wan gave a soft humph. She knew it. The car was silent the rest of the way. Half an hour later, we stopped at Su-ro's complex. Following the intel from the system, I found her front door. Knock, knock, knock. The door opened. Wrapped in a comforter, Su-ro rubbed her bleary eyes. But the moment she saw me, she snapped wide awake. How did you find my place?" I motioned for them to come inside, and only after shutting the door did I speak. "The symbiosis artifact, the fountain of life, guided us here." The statue appeared in my palm. Su-ro reached out and touched it. It dissolved into a beam of light and sank into her forehead. I turned to Lin Wan. "Any room left in the core?" "Yeah." She pressed a finger to Su-ro's forehead. The thermal core activated, and a transparent shield enveloped her entire body. Warmth flooded through Su-ro. She threw off the comforter, revealing a pink nightgown, and discovered to her amazement, the cold had been completely sealed out. Lin Wan smiled. "That's my ability. A steady 79 degrees, no matter the weather. The cold can't touch you." Su-ro bowed deeply to her, and a statue of a human-faced serpent surfaced in her palm. You should keep it on you," she said, holding the statue out to me. "You're the backbone of this group. We can't afford anything happening to you." From the moment she'd awakened, she'd figured out exactly where she fit, the healer. Her healing power was strong, but she had almost no combat ability. If she didn't join a team, if something went wrong and she had no way to reach anyone, it could easily cost her life. The fountain of life would serve its greatest purpose in my hands. I was a little surprised. "You're sure?" "I'm sure," she answered without hesitation, then adjusted her glasses. "Don't worry, I won't just be dead weight. Besides the symbiosis artifact, I've got medical knowledge in my head, and I can cook." Since the day she awakened, she'd stopped expecting the deep freeze to just disappear. Power that defied all natural law had entered the world, which meant the world itself had already changed. It was nothing like the official line, that it would only last a month or two. To survive, she had to make herself needed, and no one understood that more clearly than she did. As she finished speaking, Shinyue lowered her head and said nothing. I took another look at the woman in front of me. Goo. I'll translate this text into natural American English. She saw the big picture and knew where to draw the line. No wonder she'd made regional store managers so young. A woman like that would be an asset anywhere. Just then, another knock came at the door. My expression changed. The killer from my intel had arrived. I pulled Lin Wan and Shun Yue into the small room. Before we went in, I lowered my voice and warned them, don't blow our cover. Suro didn't ask questions. She wrapped the quilt back around herself and went to answer the door. I pressed myself against the crack in the door and held my breath. The hunters were here. I flattened myself behind the wardrobe, listening to the sounds from the living room through the crack in the door. What do you want? Suro's voice turned ice cold in an instant. Through the gap, I watched two people walk in. A woman, bundled in several layers of thick clothing, bloated like a penguin, yet strutting in like she owned the place. Behind her trailed a man, his eyes fixed on Suro with pure malice. Li Yin. Suro spat out the name through gritted teeth, her voice thick with disgust. I filed it away. A co-worker from the same company. Suro's rival in last year's regional manager race. Frame-ups, sabotage, she'd done it all. Li Yin crossed her arms and swept her eyes around the room. Hey, don't be like that. Let's sit down and talk this through. That's when I noticed it. The man slid a knife out from his sleeve and waved it in front of Suro. Suro's pupils contracted. She took 2 steps back. My hand had already found the glass bead in my pocket. Not yet. Suro dragged over a stool and sat down as close to the bedroom door as she could. Smart. She was leaving me room to make my move. Go on then. Talk about what? Her voice was strangely calm. It was that calm that made Li Yan's face shift. She pulled a sheet of paper from her briefcase and tossed it onto the table. Sign this. A 3 million guarantee. Suro looked at her like she was staring at an idiot. I signed that guarantee. You skip town, and when the bank comes calling, it's not you they find. It's me. Li Yan sneered. Won't sign? The power and internet are down. If I kill you right here, once the deep freeze ends in 2 months, you think the authorities will ever trace it? The man's knife flashed again. You've got 3 minutes. Li Yan fussed with her manicure, her tone casual. Sign the contract or become a corpse. Behind the door, I clenched my fist. This woman had it all calculated from the start. Borrow the money, run, leave Suro drowning in debt, and take her life for good measure. Quite the scheme. But Suro smiled. She slowly rose to her feet. I'll sign, but on one condition. What condition? I use my own pen. Li Yan and the man exchanged a glance, then nodded. Suro got up and headed toward the bedroom. She pushed open the door. The man's gaze swept warily into the room and saw nothing. I pressed myself flat against the shadow of the wardrobe and flashed her a signal with my fingers. Don't close the door. She nodded slightly, picked up a black pen from the desk, and turned to walk out. I watched through the crack in the door. She bent down to look over the contract, and the man edged closer and closer behind her, the knife raised high, just waiting for her to sign. Suro's hand was steady. She flipped through the contract pages and signed her name. Li Yan snatched the paper away, the corners of her mouth curling up. She leaned close to Suro's ear and dropped her voice to a whisper. Let me tell you a little secret. I never planned to let you live. The man's knife came slashing down. I flicked out the glass marble. Crack. The marble hit the man's wrist dead on. The knife clattered to the floor, and he clutched his wrist, howling, looking around wildly, until his eyes landed on the 3 of us in the doorway. You've got people here? He took a step back. Li Yan tried to run, but Lin Wan and Shun Yue blocked her from both sides. I kicked the man square in the back and bent down to grab the knife off the floor. He steadied himself and stared at what I was wearing, short sleeves and shorts, completely unharmed in this 60 below cold. His face changed. Shorts, short sleeves, you people. He didn't finish. One stroke, and I cut his throat. Blood splattered across the floor. You'd actually kill someone. Aren't you afraid of standing trial once the deep freeze is over? Li Yan's face went bone white with terror as she pressed her back against the sliding door. I couldn't help but laugh. Is this a joke to you? A second ago, she was raising a knife to murder someone, and now she wants to talk to me about the law. Lin Wan and Shun Yue looked utterly speechless. If I hadn't been holding them back, they'd have made their move long ago. I tossed the knife aside and looked at her with a half-smile. I'll give you two choices. 1. Kill yourself. 2. Take a beating. The second one. Su Ro was the first to rush her. Fists, feet, blow after blow. All the years of injustice she'd been dealt went into every strike. No matter how thick Li Yan's clothes were, they couldn't shield her. She rolled on the floor in agony, both arms clamped tight over her chest. I watched quietly until Su Ro wore herself out and stepped aside, panting. Can I go now? Li Yan's voice was barely a thread. Go on, I said with a smile. She struggled to her feet, ignoring the pain, and bolted for the door. The instant her left foot crossed the threshold, I threw the dagger. Straight and true, right into the center of her back. Let me tell you a little secret too. The corner of my mouth lifted. The truth is, I never planned to let you leave. When Li Yan went down, her eyes were still open, wide with disbelief. I hadn't come here today just to save Su Ro. Loose ends need to be cut clean, all at once. Leave someone alive, and you leave the root of the trouble. The two bodies, we found a place to cremate them. We didn't just dump them outside. Triggered, ordinary. Event. Kill those who threaten the life of a symbiosis item holder. Reward, 10,000 survival points. 10,000. I raised an eyebrow. The previous rewards had been in the hundreds or thousands, but this one jumped straight to 10,000. Apparently, the bigger the event, the richer the payout. This beat slowly grinding for points any day. With the drama settled, I told Su Ro to pack her things and move in with us. Proximity makes it easier to build affinity. The two girls didn't object. The symbiosis item benefited them too, so there was no reason to refuse. Half an hour later, Su Ro came downstairs dragging her suitcase and joined us. I stuffed the case into the trunk and turned to ask her, any gas stations or charging stations around here? I needed energy to recharge the core. She frowned, thinking it over. In this kind of cold, gasoline freezes solid. And the equipment at charging stations probably won't even start up. Fair point. Gasoline needs a lot of heat to thaw, and without power, a charging station can't generate any electricity. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. What about a boiler room? I know an old residential complex that still uses one. A boiler room? Shin Yue looked completely lost. She'd grown up downtown her whole life and had never heard of such a thing. Lin Wan and I, both northerners, caught on immediately. Boiler rooms burn gas, oil, or coal. Whatever the fuel, it's all energy. The four of us got in the car, with Su Ro navigating. Half an hour later, we arrived at an old housing complex. This kind of complex isn't hooked up to the municipal grid. They still rely on the old boiler room, she explained. I used the master key to open the boiler room's front door. The equipment inside was complete, but the central console had long since lost power. Without electricity, natural gas couldn't reach the burner, and it was the same with fuel oil. They were all just decorations. But an old complex like this most likely kept a coal-fired boiler as a backup. We split up to search. In less than 10 minutes, sure enough, we found a dust-covered old coal-fired boiler in the corner. There was a door beside it. I pushed it open. Mountains of coal. I knew it. I immediately had the system scan. A total of 105 tons. Restoring the thermal energy core required 15 tons. I did the math. That was enough for 7 weeks, nearly 2 months. System, can I use the supply doubler card on coal? The supply doubler card only applies to food. A bit of a shame. I collected all the coal into my storage space. 105 tons, and the space expanded again. Only this time it took a while. System, restore core energy. 15 tons of coal consumed. Core energy restored. Remaining duration, 8 days. Once that was done, we turned to head out, only to find 7 or 8 people gathered outside the door. They were all residents of the complex, staring at us warily. An old man leaning on a cane stepped forward, his voice icy. Who are you? How did you get into the boiler room? My eyes darted around. Property management. Come to check if the boiler room still works. The crowd hesitated. Property management in these old apartment complexes was always outsourced. No uniforms, no ID badges. Before the power went out, they really had mentioned in the group chat that they'd send someone to inspect the boiler room. The old man squinted, studying our clothes, unnaturally thin. It was 60 below zero, yet we were perfectly fine. I waved my hand and called out to the crowd. The equipment's been checked. As soon as power's restored, the heat will come back on. Please be patient. Then I led the three women toward the SUV. The crowd didn't disperse. They all looked to the old man, waiting for him to speak. Surround them first. Don't let them leave. In an instant, a group of elderly people packed themselves around the car, leaving no way out. I frowned. Forcing our way through wouldn't be hard, but these people had done nothing to us. There was no reason to hurt them. Leaning on his cane, the old man walked into the boiler room. Everything inside was normal, no signs of theft. He specifically checked the coal storage. The door was locked, the lock cylinder intact, and there wasn't even a speck of coal dust on the floor. Only then did he relax and wave for the residents to make way. I stuck my head out the window. Thanks. The car started and shot out of the complex. Congratulations to Blue Star Online player Muchuan and party for clearing the instance. Reward: 1 supply chest. A blue screen appeared out of nowhere. In the passenger seat, Sue Ro's eyes snapped wide open. I watched her expression shift from shock to understanding. She'd figured it out. This isn't an ordinary apocalypse, she said tensely. It's a game. I said nothing. She was right. The moment everyone realized this was a game, the world's order would completely collapse. When that happened, surviving would only get harder. I'm grateful, she murmured, as if speaking to herself. Grateful I awakened a symbiosis item, that I could be bound to you. Under such brutal rules, this might be the only chance at survival. She volunteered to go grab the chest. I let go of the seatbelt I was about to unbuckle and nodded. The car door opened and shut. She ran over, picked the chest up off the ground, and opened it. The next second, the anticipation on her face froze, replaced by an expression somewhere between laughter and tears. For a long moment, she couldn't say a word. Suro climbed back into the SUV, clutching the chest, silent. Lin Wan, Shin Yue, and I leaned in. One glance was all it took. The three of us sucked in a sharp breath in unison. Hey, a phone. I picked up the phone and pressed the power button. In under 10 seconds, the screen lit up. There was only one app inside, called Deep Blue. The other three each got a phone too, and the chest transformed before our eyes into a thin instruction sheet. I scanned it. Blue Star Communication Network. As long as one person activates it, all survivors share access. Subsequent instances will have chance to unlock more apps. I raised an eyebrow, noticing that the battery icon in the top right corner was an infinity symbol. Never runs out of power? I flipped the phone over and over, and sure enough, there was no charging port anywhere. Game rewards were never stingy. Meanwhile, every survivor across the globe received the same phone and the same instruction manual. The moment they grasped its purpose, some were ecstatic while others turned deathly pale. Because they'd all figured out the same thing. The official claim that the extreme cold would only last a month or two was a lie. The extreme cold would last forever. Those who'd only stockpiled a month or two of supplies panicked. People holed up at home rushed out to scavenge. Those who'd resigned themselves to their fate flooded the messaging app. Within minutes, the chat interface had erupted into chaos. Frowning, I closed it immediately. Lin Wan, riding shotgun, scrolled through her screen and suddenly perked up. Look, you guys, you can narrow down the location. I reopened my phone and tried adjusting the location range. Tianhai Province, Tianhai City, Dongqing District, Jin's Garden. The smaller the range, the sparser the messages, and each one was crystal clear. The scattered few were all talking about the extreme cold. I noticed that everyone's usernames appeared to be their real names. I typed out a line and sent it. 100 pounds of food for 1 hour of climate control. Limited quantity, first come first served. Message sent successfully. Sure enough, my username was my real name, Muchuan. A long while passed. The message board stayed empty. I was about to shut off the phone and drive back for dinner when a message suddenly popped up. 100 pounds of food for 1 hour? What a fucking ripoff. A few seconds later, the message was recalled. But I'd already caught the sender's username. Zhou Hao. I let out a cold laugh. Tomorrow we'll see whether you're the one planning to kidnap Shin Yue. If it's you, then you can wait to die. Back at Jin's Garden, a crowd had gathered on the open ground in front of the building. Wang Jing dabbed at her tears, putting on a show of crying while everyone around her offered comfort in a chorus of voices. Shin Yue squeezed in for a look, then quickly backed out and lowered her voice to me. That man who froze to death in the black sedan, he's Wang Jing's husband, the real landlord. In this kind of extreme cold, freezing to death was nothing unusual. I didn't bother looking further and led the three of them back inside. The four of us sat around the table, eating our last hot pot meal. Bang, bang, bang. Someone pounded hard on the door. Frowning, I got up and pulled it open. A stranger stood outside, sizing up my clothes, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. I couldn't be bothered. What is it? The landlord's calling everyone together to figure out how to survive the extreme cold. I waved my hand. I don't live here. I'm not going. Bang. The door slammed shut. Who was that? Lin Wan poked her head out. A messenger, I said with a smirk. Wants us downstairs for a meeting, to get through this together. Shen Yue scoffed. Get through what? Everyone should just look after themselves. Agreed, Su Ro chimed in. They both saw right through it. Call it a discussion all you want. It was really an interrogation. They just wanted to pool everyone's supplies and hand out rations as they saw fit. And who's to say the person in charge wouldn't skim off the top and claim there wasn't enough food? We kept our heads down and ate our hot pot, letting the commotion outside rage on. Downstairs, Wang Jing put on a tearful, heart-wrenching performance and smoothly took over her late husband's entire estate. To win people over, she made a public promise. No rent during the cold spell, and 3 months' rent refunded once it was over. The tactic worked like a charm. As long as the freeze didn't lift, the apartments were theirs in name. And that bit of rent? It hardly mattered either way. The crowd chanted Wang Jing's name, each of them eager to do her bidding. Upstairs, Zhou Hao watched it all, the corner of his mouth curling up. Step 1 was done. Now he could roll out his plan, piece by piece. Right on cue, Wang Jing spoke up. Everyone, there's no telling when this cold will end. We're all neighbors here. We should help one another. Heads nodded all around. Jing's right. A good neighbor's worth more than a distant relative. We help where we can. From agreement to debate, the conversation slowly unfolded. I say we make sure the elderly and the kids get fed first. No, feed the ones going out to scavenge first. Whoever does the work should eat and drink well. I think. Wang Jing listened quietly. Everyone had an opinion, yet they all managed to dance around the real issue, pooling the supplies and rationing them out. After all, every household had stockpiled a different amount, and nobody wanted to give up more than the next person. Seeing this, Wang Jing simply popped open her car's trunk. Listen, everyone, the only way we survive is by managing our supplies together. It's the only way to force the freeloaders out the door to work. I'm putting all my supplies on the table to show I mean it. A trunk packed to the brim came into view, and the crowd fell silent in an instant. Some households didn't have anywhere near that much. Wang Jing was willing to give it all. That was real commitment. If you held back now, wouldn't you look downright selfish? But thinking it and doing it were two different things. No one wanted to be first. As long as nobody made the first move, they all had an excuse to sit tight. Upstairs, Zhou Hao saw the sticking point at a glance. He went back inside and hauled down a few boxes of supplies. I'm in favor of turning them in. We count everything on the spot, and we keep it all clear when it's time to divide. His expression stayed calm as he laid out a plan that seemed perfectly fair. Someone gritted their teeth, then turned and headed home to grab their share. Pull one thread, and the whole thing. All over. More and more people started pulling out their supplies, piling them at the bottom of the stairs. Some brought a lot, some barely anything. Wang Jing and Zhou Hao stood off to the side, whispering to each other. After a moment, Wang Jing walked up to a man, tapped his shoulder, and pulled him into a quiet corner. Zhang Chao, sweetie. She got straight to the point, her voice soft and sugary. Can you help your big sis out? I can't hold this crowd down on my own. She put on a deliberately pitiful look, bringing her pretty face a little closer. Zhang Chao grinned, more than happy to oblige. Sis Wang, just tell me what you need. Wang Jing's fingertips lightly brushed his arm, her pearly teeth biting her red lip, her eyes drifting flirtatiously. That did the trick. Zhang Chao was over the moon. Listen, big guy. Wang Jing lowered her voice. I'll cut you a bigger share of the supplies. Come over to my place tonight, and I'll cook you something special. All you have to do is round up a few of the guys and follow my lead. The corners of Zhang Chao's mouth shot up like crazy. He nodded hard. Done. I'll go get people right now. He'd only taken a couple of steps when he turned back, copped a quick feel, and then walked off, thoroughly satisfied. Wang Jing kept a straight face, but inside she rolled her eyes. Soon, 6 men had gathered around her. Wang Jing lifted her chin, her gaze suddenly turning sharp. All right, everyone. If we're pooling supplies, then bring out everything you've got at home so we can redistribute it fairly. She waved a ring of keys in her hand. I have a key to every unit. Anyone caught hoarding, don't blame me when I give you less at the next handout. The crowd froze. The landlord who'd been so warm and understanding just moments ago. How had she flipped into someone this hard-nosed? Discontent quietly spread through the crowd. They were already resistant to pooling their supplies, and now they were going to be forcibly searched. Just then, a man came panting down the stairs. Sis landlord, there's one household that won't come out. Wang Jing said flatly. The one on the second floor, right? Zhou Hao chimed in. We're all in the same complex. Help out if you can. What's the deal with not showing up? Unless they've got so much stuff they're afraid of people finding out. That one line stirred up everyone's imagination. The moment they heard there might be a big stash and that a search was on the table, their eyes lit up. As long as it wasn't their own home getting searched, they were more eager than anyone. Whatever got found would be shared. Free loot falling right out of the sky. If they won't share, then let's go search their place. Yeah, the landlord even waived our rent. That's a huge favor, and they won't return it. They just want a freeload without lifting a finger. The commotion downstairs had long since reached my ears. The 3 girls furrowed their brows, faces full of irritation. The supplies I'd worked so hard to gather. Why should I have to hand them over? This was pushing it too far. Shen Yue ground her teeth in anger. Who does she think she's fooling? I don't need your rent waived. Worst case. Impressive, right? Xiaochuan's got his own place. 3 bedrooms, plenty of room for all of us. Lin Wan chimed in. I tapped my fingers on the table, frowning slightly. Tomorrow, Shen Yue getting kidnapped. That was the real problem. Until those kidnappers were dealt with, the danger wouldn't go away. Tonight, I'd have to stay. Gather all the food in the house. I'll put it in the space. In the blink of an eye, the room was spotless. Nothing left but that half-eaten pot of hot pot on the table. Bang, bang, bang. The hallway outside erupted in noise, packed with people. Several men were shouting at the top of their lungs for me to open the door. Wang Jing shoved her way through the crowd, holding up a key. Move it, I'll open it. Click. The door swung open, and the smell of hot pot came rushing out. Everyone swallowed hard in unison. After the deep freeze hit, the power and water were cut off. Even the gas stopped working. There was no way to cook anything. And yet this household could still eat hot pot? They had to have a gas canister. Maybe even a whole stockpile of supplies. I feigned confusion. What do you people want? Wang Jing snorted coldly. What do we want? A search. Turn his place upside down and dig out all his supplies. Several burly men stepped forward menacingly. I looked at her with a half-smile. Fine, search away. But if you don't find anything, doesn't that mean we should search your room and Zhou Hao's too? Absolutely. Zhou Hao pushed his way out of the crowd, the corners of his mouth curling up. He'd seen me drive off with his own eyes and was certain I'd stockpiled plenty. Besides, he'd split his own supplies between 2 locations. If they found a little bit at home, it wouldn't matter. I crossed my arms. Sure, but there's a girl's room in there, so send the women in. A few middle-aged women stepped out of the crowd, each one looking like someone you didn't want to mess with. I stepped aside and let them in. Wang Jing, not trusting them, followed along. 15 minutes later, the women came out, muttering to themselves. Something's off. How is there nothing here? Zhou Hao grabbed one of them and lowered his voice, pressing for answers. The reply left him dumbfounded. Ma'am, did you really search carefully? Nothing at all. The woman rolled her eyes. What do I get out of lying to you? Except for that pot of hot pot on the table, there's nothing in there. Zhou Hao turned to look at Wang Jing, whose face had gone pale. Her expression said it all. I leaned against the doorframe, wearing a helpless look. See? The reason I didn't join was because I don't have any supplies. I didn't want to freeload off everyone. The crowd lowered their heads in shame. The facts were right there in front of them. They'd wrongly accused an innocent man. Fury blazed in Zhou Hao's eyes. Then explain this. What about this pot of hot pot? I gave a slight smile. There's a hot pot restaurant on the commercial street, isn't there? The door's open. There's a gas canister inside. Made it fresh. The crowd stirred, and several people spun around and headed downstairs. They bolted, straight for the hot pot place. Zhou Hao's fists clenched tight, but he had no comeback. I clapped my hands and looked around at everyone. All right, folks, the show's over. Isn't it time we kept our promise and searched Wang Jing and Zhou Hao's rooms? Fine by me. Wang Jing led the group downstairs, and the rest of us followed at a leisurely pace. She was this confident, which meant she'd probably stashed her supplies away a long time ago. Finding them wouldn't be hard, but I wasn't in any rush. Wasn't she the one who wanted everyone to hand over their supplies? Once they'd all turned everything in, then I'd make my move and get my payback. That would be truly satisfying. The group arrived at the landlord's place on the first floor. The furniture inside was neatly arranged. A few middle-aged women went in and turned the place upside down, finding nothing. Wang Jing smirked and turned to look at me. My supplies were confiscated ages ago. You can search all you want. There's nothing here. I couldn't be bothered to deal with her and turned to Zhou Hao. Then let's take a look at your place. Zhou Hao stayed calm. Mine were confiscated too. Searching would be a waste of time. With Wang Jing setting the precedent, the crowd started to hesitate. Zhou Hao really had hauled out several boxes of supplies in front of everyone. What if the search turned up nothing again? I could see it now. Some of these people hadn't handed over everything they had. If it ever came to a direct comparison, they'd forever be one rung below Zhou Hao and Wang Jing. I did see him carry his supplies downstairs. Maybe we don't need to search after all. Yeah, the guy's selfless and generous. It's not right for us to keep searching. I let out a cold laugh. What? So searching my place would sit just fine with you? You made a promise, so don't back out now. Any supplies we find belong to all of us anyway, right? The crowd was still wavering. Zhou Hao patted his chest, looking utterly self-assured. A clear conscience fears no accusation. Come, search my place. He led the group up to the third floor. The moment the door opened, several young men rushed in to search. Zhou Hao leaned against the wall. Catching sight of Shun Yue out of the corner of his eye, he immediately put on his upstanding gentleman act and moved to strike up a conversation. Shun Yue's face was full of disgust. She ducked behind me, her small hands wrapping tightly around my waist. I assumed it was Lin Wan, so I didn't look down. The sight turned Zhou Hao's face the color of liver. The searchers came out empty-handed, shaking their heads. No supplies. Nothing but furniture and personal belongings. Zhou Hao finally breathed a sigh of relief, his voice suddenly rising. See that? I turned everything in. Anyone hoarding supplies had better watch out. Don't blame me for what comes next. A few burly men stood behind him, faces grim. Plenty of people's eyes darted around. They didn't dare look up. Zhou Hao's lips curled up, every bit the leader. I stepped forward and spoke slowly. Everyone, hold on a moment. The crowd turned back. There are supplies in his place. And a lot of them. Zhou Hao's heart lurched. Didn't they just search? What makes you say there's anything here? I narrowed my eyes and deepened my gaze. A cold glint flashed. Just now, I'd analyzed him with my intel card. The exact locations of his stash, crystal clear. This guy was cunning. The bulk was hidden in a vacant apartment across the way. He'd kept less than a tenth here, tucked into a concealed compartment. Fine by me. Let's make sure you lose everything. Everyone, follow me. I strode inside, heading straight for the bedroom. The others trailed after me, half skeptical. Zhou Hao's expression changed in an instant, his pupils contracting sharply. Did he know where the compartment was? In the bedroom, I scanned the room and locked onto a frozen glass on the table. The cup was frozen solid to the tabletop, completely immovable. Zhou Hao lunged forward to block me. Leave that cup alone. Force it, and you'll wreck the whole table. I waved him off. Relax, I'm not going to yank it. Shoving past him, I gripped the cup and turned it 3 times to the right, then 5 times to the left. A rumbling sound. The wall behind the table slowly cracked open, revealing a hidden door. Behind it, more than 20 crates of supplies, 7 or 8 cases of bottled water. Everyone's eyes went wide, faces filled with disbelief. Zhou Hao turned deathly pale and lowered his head, guilt written all over his face. I stared at him coldly. So this is your selfless devotion? This is you turning all your supplies over to the group? One sentence lit the fuse of public opinion. And I thought he was actually selfless. I knew there was no such thing as a good guy. Turns out he was trying to screw us all over. Scum like this, and he wanted to con everyone out of their supplies. Zhou Hao couldn't lift his head under the barrage. Everyone shut up. The crowd parted. Wang Jing walked in with several burly men, her face grim as she fixed her eyes on Zhou Hao. I never thought you were this kind of person. All supplies are confiscated. Take them downstairs. People immediately started hauling everything out. Zhou Hao slumped onto the bed, silent, as if resigned to his fate. I gave him a cool glance. Nice acting. I already had the location of the other stash in the palm of my hand. I was just waiting for the right moment. Wang Jing turned to look at us. You really won't join the group? If something happens, at least you'd have people to back you up. The implication couldn't have been clearer. Don't join, and don't blame us for making you a target. I smiled and politely declined. Join the enemy camp and let myself be manipulated? My brain wasn't broken yet. Brocade garden. From what I later pieced together, Wang Jing stood on the platform, the few big men Zhang Chao had brought standing rigidly behind her, watching the residents haul supplies. They'd just finished a thorough search of every household. Anyone caught hiding supplies was noted down and would get smaller rations going forward. Everyone else got 2 allotments a day. Looking at the supplies covering the floor, the corners of Wang Jing's mouth curled up. Zhou Hao's mind was sharp. All right, one scheme nested inside another. Sacrifice a little dignity in exchange for the top seat out in the open. If they really could grow big enough, then even if the extreme cold lasted forever, she could live like a queen. The days. Good work, everyone. Wang Jing held up the ledger. Once you're done counting, move everything to the unit next to mine. I'll handle the accounting. She logged each item, shorting the count on every one. Whatever she skimmed off the top went straight to her. Once the ledger was finished, she generously passed it around for everyone to see. No one suspected a thing. They flipped through a couple pages and handed it back. We don't have much, she sighed softly. Everyone needs to be ready to head out and scavenge for supplies. You got it. We're all with you, Jing. After collecting their shares, the crowd dispersed. The big guys left too, leaving only Wang Jing, Zhou Hao, and Zhang Chao. Zhang Chao grinned and threw an arm around Wang Jing. Sis, about that special treatment, can we do it now? I can't wait. Zhou Hao's face stayed blank as he stepped off to the side. He'd seen all this coming, and he'd already prepped Wang Jing for it. Staying on top wasn't just about perks. You needed muscle strong enough to keep everyone in line. Paying a little price was only fair. Wang Jing said nothing and headed inside first. Zhang Chao followed, grinning like a creep. 3 minutes later, Zhang Chao walked out looking thoroughly satisfied. He slung an arm around Zhou Hao's shoulder. Bro, you should try it sometime. Then he strutted off. A flash of contempt crossed Zhou Hao's eyes. Foreplay, getting undressed and dressed again. All of that took time. By that math, he'd lasted less than a minute. And you think you deserve to enjoy anything? Probably just putting on a show to cover up how pathetic he really is. A moment later, Wang Jing emerged from the room, her face full of disgust. Another guy who can't last 3 minutes. So annoying. Zhou Hao reached out and wrapped an arm around her waist. You've got me. What are you worried about? Ugh, I already regret agreeing to give him special treatment every single night. Zhou Hao curled his lips into a smile. Then let's kill 2 birds with 1 stone. I've got a plan. We send him to grab a hostage, and use that hostage to force Mu Chuan to go collect supplies for us. Wang Jing mulled it over. Why does Zhou Hao keep zeroing in on Mu Chuan? When one man goes out of his way to make trouble for another, it's usually over a woman. Thinking back on everything, it had to be Shun Yue. Well, if that's who you want, I'll give you a hand. She nodded. Fine. I'll see if I can talk him into it tonight. And all of this, I'd find out soon enough. That night, I took the 3 girls out, planning to clear out every last bit of the supplies Zhou Hao had stashed away. As we passed Wang Jing's unit on the 1st floor, Xin Yue suddenly stopped and pressed her ear to the door. A few seconds later, a blush crept across her face. Lin Wan got curious too, tugging at her arm. What is it? What's going on in there? Xin Yue didn't hold back. These past few nights, what exactly have you and Mu Chuan been up to? Lin Wan's ears went red, and she looked a little flustered. You heard all that. You were so loud. How could I not hear? Xin Yue pressed her ear back against the door. The noise inside stopped, replaced by a soft rustling. Just as we thought it was nothing. Audible. A conversation drifted out from inside. Sis, sorry about this. I haven't been sleeping well these past couple days. I understand. But when you act like this, you put me in a tough spot too. Sis, From now on, I'm your right-hand man. Whatever you tell me to do, I'll do it. Actually, there is something I need your help with. Remember the first guy we searched today? There were 3 women behind him. One had her hair up in a high ponytail. Go grab her and bring her to the Glory Apartments. You can have your fun with her if you want, just don't let anyone catch on. I remember her. Don't worry, sis. Consider it done. The conversation cut off abruptly, replaced by the sound of heavy breathing. Shun Yuyue curled her lip and was about to stand up when her whole body suddenly went rigid. Neither Su Ro nor Lin Wan had a high ponytail today. The one they wanted to grab was her. Her face went pale in an instant. She stumbled back 2 steps, burst out of the stairwell, and threw her arms around me in the corridor. Only then did I look down. Lin Wan wore a blank expression. Su Ro frowned. She must have overheard something. Let's go check it out. The 2 of them tiptoed after us and found Shun Yi clinging to me, her body trembling faintly. Lin Wan ignored her odd behavior and asked with concern, "What is it? What happened?" Shun Yi's eyes were rimmed red. Sobbing between words, she said, "I just heard them. They're going to kidnap me." My gaze sharpened. It matched the intel, but I still needed to find out who was behind it. I gently stroked her hair. "Don't be afraid. Tell me, who wants to take you?" In my arms, her emotions gradually settled. Her voice quavered. "Wang Jing. The other guy, I don't know him." I frowned. That man was probably just muscle. Wang Jing might not be the mastermind. 9 times out of 10, it was Zhou Hao pulling the strings from behind. Not Lin Wan, not Su Ro. They'd singled out Shun Yuyue. Who else could it be but Zhou Hao? I just couldn't figure it out. Zhou Hao didn't seem like the impatient type. Why make a move so suddenly? Never mind. You can't see into another person's heart. How could I ever guess every scheme someone was cooking up? I stroked her hair and lowered my voice. I have a plan. Tomorrow, you go out scavenging for supplies like usual. We'll follow behind you. Turn their scheme against them. Use her as bait. Wait for them to take it and catch them all in one net. Lin Wan frowned. Will that really work? What if something goes wrong? It's too risky. Su Ro chimed in. There was risk, no denying it. I waved my hand, and a card materialized in my palm. The image on it was a bear with white fur, animal ears, and twin ponytails, its eyes gleaming with menace. Even through the card, it radiated an oppressive pressure. Take this. If we can't get there in time, just tear it apart. Shin Yuyue took it, her eyes lighting up. She'd seen this bear before. One punch could flatten a thug. With it around, she had nothing to fear. She carefully tucked the card away. Ding, Shin Yuyue. Host favorability plus 20, currently at 70 points. Come on, follow me. I'm taking you somewhere. We stopped in front of an apartment building. According to the intel card, Zhou Hao's supplies were hidden on the 5th floor, east side. 2 units on the east side. It didn't specify which one. I pulled out the keys and opened both doors. One unit was completely empty, with a single box in the center and a black and white photo propped behind it. The 4 of us swallowed hard in unison and slammed the door shut. Ugh, a columbarium unit. Zhou Hao was clever. He'd stashed his supplies right next to a memorial room, the kind of place most people wouldn't dare set foot in. Even the floors above and below sat empty. I walked into the other unit. Just as empty, with another black and white photo and an urn box in the center. But the windows in this one hadn't been sealed with cement. This memorial room was fake. Xiaochuan, why are we in a room full of ashes? The 3 girls had gone pale, feeling like an eerie chill was blowing right at them. There's supplies here. Ignoring the box in the middle of the living room, I pushed open the 2 bedroom doors. Packed to the brim. White cardboard partitions divided everything into sections, each labeled rice, flour, cooking oil, eggs, seasonings, snacks, instant noodles, even 5 propane tanks, plus honeycomb coal briquettes arranged in a 5x5 grid. That coal burns slow and lasts even longer in the cold. The 3 girls stared, jaws dropping. These people really know how to hide stuff, stashing it in a memorial room, of all places. Su Ro had never seen anything like it. I pulled out the supply doubling card. Everything doubled except the propane tanks and coal. My storage space expanded again. The rooms instantly emptied out, leaving only a faint smear of gray ash in the corner. Congratulations, Blue Star Online player Mu Chuan. You've unlocked a hidden supply cache. Reward: 1 cold weather windbreaker. Cold weather windbreaker. provides temporary protection against the cold. Collect all 7 pieces of the cold weather set for immunity to temperatures as low as -60 degrees. Current progress, April 7th. My expression froze. Stealing other people's supplies could trigger rewards too? Well, fine. Everything I owned was in my storage space. No one could steal it from me. I looked up. Let's head back. Get some good rest. Tomorrow we go as planned. Back home, everyone went to their own rooms. Su-ro stayed in Shun Yeye's room. The bed was big enough, and the 2 girls felt safer sleeping together. I held Lin-wan close, and we talked about life for a long time before finally drifting off. Early the next morning, I headed out to put into action the plan I'd worked out the night before, luring the snake out of its hole. I put on the whole set of cold weather gear I'd collected, the vest, the thermal pants, the socks, the windbreaker, then recorded a video on my phone, blurred out my face, and posted it to the city chat channel with the caption, 4 of the 7 pieces of the cold weather set. Complete the set for immunity down to -60 degrees. Interested buyers can contact me. Trading for supplies only, no cash, no gold. The moment the video dropped, the channel went dead silent, then erupted. For real? Gotta be photoshopped. You dumb? There's no internet right now. How would they even get it onto a computer to edit? Deal. It's real. We were just nearby collecting supplies, and a pop-up rewarded us with a small piece of bread. Kept us warm for 3 minutes. Same here. Got a little cup of water, held off the cold for 3 minutes. Once the authenticity was confirmed, the DMs flooded in. I scanned through them. Not a single reliable one. Guys calling me daddy, begging to be my sugar baby, playing the pity card, barking orders. The funniest were the ones threatening me, saying they'd come to my place and mess me up. Each ID showed a location, but nothing precise down to the actual building. Come find me first if you've got the guts. After scrolling for a while, I finally spotted one that looked like it was from some big shot. Address, Bay Villa District. The message hit me hard. Bro, I'll tell you where the grain reserve is. Trade me your 4-piece set. Grain reserve? I paused. A big city like this usually had 3 or 4 massive reserves, each rated for 100,000 tons, plus countless small to medium and underground granaries. The only problem was, nobody knew where they were. The offer sounded tempting, but then I remembered the off-road vehicle had every supply point in the city marked. Could a granary be among them? I got in the car. Instead of checking each one individually, I divided the supply points on the screen by district, focusing on the outskirts. Sure enough, several grain reserves stood out plain as day. That being the case, this guy's bargaining chip wasn't worth much. I had no choice but to go back through the DMs and see if there were any other big shots. The messages were dizzying. I tossed my phone aside and rubbed my temples. If only I could search by region. I could zero in on a few wealthy neighborhoods right away. Just as I was at a loss, a few burly men came walking my way. I recognized them instantly, the ones standing behind Wang Jing yesterday. Her enforcers. Almost certainly the ones who'd carry out a kidnapping. My eyes narrowed. Should I release the bear right now and deal with these guys on the spot? Inside the off-road vehicle, I held back. Tipping my hand too soon was one reason. But more importantly, I wanted to draw out Zhou Hao, the one behind it all, and take them all down at once. I waited until the group left before getting out and heading home. For steaming bowls of egg instant noodles sat on the table, wisps of white steam rising. The 3 girls had been seated for a while, waiting for me to come back so we could eat. I waved them off. Don't wait for me. I can just make it again when I get back. Su-ro refused flatly, her tone leaving no room for argument. No, the one thing we can give you is warmth, a hot meal. Exactly. If we can't even do that, then what use are we? Shen Yue chimed in. Lin-wan nodded quietly. She couldn't cook, but she knew exactly what she'd given in other ways. Something warm stirred in my chest. Back when my parents died in the car accident, I spent a long time completely alone. Cold stove, cold pots, an empty house. Now I had home, where a group of girls waited under the lights for me to return. I took a deep breath and smiled. Then thank you, everyone. After dinner, Shen Yue went out alone, just as planned. The 3 of us stood on the balcony, watching the direction she'd gone. Only after her figure rounded the corner did we get in the car and trail lazily behind. Shen Yue walked aimlessly down the street with an empty bag on her back. I hadn't told her where to go, I left it entirely up to her. The streets were far more crowded than they'd been when the deep freeze first hit. Everyone was bundled up like stuffed dumplings, hauling big bags, all with a single goal: supermarkets, corner shops, gathering supplies. Dressed as lightly as she was, Shinyue stood out completely. Startled glances swept over her, one after another. Combined with the videos going viral on everyone's phones, those looks quickly changed, like starving wolves eyeing prey. They all assumed the clothes on her back were the cold weather gear from the game's reward. Grab them, and you could trade for supplies worth as much as your life. Shinyue had already noticed those hungry stares. She did her best to avoid the crowds, drifting off toward quieter areas alone, which played right into the kidnapper's hands. At the edge of the ecological park, the men Wang Jing had since circled through several spots before finally cutting her off on the path she had to take. Zhang Chao gripped a burlap sack, eyes fixed straight ahead. The moment she showed her face, he'd drag her off in a flash. "Boss, mind letting the brothers have some fun first?" one of his men behind him said, rubbing his hands together. The ones who'd seen Shinyue's face were already drooling. Zhang Chao grinned. The client said, "Just don't kill her." The thought alone got them worked up. At the same time, another group crept close to the park too. They'd been sent by the big boss pulling strings behind the scenes, also there for the cold weather gear on Shinyue's back. The two groups happened to take up positions on opposite sides, neither aware of the other. Minute by minute the time crawled by, until at last Shinyue's figure appeared at the intersection in the distance. Both sides perked up, waiting for her to walk straight into the trap. On the empty road, Shinyue's heart pounded. She couldn't shake the feeling of eyes watching her from both sides. She glanced back and, seeing the familiar SUV, felt slightly reassured. Farther ahead, under a tree, a strange man stood clutching a stick, as if waiting for something. The instant he saw her, he raised the stick and charged. Shinyue turned and bolted in terror. "Stop!" From both sides of the bushes, the two groups burst out at once. The man with the stick blanched and spun on his heel to flee. He was alone. How could he take on this many? Zhang Chao froze, staring at the vicious-looking crew across from him. He assumed Wang Jing had sent another team. The men on the other side assumed Zhang Chao worked for their boss too. The two sides exchanged a look of unspoken understanding, then together gave chase after Shinyue. A dozen men chased relentlessly. Shinyue knew she had to conserve her strength, so she pretended she couldn't run anymore, bracing her hands on her knees and gasping for air. "Not bad, pretty girl, you can really run. Keep it up and we'll break your legs." The man panted as he pulled a burlap sack from his backpack and threw it over her in one motion. Shinyue didn't resist, quiet as a lamb to the slaughter. "Smart girl." Two of his underlings were about to carry her toward a van parked nearby. Zhang Chao stepped forward. "Hey, let's take her back together. Count me in on this one, yeah?" The lead man frowned and sized him up. He'd worked at the company for over a decade. How had he never seen this guy before? He probed. "You knew? How much did the boss pay you for this job?" Zhang Chao froze. "Pay? What pay? Weren't we supposed to let the brothers have some fun with this girl?" The moment the words left his mouth, the man's face changed, his eyes turning wary. The underlings sensed something was off too, and one by one they closed in, faces twisted with menace. "Kid, you think you can touch a girl the boss has his eye on? Who the hell do you think you are? Get lost while you can, or don't blame us for what happens next." Only then did Zhang Chao realize these guys weren't sent by Wang Jing at all. "Damn it, you little punk, playing games with me." Without another word, he slapped the man across the face. The slap was fast and vicious. The man hadn't expected him to actually throw a punch, and his head rang. "Son of a, get him!" The two groups tangled into a brawl. Unfortunately, both sides were bundled up in thick padding, so every punch got absorbed by the cotton coats and never reached flesh. With no other option, they went straight for the faces. Cheeks swelled up like rising dough buns. "Rip his clothes. Rip him off," someone shouted, and the fight instantly escalated. Slapping faces, tearing clothes, yanking hair. Inside the SUV, the three of us watched, dumbfounded. We'd thought they were all one crew. Only now did we understand. These were clearly two separate factions. I furrowed my brow. Judging by this, whoever won was the one who'd actually kidnapped Shinyue. The only question was whether Shinyue, stuck inside that sack, could keep her cool. Ding dong. Chuanji, what's going on out there? I can't see a thing inside this sack. I took a photo and sent it over. From the other end came Shun Ye's stifled laughter. This was a fight. Why were they tearing each other's clothes and pulling hair? The panic slowly faded. She gripped the bear card in her hand and steadied herself. Hopefully this time, we could close the net smoothly. Wait a second. Zhang Chao shoved his opponent away, picked up his hat off the ground, and jammed it back on his head. The cold wind howled, stinging his scalp. Both sides were battered and bloodied, the ground littered with torn strips of cloth. Everyone was giving it everything they had. The man let out. He wheezed through his mouth, his expression dark and vicious. You've got guts, kid. I didn't bring my gear today. Next time. Zhang Chao had meant to make peace, but this set him off. His temper flared as he jabbed a finger at the man's nose and cursed. You little punk, you dare to set a time and place? Right here, and we'll see who's tougher. His crew stood behind him, faces full of defiance. They'd fought to a draw, even outnumbered. On equal footing, if they didn't beat the other side into the ground, they'd eat dirt standing on their heads. A flicker of caution crossed the man's eyes. This bunch really knew how to fight. Several of his brothers had their clothes torn to shreds, and a couple of them seemed to have specialized in hitting below the belt. But at the end of the day, he was a hired thug working for a boss. He couldn't afford to lose the standoff. He gave a cold snort and brushed non-existent dust off his shoulder. Whoever's scared is a coward. Loser kneels and calls the other one grandpa. Both sides agreed. 3 days later, a one-on-one showdown, right here. Inside the SUV, I lay with my head in Lin Wan's lap, feet propped against the glass, and let out a yawn. What a drag. Fighting gets them nowhere. Talking gets them nowhere. Lin Wan fed me potato chips one by one. In the back seat, Su Ro was scribbling something in a little notebook. We'd been sitting in the car for half an hour, just waiting. The worst off was Shun Yue, stuffed in a sack for 30 minutes, nearly passed out. Finally, the man hoisted her over his shoulder, got in his vehicle, and headed north. I followed immediately. Back in the eco park, only Zhang Chao and his crew were left standing there, fists clenched so tight they cracked. To grab her back, they'd have to fight another brutal battle. With a few more shirts torn up, they might have trouble even making it home. Chao, how are we going to explain this to the boss? One of the crew fretted. Zhang Chao waved a hand. It's fine. Just tell it like it is. Yihiyuan, the most upscale community in the city, was all sprawling flats and standalone villas. A white van rolled in without a hitch and parked in front of Villa number 4. At the door, a middle-aged man had been waiting a long time. After seeing that video yesterday, he'd been keeping an eye on everyone coming and going from Jint's garden. Today, his crew reported spotting a woman wearing very little, almost certainly the same outfit from the video. The only problem was, in the footage they'd sent back, the style and color of the clothes didn't match. Whatever. Grab her first, sort it out later. The van came to a stop, and several men climbed out, one with a sack slung over his shoulder. Yi Tian's eyes lit up. Quick, get inside. The group headed straight for the second-floor bedroom. At the same moment, my SUV turned into the villa district. I spotted the white van right away. I didn't rush to get out. Instead, I waited for the bear to show himself. Beside me, the two girls looked tense, silently praying that Shun Yue was safe. Up in the second-floor bedroom, Shun Yue was pulled from the sack. She stared at the room full of people, her eyes filled with terror. A glint flashed through Yi Tian's eyes. #translation. A flicker of amazement. She was even more stunning than in the videos, especially that pitiful, helpless look. Boss, I brought her in, the man said with a grin. Yi Tian waved his hand carelessly. You'll get every last bit of the supplies we agreed on. Follow my secretary down to the underground storeroom. Thanks, boss. Call me anytime you've got another job. I'll come running. The man led his underlings out, trailing after the secretary toward the underground storeroom. Only 2 people remained in the room. Yi Tian crouched down and reached out to touch her. Shin Yue slapped his hand away. Don't put your filthy hands on me. Her eyes turned cold, and the hand bracing her against the floor clenched tight around a bear card. Yi Tian wasn't fazed. He plopped down on the bed and picked up the red wine from the table. Several air conditioners kept the room above freezing. He took a sip, his tone easy. How about we make a deal? Give me that 4-piece thermal suit of yours. and I'll give you supplies and let you go. There was mockery hidden deep in his eyes. If she agreed, she'd have to strip completely bare right here, or freeze to death the moment she stepped outside. For a fierce woman like this, being exposed was worse than death. And if she refused, he'd just have someone strip her anyway. Same result. He only wanted to play. Shen Yueyue scoffed. I don't agree. Not an inch of room left. Yi Tian's expression darkened. He grabbed his phone and dialed a number. The men who'd been hauling supplies below came up quickly. Boss, what is it? Strip her. She's your reward. With that, Yi Tian leaned back against the headboard, settling in to enjoy the show. Given the green light, the men began peeling off their clothes, every pair of eyes fixed on Shun Yueyue like ravenous wolves. The corner of Shun Yueye's mouth curled. She watched in silence. When they were down to a single garment each, she suddenly tore the card in her hand to pieces. In an instant, a 3-meter-tall bear appeared out of thin air. It roared, and an immense, crushing pressure came down like a tidal wave. The men were horrified. The few near the door spun around to flee. But they'd forgotten they'd already stripped. The moment they crossed that threshold, the freezing cold outside would end their lives in a heartbeat. Go, kill them all. Shun Yueyue shouted furiously from behind the bear. The bear threw back its head and howled. A dark cloud gathered above the ceiling, and a bolt of lightning came crashing down, blasting through the roof and reducing the man before it to scorched ash on the spot. Dead silence filled the room. The three who had bolted for the door earlier were now frozen stiff in the doorway, a layer of pale blue ice crystals forming over their bodies. Only 3 people remained. Yi Tian sat frozen on the bed. He wanted to run, but his legs felt like they were filled with lead. The remaining 2 dropped to their knees, begging for mercy. Shen Yue turned her head away, staring out the window as if she hadn't heard a thing. She'd seen those greedy, lecherous eyes all too clearly just moments ago. Letting them live now would only be asking for trouble. The bear showed no mercy, alternating current from its left paw, direct current from its right. Both men dropped dead on the spot. Only Yi Tian was left. Just then, footsteps sounded from outside the door. I dragged the secretary into the room, scanned the surroundings, and when I got a clear look at the face by the bed, a flicker of surprise crossed my eyes. It was none other than the CEO of the city's Shanshui group. You're Yi Tian, right? I said flatly. I'll give you a chance to live. You're Yi Tian, right? I'll give you a chance to live. I glanced at his ashen face and cocked an eyebrow. Hand over all your supplies, and I might consider letting you off the hook. Shen Yue, hiding behind the bear, panicked, terrified I'd actually let this guy go. She trotted over and pointed at the secretary with the black-framed glasses. She knows where everything is. Just have her lead the way. All eyes fell on the secretary. Strangely enough, she was oddly calm right now. Maybe even wearing a faint smile. Had this woman been scared out of her mind? The secretary didn't explain. She pulled a ring of keys from inside her clothes. I'll take you there. As she turned and passed by me, she lowered her voice. Careful, Yi Tian has a gun. My pupils contracted. A gun? Faced with a threat like that, true or not, you had to treat it as real and guard against it. I immediately opened the system and redeemed 3 bulletproof shields. The moment he dared to fire, I could block it. Still not at ease, I had Lin Wan and Su Ro follow the secretary out of the room first. Watching her walk out, Yi Tian on the bed grew even more grim. His own death didn't matter, but the supplies underground could absolutely not fall into these people's hands. He wanted to draw his gun, but the bear was watching like a hawk, keeping him from making any rash moves. All he could do was throw out a vicious taunt. Come back. Let me tell you why your childhood sweetheart jumped off that building. The secretary's footsteps came to an abrupt halt. She'd never been able to figure it out. Someone that strong, who never once spoke of dying even with $1 million in debt on his shoulders. Why would he suddenly leap to his death? She wanted the truth, even at the risk of taking a bullet. Seeing her turn back, a cruel glint flashed in Yi Tian's eyes. For the supplies, you have to die. One hand crept secretly toward beneath the pillow, while his mouth slowly, leisurely, revealed the truth. There's no harm in telling you. Your sweetheart, I drove him to his death. Want to guess the look on his face when he saw the video of you moaning underneath me? Ha ha ha. Before he could finish, he suddenly whipped out the gun, aiming at her chest. Bang! The gunshot ripped through the silence. Yi Tian, mid-laugh, froze completely when he saw the bulletproof shield that had materialized out of thin air. This is impossible. Why is it impossible? The corner of my mouth curled up. The system really was handy. One thought, and the item appeared. Yi Tian completely lost it. And it was at that very moment. The Great Bear's time limit expired, and it dissolved into scattered points of light. The only exposed target left in the room was now Shen Yue. He swung his gun toward her and squeezed the trigger over and over, emptying the entire magazine. Bang, bang, bang. Metal clashed against metal. A shield rose up in front of Shen Yue too, deflecting every bullet. She didn't have a scratch on her. Yi Tian's face went deathly pale as he struggled to flee. A shield dropped from above, snapping one of his legs. He screamed, and the pistol slipped from his grip and clattered to the floor. I moved fast, snatching it up, empty. The magazine was spent. Once I was sure it was safe, the secretary walked in, quickened her pace, and delivered several backhanded slaps across his face. Tears splattered onto the floor, and the hatred in her eyes was impossible to hide. Years ago, her childhood friend had been buried in debt. To help pay it off, she'd become Yi Tian's secretary, had even given her body to this man, all just to earn money to fill that hole. But even so, her friend had been driven to jump off a building. She'd played dumb, swallowing everything, enduring all this time, just waiting for one chance at revenge. She never imagined that day would come so soon. She heaved the heavy shield up and slammed it down hard on Yi Tian's other leg, crushing his fingers along with it. Watching from the side, I couldn't help but frown and take a couple steps back. Without a blood feud like that, who could ever be this ruthless? But I still wasn't at ease. I pulled out an intel card to check her background. Name, Chen Qingqing. Age, 28. Career worker with a wide range of skills. Skilled in cooking, housework, and financial management. Intel, to help her friend repay debts, she was forced to give herself to Yi Tian. Later, upon learning her friend had been driven to death by Yi Tian, she endured in silence, waiting for a chance at revenge, but was killed by Yi Tian during the struggle. Only after reading this line did my heart settle. I didn't want to be this cautious, but I only had one life, with no room for error. Get taken in by one sob story, and the price would be my life. The human heart is harder to see through than this brutal cold. Bang! The shield crashed down on the top of Yi Tian's head. His skull split open, spraying red, white, and yellow across the floor. Chen Qingqing stared at the corpse, now completely lifeless, before slowly lowering the shield. As the adrenaline drained away, weakness came flooding in like a tide. She collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. I didn't go to her. Instead, I walked over to Shen Yue. Still frozen in shock, she snapped out of it and rose to her feet, trembling, her calves still shaking. The next second, she threw herself into my arms, eyes brimming with tears. Boo-hoo, I was so scared. I tried to push her away, but she held on for dear life. I looked helplessly at Lin Wan. Lin Wan gave a small nod, allowing it. Shen Ye's affection plus 10. Shen Ye's affection plus 10. Current affection, 90. Outside the door, Lin Wan watched with a clenched heart, while Su Rose still didn't dare open her eyes. I spoke softly, comforting her, until the system chime rang out. Only then did my expression fully relax. Ding! Host has triggered the fortune event. Rescue Shen Yue. Her life has been preserved. Reward, 1 super item treasure chest. So the kidnappers from the intel card were this exact crew. Caught them all in one net. Every threat eliminated, plus a free super chest. Pure profit. In my arms, Shen Yue slowly stopped sobbing, her trembling body finally going still. On the ground, Chen Qingqing recovered a bit of strength, pushed herself to her feet, and forced a faint smile. Thank you for avenging me. Let me take you to the underground storeroom now. Everyone made their way to the storage room on the first floor. Chen Qingqing walked over to the bookshelf, pulled out a few books, and pressed a hidden button behind them. The floor beside it split open silently, revealing a passage leading down. She went first, her footsteps hitting the stairs as voice-activated lights flickered on one by one. A few minutes later, we reached the entrance to the storeroom. The door required a fingerprint. She pressed hers against it, the scan cleared, and the door slowly swung open. Before us, Rows upon rows of supplies stretched out as far as the eye could see. The storeroom was massive, at least 500 cubic meters. Rice, flour, cooking oil, all the basics. Seasonings, fruits and vegetables, seafood. You name it, they had it. A golden gleam flashed in my eyes. Jackpot. With all these supplies, I'd hit the jackpot. I moved through the underground storeroom, and everywhere I passed, I used my supply doubling card to sweep everything into my storage space. There were an absurd amount of supplies. My space expanded a full 5 times over. Time stood still inside the space. Fruits, vegetables, and meat would never spoil. That was my greatest source of security. Once I collected everything and was about to leave, Chun Ching grabbed my arm. She pointed at a wall, her voice barely a whisper. "There's good stuff here." I frowned. Following her finger, all I saw was an utterly ordinary wall. I reached out and knocked on it, not even an echo. "There's really something in there." Chun Ching pulled out a key, feeling along the wall for a moment until she found a slightly raised spot and pressed it gently. The bump popped open, revealing a keyhole. Click. The door slowly opened. Inside was a whole other world. 3 sections, 3 types of energy. From left to right, fully charged batteries, stacks of honeycomb coal briquettes, and an entire row of gasoline drums. With this much energy, I could run the air conditioning alone for 3 years. My eyes went wide, delight written all over my face. I never expected Chun Ching to be hiding a gift this big. With a sweep of my hand, I swept it all into my space. The space doubled again, breaking past 2,000 cubic meters. I patted her shoulder. "Go on, what is it you want?" "I want to stay." Chun Ching's expression was serious, her gaze resolute. I nodded. "Sure. From now on, you're the housekeeper, responsible for looking after them." She, holding all the information and handing me such a big gift on top of it, there was no way I could turn her away. I signaled Lin Wan and granted Chun Ching the lowest level of core access. Shen Yue leaned in close to Lin Wan's ear and whispered, "You're not going to say anything?" "That's the 4th woman now." Lin Wan shrugged. "I'm not the one calling the shots. Whatever Mu Chuan wants is fine by me. She was just a housekeeper. Getting jealous over that would be petty." As the first wife, Lin Wan couldn't be bothered. Shen Yue was speechless. If even Lin Wan felt that way, what more could she say? We all retraced our steps and headed out of the warehouse. In the storage room, I stepped out first and kicked the door open. The frozen figure standing at the doorway was knocked down, door and all. It let out a snarl and lunged up at me. I stayed calm, raising my riot shield to block it while channeling an enchantment into the shield. In an instant, the shield glowed scorching red, waves of heat rolling off it and driving away all the cold in the surrounding area. The frozen figure began melting on contact, a crack splitting open across the ice crystals. I hoisted the shield high and slammed it down hard. Crack! The ice shattered completely, exposing the stiff body beneath. Flames sprang up in my palm and burned it to ashes. The other one met the same fate. These 2 frozen figures were the pair that had frozen to death by the 2nd floor entrance. It seemed that from now on, whenever I encountered someone who'd frozen to death, I'd have to strike first. Congratulations to player Mu Chuan and party for unlocking a hidden supply point. Reward: 1 Sea Orb. A/Sea Orb protects the user and everything within 2 meters from extreme cold. 6 hours of use per charge. 1 full day to recharged. What a garbage feature. I curled my lip. Other devices charged for 5 minutes and ran for 2 hours. This thing charged for a whole day and only lasted 6 hours. There was no point keeping it. Might as well list it online. Shen Yue tugged at the hem of my shirt and pouted cutely. "So, how about we just have lunch here first?" I glanced at the time. Almost noon. Getting back would take at least half an hour, so we really could eat here. We all returned to the living room. Su Ro volunteered, tied on an apron, grabbed some ingredients, and disappeared into the kitchen. Lin Wan and Shun Yue sat down on either side of me. Chun Ching stood quietly behind us, clutching a folder, waiting for orders. I pulled out my phone and opened the city chat channel. People had already started hawking their rewards in the channel. Cold-resistant bread, cold-resistant mineral water, cold-resistant gum, you name it. The prices got more outrageous by the item, skyrocketing from the initial 10 pounds of supplies to over 100. At first, some people were still willing to buy. But as prices climbed higher and higher, those big shots weren't fools either. How could something that only warded off the cold for a few minutes compare to running several AC units at once and staying comfortable all day long? What they wanted was value for their money. And what I had here, the AC orb could last 6 hours. That made it stand out from all the other rewards like a crane among chickens. If I actually put it up for sale, those big shots would swarm to it. I priced it at 10,000 pounds of grain, with the trade location set at Gint's Garden. My own turf, that's the only way I'd feel safe. My DMs exploded instantly. Several bosses fought to buy it at premium prices, some even wanting to throw in my earlier cold weather 4-piece set. In the end, I sold the AC orb plus the cold weather 4-piece set to Lu Yuan for 30,000 pounds of grain and 10,000 liters of water. He was another big shot from a publicly traded company, living in a different villa district. As my first buyer, I made him a promise. Whenever I had good stuff, he'd get first dibs at 30% off. Lu Yuan sent back an okay emoji. That was the end of the conversation. Tomorrow morning at 8 sharp, he'd come to Gint's Garden to make the trade. 30,000 pounds of grain and 10,000 liters of water added up to 40,000 survival points. That earlier riot shield and cold warding fire cupping set had only cost me 8,000. Income far outweighed expenses. Now I could try exchanging for items worth over 10,000 survival points. As I opened the system to make an exchange, I caught a faint golden glow coming from inside my backpack. Oh right, I triggered that special encounter earlier, and there was still a super item chest I hadn't opened. System, open the super item chest. Ding, congratulations on obtaining the legendary symbiotic item, Creditor Authority. I stroked my chin. Creditor? Item ability. The symbiote and host hold equal power and can draft debt contracts. For each day a defaulter is overdue, they suffer 3 random injuries. After 1 month overdue, the penalty escalates. 1 non-lethal electric shock every 4 hours. The creditor has absolute dominance over the debtor and can automatically track their location. If the debtor makes any threatening moves, they will instantly lose the ability to act. Each time a debt contract is settled, all borrowed items are returned in full, with a chance of a critical bonus. Holy shit. My eyes went wide. This ability was insane. Complete the contract, and all supplies get returned. No worries about anyone running off. It came with built-in tracking, plus 3 random injuries a day. Who could withstand that? I'd swallowed up plenty of supply points, so my storage space was fully stocked. Even if it wasn't enough, I could quickly restock using the supply tracking on my off-road vehicle. Everyone who saw someone offering food loans assumed they'd found a sucker. They didn't get it. Prey often shows up wearing the skin of a hunter. Inside the villa, I called Chun Ching over and had her sign a debt contract. Even though I knew her inside and out, she was ultimately Yitian's person, so I needed to hold on to a leash of control. I thought it over. The terms of the debt contract could be modified, turned into a master-servant contract instead. The supplies wouldn't be returned, but I'd gain someone completely devoted to me. Not a bad deal. Chun Ching readily. I signed the contract and quietly stepped aside. I put away the contract and summoned a jade token shimmering with golden light. 2 characters were carved into it. Creditor. The moment the token appeared, all eyes snapped toward it. Especially Shunye's. She stared at the token, a flicker of familiarity rising in her eyes. The feeling grew stronger and stronger, compelling her to reach out and lightly touch it. The token trembled, then dissolved into a streak of light and sank into her brow. At the same time, a symbiotic item notification surfaced in her mind. Only then did she realize the jade token was her symbiotic item. Creditor Authority. She murmured to herself, her eyes brimming with genuine joy. Now that she had a symbiotic item, she finally felt useful, and the weight on her chest lifted considerably. I grinned. In a bit, come with me to hand out food loans and get a feel for how it works. Okay, she said, her eyes crinkling into a smile. Lin Wan leaned in curiously. What's your ability? Listening to us talk about food loans, she only grew more confused. Lending in times like these, if someone bolts, you'll never track them down. Isn't that just giving supplies away for free? A thought flashed through Shun Ye's mind, and the jade token reappeared in her palm. A thread of gold shot out and sank into Lin Wan's brow. This item can only bind 2 people. One went to Mu Chuan, and the last one's for you, he. Once Lin Wan processed the information in her head, shock flickered in her eyes. The binding power was overwhelming. As long as someone signed the contract, the item would still take effect even if they fled to the ends of the earth. No wonder Muchuan dared to hand out food loans. In his place, she'd do the same. But she had one question. Yeah, your item is powerful. But can you actually draft a debt contract? The question hit the nail on the head. The Jade token only provided the paper and pen. The contract had to be written by hand. The few of us had just entered the real world. We'd never even seen a proper contract, let alone written one ourselves. Shin Yue and I both wore troubled expressions. The one I'd written earlier was as simple as a grade schooler's essay. But a real debt contract required every clause to be meticulously worded, airtight, and flawless. At that moment, Chen Qingqing cleared her throat softly. Leave the contract drafting to me. My eyes lit up. Of course, she was a secretary. Who better to draft a contract? After we eat, come with me to hand out the food loans. Half an hour later, 5 dishes and a soup were on the table. Boosted by the thermal core, the food steamed hot, its aroma filling the air, and it tasted even more delicious. Phone in hand, I posted the food loan advertisement on the City District channel. The messages scrolled by, visibly picking up speed. Nothing but mockery, all of it. Is this guy out of his mind? Food loans. If I borrow, you think you can catch me? Ha ha ha, dying of laughter. First time I've ever seen something this. Idiot. You've got more supplies than you know what to do with. Why not just donate them? At least people would remember you kindly. I smirked, not bothering to respond. I was waiting, quietly waiting for the private messages to roll in. These people mocked me to my face, but the second there was something free to grab, they were falling over each other to get it. My inbox blew up, every single message the same. They wanted loans, they wanted supplies. I yawned and tossed my phone to Chen Qingqing. Help me size up each household in the complex. Make me a supply allocation chart. Figure out who's got what, and how much to lend each of them. I figured this was my way of showing a little compassion. Get it wrong, and someone ends up with a debt they can't repay, getting hit 3 times a day. Who could survive that? Chen Qingqing nodded, wolfed down her food, and buried herself in the task. It wasn't just tears. Contract terms, interest rates. All of it was hers to decide. By the time we finished eating, she'd already produced a complete proposal. Every issue the food loan program could possibly involve was spelled out clearly. I flipped through it page by page, admiration filling my eyes. A secretary from a major corporation, all right. Her skills were top-notch. Well-organized, crystal clear. Emergency short-term loans, 7 days or less, 10% interest. Monthly loans, 20%. Annual loans, a steep 35%. Principal plus interest, all repaid in supplies. As for who would verify whether the interest amount checked out, the proposal covered that too. How to calculate interest, how to make equivalent exchanges. The rest of the fine print, I didn't need to read. I pulled out my phone and picked a few people who lived close to splendid Zithergarten. They'd be the grand opening of my food loan business. The 4 of us climbed into the SUV and headed straight for a nearby older complex. My first client was there. Half an hour later, the car pulled into the old neighborhood. I led my people out and headed straight for the meeting spot, the complex's only little pavilion. A young man sat on the bench, one leg crossed over the other, looking every bit the slacker. This was Li Xiang, the first person to apply for a food loan. Li Xiang chewed his gum, unable to keep the corners of his mouth from creeping up. Just thinking about some sucker delivering supplies to his door made him want to laugh. Can't believe I get to score this deal. If a few more come along, I'll never have to go out scavenging again. A sleazy grin spread across his face. Hey, man, you the one who wanted a food loan? The sudden voice made him jump. His fantasy interrupted. He felt a flash of irritation. But the moment he saw the beautiful women behind me, he swallowed hard, pushed down his temper, and plastered on a smile. That's me, bro. I want to take out the 7-day emergency loan, that cool. I smiled politely. Of course. Chen Qingqing sat off to the side, head down, drafting up the terms. I allocated his supplies based on one person, 3 meals a day, 21 meals over 7 days, 10 liters of water, 25 pounds of rice, 20 pounds of snacks, enough to keep him fed for 7 days. Li Xiang stared at the supplies in front of him, grinning ear to ear. Everyone else was out there risking their necks scavenging, and none of them scored as much as he did just kicking back and taking freebies. Boss, want me to bring in some clients for you? He asked, already scheming. Referral programs usually came with a cut. He could squeeze a fee out of me and out of everyone he reeled in. Just lying around counting supplies. Sweet deal. A flicker of something crossed my eyes. Sure. For every person you bring in, I'll give you a pound of grain and a liter of water. Deal. Li Xiang did the math in his head. Not much, but it'd add up. 50 people, 50 pounds. 100 people, 100 pounds. And he happened to have a whole crew of underlings. One loan each, easy. Chen Qingqing finished drafting the contract and set it on the chair. Take a look. Sign it if you're good with the terms. Li Xiang didn't even glance at it. Signed, pricked his finger, stamped it in blood, all in one smooth motion. Then he looked up at me. Boss, I'll go round everybody up. Give me a minute. I smiled. Go ahead. Watching him walk off, I looked down and studied the first food loan contract in my hand. 7 days of emergency supplies. Repaid over 4 weeks. 8.5% interest per week. Exactly how much he'd owe was right there in black and white, spelled out plain as day. I let out a cold laugh. The kind of guy who couldn't even be bothered to read the contract. That was exactly the kind who never planned on paying it back. I couldn't wait. Day 1 past due. This punk was going to get hit with 3 rounds of random damage. I wanted to see him squirm. In the pavilion of the old apartment complex, we waited a solid 15 minutes before Li Xiang finally showed up. He had a crowd behind him, a dark mass of bodies, at least 20 strong. Lin Wan grabbed my arm, her voice tight. They're not here to trash the place, are they? I scoffed. Scared of what? If they've got the guts, let him try. I plopped down on the bench, not a nerve in my body. Li Xiang and his crew moved closer. The politeness from before was gone, replaced by a vicious glint in his eyes. Kid, hand over the supplies. And these girls too. Otherwise, I'll show you what it feels like to have your arms and legs broken. He hadn't originally planned to turn hostile, but something one of his underlings said had stoked his greed even further. Why not squeeze every last thing out of a sucker like this? A guy handing out loans to other people? That meant his stash was piled sky high. I glanced at Lin Wan and gave a helpless little smile. She called it, all right. Fine, fine, fine. I rose to my feet slowly. I'll give you all the supplies. I just wonder if you can handle them. A cold light flashed in my eyes as I tore up 2 grizzly bear cards. White light exploded. 2 massive bears materialized in the pavilion out of thin air, roaring up at the sky. The whole crew's faces instantly. Pale-faced, they backed away one after another. Li Xiang swallowed hard and shoved one of his underlings forward. You, go check what's going on. The guy's legs were shaking like crazy, but he steeled himself and stepped up. The giant bear swung a single paw. The man flew off like a rag doll. Several ribs snapped, one puncturing his lung. He was dead before he hit the ground. Whatever lingering doubts anyone had, that one blow erased them all. I leaned back against the bear's spine, a mocking smirk tugging at my lips. Li Xiang, want to find out how it feels to lose an arm or a leg too? Li Xiang shuddered from head to toe and plastered on a fawning grin. Bro, I was wrong, bro. It's all that guy's fault for stirring things up. You did the right thing killing him. The crowd behind him chimed in all at once. Well done. Well done. Every one of them was drenched in sweat, their smiles uglier than tears. I couldn't stomach any more of their groveling. Qingqing, bring the contracts. Chen Qingqing stepped forward, clutching a thick folder. Every page a debt contract. Sign, take your supplies, and get lost. Don't sign and... I paused mid-sentence. Right on cue, the bear let out a thunderous roar. The whole group didn't say another word. They lined up, signed, pricked their fingers for blood, and pressed their prints, moving fast, like they were running for their lives. More than 20 of them grabbed their supplies and hurried off. Only Li Xiang stayed behind, forcing a smile. Boss, about my finder's fee. I took 2 steps forward and clapped a heavy hand on his shoulder. He winced in pain, grimacing, but didn't dare make a sound. He still had to keep smiling. You want your fee? Fine. I bore down harder. Bring me 20 more people, and I'll settle up all at once. Li Xiang's smile froze on his face. Boss this. What are you waiting for? I sneered, pressing down another inch. His shoulder felt like it had been struck by a sledgehammer, about to shatter any second. I got it. Li Xiang clutched his shoulder and fled, rounding up his crew to go door to door dragging people out. The residents of the old apartment complex feared his influence and were forced out one by one. Finally, another 20-odd bodies were gathered. My eyes lit up. Come on, come on, form a line, one at a time. These people eyed the piles of supplies and, remembering Li Xiang's words, secretly gloated. There really were idiots trading contracts for food. Not one of them sensed anything was off. They signed lightning fast, collected their supplies, and headed home thrilled. I filed the contracts away into my space, one by one. In under an hour, more than 40 food loans had gone out. My phone's inbox was still stuffed with messages begging for loans. I set up another meeting spot and headed to the next complex with a few of my people. In the car, I pulled out the bear cards and handed them to Lin Wan and Shun Yue. I've shown you the process. From here on out, it's up to you too. Both women nodded solemnly and tucked the cards away. I pulled out 2 more and handed them to Su Ro. She froze. This. Keep them. If you're ever in real danger, they'll save your life. The owner of the Spring of Life could not die. As long as she held that trump card, I could rest easy. When we arrived, Lin Wan and Chun Qingqing got out together. I stayed in the car, keeping watch. At the first sign of trouble, I'd move in immediately. This time, the meeting was set by the slide in the park, where there were stone tables meant for old folks to play chess. Perfect for hashing out a contract. Lin Wan's stomach tightened. This was her first time handling something on her own, and she couldn't afford to slip up. She had to make a good impression on me. Chun Qingqing, beside her, looked completely at ease. She'd negotiated deals worth hundreds of millions, all by herself. A little scene like this wasn't worth mentioning. At the stone table, several men sat bundled up tight. The one in charge held a loaf of cold-resistant bread. Boss, we took the loan. Do we really have to pay it back? The man finished his bread, his eyes firm. Of course we do. He was no short-sighted fool. Anyone willing to offer food loans wasn't stupid. They had the power to hunt the grain down if it wasn't repaid. People like that weren't someone small fry like them could afford to cross. On the flip side, if he could get in their good graces, the benefits would be immeasurable. It might even help him take back everything he'd lost. Boss, someone's coming. His underling pointed at 2 figures approaching. One was bundled up tight, the other dressed thin. The man's gaze sharpened. Anyone who could wear so little in this brutal cold had to be a big shot sitting on serious goods. As long as he could secure a food loan, he had the means to trade it up for something better. Lin Wan stepped forward and sat down across from him, keeping her tone as level as she could. Hello, I'm in charge of the food loans. The man extended his hand with a broad smile. Hello, Lin Chun. Lin Wan didn't take it. She gave an apologetic smile. Sorry, I can't shake hands. Lin Chun paused, then understood. This woman had a man. He naturally withdrew his hand. Nothing to be embarrassed about. Closing the deal was what mattered. Lin Wan waved her hand, and Chun Qingqing opened a folder, pulling out 3 contracts. 3 types of food loans. Take a look. Lin Chen took them and read carefully, line by line. He didn't skip a single clause, a world apart from that Li Xiang, who hadn't even bothered to look. Can the interest rate be lowered? Where do I settle the repayment goods? How are the referral bonuses calculated? The questions came in a rapid string, and for a moment Lin Wan was almost overwhelmed. But she quickly gathered her thoughts and answered each one. For settlement, just call and we'll arrange a place to meet. As for referral bonuses, every person you bring in earns you a pound of grain, a pound of water, plus a pound of snacks. As for the details of the bonus system, I'll need to discuss that with my husband. Lin Wan stood and headed straight for the off-road vehicle. Honey, he wants a lower interest rate. I'm not sure about it, so I wanted to ask you. I stroked. Chin in hand, I mulled it over for a moment. Reading the contract, nitpicking the terms, haggling over the rates. A guy like that is usually here for a genuine loan, and he'll pay it back on time. For a quality client like this, cutting him a break on the interest rate is no big deal. It's not like I'm counting on interest to profit off supplies anyway. I gave a slight smile. Tell him. For points on short-term loans, 10 points on monthly loans, 15 points on annual loans. Lin Wan nodded and ran back to the stone table, relaying the new rates to Lin Chun. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. As soon as Chun Qingqing revised the contract, he took out a 7-day short-term loan on the spot. The standard package, same as always, 10 liters of water, 20 pounds of grain, 20 pounds of snacks. A few of his underlings signed and fingerprinted alongside him. On top of collecting their supplies, Lin Shen also picked up a referral bonus. The group came over to the trunk of the off-road vehicle, grabbed their supplies, and gave me a slight bow. Thanks for the food loan, boss. We'll pay it back on time for sure. I grinned. Don't mention it. Pleasure doing business. With that, I started the car and drove off. Pleasure doing business. Lin Shen shouted after me. Once the off-road vehicle disappeared from view, his gaze slowly turned cold. Lu Qing, you just wait. I'll take back everything that's mine. Meanwhile, I drove on to the next residential complex to let Shun Yue get some practice. This time went smoothly. No one caused any trouble. Everyone quietly went through the process, collected their supplies, and left. By the time we wrapped up, we'd signed a full 25 contracts, almost all 7-day short-term loans, with only a scattered few monthly loans. Shun Yue climbed back into the car, beaming with pride. Not hard at all. So easy. Lin once smirked. Big talk. Who was the one fumbling all over the place just now? Come on, girl. Don't call me out like that. I'll call you out all I want. Naya, Naya, Naya. The two of them tumbled into a playful scuffle, looking like they were having a blast. But Shun Yue's mind wasn't entirely on Lin Wan. Her gaze kept drifting toward me, subtly, deliberately, hoping I'd spare her another glance. I ignored her for a good while, and her heart felt hollow. Lin Wan thought she'd actually hurt her and asked with concern, "What's wrong? Did I bump into you too hard?" "No, it's nothing." Shun Yue waved her off. Lin Wan was baffled, but since she wouldn't say, she let it drop. Su Ro, who had been silent the whole time, had caught on to what was going on and pushed up the frame of her glasses. "TSK, things are getting a little tangled here. I'll find a chance to drop her a hint." She turned her head to the side and quietly watched Chun Qingqing working on the accounts. An indescribable, strange atmosphere settled over the car. I, however, was completely oblivious, focused on driving, wanting nothing more than to get home fast, take a hot shower, and curl up with a beauty for a good night's sleep. The moment I got home, I heated up water for a bath. The girls swallowed hard. No one had had a chance to bathe during these frigid days, and their bodies. I could already smell it in the morning. Once the water was heated, I caught sight of several pairs of eager eyes and found it amusing. "Anyone who wants to wash up, line up. Lin, you're with me." Lin Wan's face flushed red. Saying something like that in front of so many people, shameless. But she didn't resist. She hurried to my side, and we went into the bathroom together. Shun Yue stared at the bathroom door. The moment she heard the lock click, she quietly crept over to eavesdrop. From inside came the faint sound of Lin Wan's breathing. She wanted nothing more than to burst in and take her place. Just then, someone tapped her on the shoulder. She turned around. Su Ro was smiling at her. "Come with me." The two of them went into the bedroom, and Su Ro got straight to the point. "You like Xinchuan, don't you?" I do not. I just can't stand that kind of behavior." Shun Ye's face went bright red. Her eyes darted around, and she started to stammer. "Well, I was going to help you out with some advice." Su Ro looked completely indifferent. "But since you don't like him, I'll be going." With that, she turned to leave. "Wait." Shun Yue grabbed her arm. She bit down lightly on her red lips, her voice trembling. "Help me." The corner of Su Ro's mouth curled up. "Cute. As if I couldn't handle a little tsundere like you." "You shouldn't start with Xinchuan," she said in a low voice. "You need to start with Lin Wan." One sentence, and it was like a light went on. All she had to do was win Lin Wan over, then use that earlier trick, and Xinchuan would fall into her hands naturally. "I understand. Thank you for the advice." Shun Yue gave a slight bow. The two walked out of the room one after the other, as if nothing had happened. Meanwhile, in the ash storage room, Zhou Hao stared at the empty hiding spot, disbelief written all over his face. He'd hidden it so carefully, even disguising it as an ash storage room to throw people off. How had it still been cleaned out? He took a deep breath and forced himself to stay calm. Supplies gone were supplies gone. Worst case, he'd just squeeze them back out of someone else. In Wang Jing's ledger, a lot of supplies had been underreported, with the actual goods still piled up at her place. He'd just move them over in the dead of night. Whoever stole the supplies would never imagine he'd dare put things right back in the very place they'd been stolen from. Right. He'd send people out to look for supplies now. Zhou Hao turned and headed out. Seeing no one around, he quickly slipped away. He found Wang Jing and told her about the theft. Go check, quick, see if your share is still there. Wang Jing's face tensed. She hurried into the bedroom and opened the hidden compartment. The supplies inside were untouched. She let out a sigh of relief. It's still here. Nothing's missing. The two sat back down on the couch. After a brief silence, Zhou Hao spoke first. How are things going on Zhang Chao's end? Zhang Chao isn't dead. He caught the hostage, but they were taken by. Intercepted him. Just a few words, but they carried a lot. Wang Jing knew Zhou Hao had feelings for Shun Yue, and she didn't mention who the hostage was. Zhou Hao's expression darkened. His attention fixed entirely on that one word. Intercepted. The hostage was taken. So what did they have left to leverage against Mu Chuan? On top of that, Zhang Chao was still alive. Both objectives had failed. His displeasure with Zhang Chao deepened. So what if the guy was fast? He botched everything. All muscle, no brains. A total waste. His eyes narrowed. Since fate had let Zhang Chao slip through, he'd just have to try a different approach. He looked at Wang Jing, a glint flashing in his eyes. Sis, do you know about frozen ones? Wang Jing nodded. Yeah, what about them? Ever since the communication network went up, she'd been well informed about the outside world. Frozen ones, gathering supplies for rewards, she knew all of it. Zhou Hao grinned. I know a big supply cache. When he comes back tonight, tell him you want matches and send him to go get them. Whatever you say. Compared to Zhang Chao, Zhou Hao was worth far more. Even if the supplies got stolen, he could use his head to gather a new crew. Wang Jing was willing to follow his every word. So far, he'd never been wrong. The plan was set. This time, Zhang Chao would die for sure. The men who managed to escape would be perfect recruits for his own operation. Whatever Zhang Chao could offer, he could offer too. Night fell. Zhang Chao arrived as promised, getting some private time in Wang Jing's room. Once again, the action ended remarkably fast. Wang Jing was disgusted to her core, but she put on a submissive front. Chao, you're amazing. I put in all this effort. Can't you do me one little favor? Zhang Chao grinned. Of course. Just name it. A cold glint flashed in Wang Jing's eyes, though her tone stayed casual. Tomorrow, could you go to the loose store and pick up some tissues and matches for me? Sure. Consider it done. Zhang Chao agreed instantly, without a shred of hesitation. He had no idea he'd just stepped straight into a carefully laid trap. Wang Jing lowered her lashes, concealing that barely perceptible chill. Now all she had to do was wait for tomorrow, and the good news that would follow. At dawn, I stood on the balcony. Fine snow drifted outside, settling into a thin layer of frost on the ground. The current temperature was minus 55 degrees Celsius, a little warmer than the past few days. But I knew that with every snowfall came an even deeper cold. In the extreme cold, snow was never a good sign. Knock, knock, knock. My phone rang. It was Boss Lu Yuan, the one buying the air conditioner ball. They'd already arrived outside Jin's garden, waiting for me to come down and make the trade. I put my phone away and headed out alone. But I didn't go straight out of the complex. Instead, I turned into one of the buildings, used my master key to enter a vacant unit, and walked to the balcony to survey the situation below from above. Several trucks were parked at the complex entrance, their beds loaded to the brim. The Bentley up front was almost certainly Lu Yuan's ride. Going down there blind was too risky. What if someone tried to double-cross me during the deal? I pulled up the system and searched the item store for something to protect myself. The lottery could wait. 1,000 survival points a spin was fine for a little fun, but when it really counted, I needed specific gear. Core skill enhancement card. 10 grand a pop, and it could boost one of an item's skills. Perfect. Time to upgrade my thermal shield. Redemption successful. Skill upgrade complete. Thermal shield can now block bullets under 10 mm caliber and standard grenades. My eyes lit up. Now, unless someone hauled out an anti-material sniper rifle, nobody could touch me. I could head down without worrying. Outside the compound gates, 30 or 40 people had already gathered. At the sight of the trucks full of supplies, the crowd buzzed with speculation. So much stuff, what's it all for? Think it's relief food? Handing it out once everyone's here. I doubt it's that simple. Probably that food loan thing from online. Zhang Chao and his crew stepped out of the compound, spotted the trucks, and immediately turned to run back. off to grab Wang Jing and rally more people. Zhou Hao lurked in the crowd too, eyes darting around. Listen up, Zhang Chao said, a sharp glint in his eyes. The second those gates open, we grab whatever we can. Finders keepers. No more patrol bureau. No more law. Strength in numbers was all that mattered now. The crowd nodded and slowly edged toward the back of the trucks, greedy eyes locked on those crates. Inside the Bentley, the bodyguard in the driver's seat darkened. Boss, looks like these people are about to loot us. Lu Yuan leaned out for a glance, then grabbed a pistol and a rifle from the back seat, his expression grim. Lao Kuai, business is about cooperation, everybody wins. But if they want to steal, we'll let them taste some homemade firepower. Got it. I walked out through the gate, the AC orb hovering above my head while I stood there in nothing but thin clothes. Boss, someone's here, the driver said. I stepped up to the car and tapped the side lightly. Mr. Liu, let's deal. The AC orb overhead drifted down into my hand, radiating a steady stream of heat. Lu Yuan's eyes gleamed, fixed on the orb. Little brother, I've got everything you asked for. Could you? Of course. I handed over the orb and the four-piece cold weather set. Lu Yuan cradled the orb, feeling the warmth, and peeled off his heavy coat right there. With this, he could move light and free for 6 hours, just like before the deep freeze hit. In a world this cold, finding a merchant who played by the rules was truly rare. Little brother, Lu Yuan said with a wide grin. Next time I get good stock, I'll think of you first. Top price, guaranteed. I clasped my hands. Much appreciated. He leaned out and called back over his shoulder. Lao Wang, Lao Li. Open the back. The truck's rear door swung open, revealing crates of supplies stacked in neat rows. I was about to stash them in my space when a commotion erupted behind me. Zhang Chao had rolled up with dozens of people at his back. Wang Jing stepped out from the crowd, arms crossed. Mu Chuan, you're part of this community too. Shouldn't you hand over those supplies? Zhang Chao chimed in. Before, when you had nothing, nobody held it against you. But now you've got all this, shouldn't you share? I scoffed. Says who? When you were handing out supplies before, where was my share? Zhang Chao sneered. Did you ever contribute? You didn't hand anything over. So why would we cut you in? The moment he said it, Zhou Hao, hiding in the crowd, went pale. Idiot. Wasn't he practically inviting a grudge onto himself? But then Zhou Hao thought it over. If this blew up, it'd put me and Zhang Chao at each other's throats. So he kept his mouth shut. I smiled. You're right. This is my stuff. So why would I give any of it to you people? Zhang Chao choked, unable to respond. You still here? I said coldly. Want me to send you off myself? Caught in the wrong and humiliated in front of everyone, Zhang Chao flew into a rage. He swept his arm out. Give him an inch and they take a mile, grab it all. A few of his lackeys scrambled onto the truck and started hurling supplies to the ground. The crowd surged forward, brawling over a single box of grain. Zhang Chao roared with laughter. I was going to let you keep a shred of dignity. But since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame them for getting rough. Now I understood. From start to finish, these people had only come to loot. Fine. Then don't blame me for the slaughter to come. System, redeem 5 bear cards. Redemption successful. 5 cards appeared in my palm, each a different color. Just as I was about to tear one open, bang! A deafening gunshot ripped through the chaos. God damn it. Anybody moves again, and I'll blow you all away. The Bentley's door was flung open and old Kwai leaped out, homemade rifle in hand, his face twisted with menace. Lu Yuan followed behind, expression dark. Clearly these shameless people had pushed him over the edge. The crowd stared down the black muzzle, a flicker of fear in their eyes. But there's always someone with a death wish. Hey buddy, who you trying to scare with a toy gun? That one line was like a needle bursting a bubble. Yeah, gun control's tight around here. Where'd he get a real one? Trying to bluff us with a hunk of scrap metal? You think we're stupid? Wang Jing's eyes lit up. She was about to push forward and take the lead when Zhou Hao grabbed her. Don't. Even if it's not a real gun, a homemade one-firing steel balls can still kill you. The two of them shrank to the back of the crowd, watching the show with cold eyes. I'd been ready to tear my card open, but Lu Yuan had stepped in to help me instead. During our deal, he'd had a gun and hadn't drawn it. He hadn't bullied the weak. He'd delivered the goods as promised. And now he was stepping up when I was in danger. This friend, Worth keeping. Lu Yuan wasn't the least bit rattled. He raised his pistol at the crowd. Who was barking the loudest just now? Got the guts to step up? Old Kwai chimed in. All bark, no balls to own it. I said it. So what? A woman in a padded jacket sauntered out, hands stuffed in her pockets, chin high with arrogance. She was betting the gun was fake, that stepping forward meant no death, and maybe a shot at climbing into management. Lu Yuan smiled gently and clapped his hands. Good. Very good. Old Kwai, put this dumbass down. Old Kwai pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang, bang, bang. The woman's smug expression froze on her face. A hole bloomed in her chest, another in her forehead. She crumpled, and the blood spraying out froze midair, pelting the people beside her. Clink, clink, clink. Blood-slicked steel balls rolled across the ground, each sound like the footsteps of death. Murder. He killed her. The crowd erupted, pupils shrinking to pinpoints. That dead, wide-eyed face burned itself into every mind. Everybody shut the fuck up. Another shot. Dead silence. No one dared to breathe. Behave. Anyone moves, I light him up. Lu Yuan strode over to me and smiled. Little brother, with me here, take whatever supplies you want. I smiled back. Thanks, Boss Lu. Got a minute later? I'd like to talk business. Business. His brow arched. This kid had more to sell? I pulled out my phone and told Chun Chingching to hurry to the entrance. At the same time, I used the supply doubling card, sweeping both truckloads into my storage space. The move left everyone slack-jawed. Even the worldly Lu Yuan sucked in a sharp breath. Another game reward? Chun Chingching came hurrying over. The second Lu Yuan saw her, he did a double take. Wasn't that Yi Tian's secretary? Reading his confusion, I said flatly. Yi Tian tried to take my woman. I killed him. Lu Yuan was even more stunned. Yi Tian had real firepower and a crew of over a dozen men. And they'd all gone down at the hands of this kid? Choosing to trade like a civilized man, it seemed, was the smartest call he'd made all day. Get in. We'll talk once we're clear of this place. The Bentley started up, the truck close behind. In moments they'd vanished from sight. In the crowd, a cold glint flashed in Wang Jing's and Zhou Hao's eyes. That kid's got hidden depths. No wonder Xin Yue keeps sticking to him. Zhou Hao ground his teeth. One lousy ball traded for 2 truckloads of supplies, and now he'd cozied up to a big boss. Taking him down and getting Xin Yue back had just gotten a whole lot harder. But he wasn't giving up. That plan was still turning in his head. Inside a coffee shop that had never closed, the clerk working the night shift had frozen to death behind the counter long ago. Sensing the presence of the living, the ice-locked corpse let out a shriek. I lunged forward, only to be dropped by Old Kwai with a single shot. Lu Yuan and I sat down facing each other. So, kid, what's your business? What kind of goods have you got? I nodded to Chun Chingching to bring out the contract. This is a debt contract. Take a look. Lu Yuan read it carefully. So you're that food loan guy from online? He paused. The contract looks fine, but what guarantees that it's actually binding? I smiled. If you're not convinced, have your driver sign a 7-day loan. See what happens on day 8. Oh, Lu Yuan's interest peaked. Old Kwai sign it. Without even furrowing his brow, Old Kwai signed decisively. I set the supplies on the ground. Rules had to be followed, or there'd be no rebate. Lu Yuan checked the time and stood up. If there's nothing else, I'll be off. 7 days from now, same coffee shop. Don't stand me up. Mr. Lu. I stopped him. We're not done yet. I took a silver-rimmed card from my pocket and gently placed it on the frost-covered table. Lu Yuan stared at it, frowning slightly. A thermostat card? What's this? He'd been searching supply points lately and had seen plenty of rewards, food, clothes, gadgets, but never a card. How was it that this kid's offerings were so different from everyone else's? A thermostat card, I said flatly. Tear it open and it generates a constant temperature shield that lasts 20 minutes, sealing out the cold. Lu Yuan shot to his feet, his face full of disbelief. The duration was short, but the key thing was, it consumed no energy. In the extreme cold, energy was the lifeline. Air conditioners, heaters, even that AC orb, all of them needed recharging to keep going. Whoever could break free from dependence on energy held the initiative to survive. Lu Yuan grabbed my hand, his eyes burning with eagerness. Little brother. No, Mr. Mu. How do you plan to sell these? 100 pounds of grain, or 1,000 liters of water. Any kind of water works. I laid out my terms. Water was plentiful on Blue Star. No matter how high the price, someone could afford it. Grain was another matter. In the deep freeze, every grain was precious. The cost of a single thermostat card was 80 pounds of grain. I was only making 20 pounds, generous enough. If I didn't know full well that this big shot couldn't cough up 100-some-thousand pounds of grain, I'd have dared to ask for 200. Lu Yuan's eyes lit up as he fixed on the second condition, 1,000 liters of water, any kind. There was a small reservoir in the western suburbs, one he himself had taken over and built back in the day. Its design capacity was 120,000 cubic meters, the equivalent of 120 million liters. His grin stretched ear to ear, his excitement impossible to hide. "Mr. Mu, let me take 100 to start." I nodded and waved my hand. 100 thermostat cards materialized on the table out of thin air. Lu Yuan reached out. They reached for it, but I stopped them. "Hold on, I've got other cards too. Want to see?" The whole reason I'd come today was to tap into his network, to get the word out about my goods. Selling just one type of card wouldn't make waves. To build a real reputation, I needed a combo. Hit hard, hit fast. "What other cards you got?" His eyebrows shot up, curiosity written all over his face. I spread them out. Vegetable cards, meat cards, and one truth card. The first two vanish after midnight. The third one, that one's probably pretty important to you. Lu Yuan pinched the truth card between his fingers, something flickering in his eyes. That card was genuinely useful to him. It could sniff out disloyal men in his ranks. If there was a mole, one test would expose them. "How much you want for it?" I held up 5 fingers. 50 pounds of grain, or 50 liters of water, any kind of water. Way cheaper than the climate control card. With his stockpile, buying 100 of each was no problem. Lu Yuan raised a single finger. 100 of each. I'll take you to get the supplies. Boss Lu, always a pleasure doing business. I smiled. A wave of my hand, and 3 stacks of cards appeared on the table. Lu Yuan collected every last one, then led me to his shelter. Same villa district as Yi Tian, except Yi Tian lived on the outskirts while Lu Yuan was right in the heart of it. His underground storeroom was far bigger than Yi Tian's, packed with supplies of every kind. I noticed one corner that had been cleared out, probably the price he'd paid for that AC orb and the 4-piece set. Lu Yuan had his men set aside the supplies for our trade. I didn't hold back. I absorbed them all into my storage space. With that, today's business was officially wrapped up. Both sides walked away happy. I extended my hand with a grin. "Pleasure working with you. If you ever run into something you can't handle, come find me." Lu Yuan stood and shook my hand. "You're too kind, Boss Mo. Anything I can help with, just say the word." After a few more pleasantries, he told his driver, Old Kwai, to take us back. This place was a long way from Jint's garden, at least half an hour by car. After a busy morning, I finally made it back to my complex. The moment I stepped through the gate, a crowd swarmed around me. Chen Qingqing planted herself in front of me, a cold glint in her eyes. "What do you people want?" She'd trained in kickboxing for a few years, more than enough to get me out safely. I hadn't expected her to step up like that. Still, I'm a grown man. No way I'd let a girl stand in front of me. I patted her shoulder, signaling her to relax. "What's this about?" These people weren't Wang Jing's tenants. They had to be other residents of the complex. A man in a black ski mask spoke first. "Brother, we know we were wrong. Could you spare us a little food? Have mercy on us, please. We haven't eaten in a whole day." A woman pushed forward, her voice weak. "We didn't loot anything. We just..." Watching from the side. "Please, I'm begging you, please." My face was calm as still water, not a ripple of emotion. Begging meant nothing to me. Why should I save you? Just because I have more supplies? I said flatly. Wang Jing collected supplies from all the tenants. Why don't you go ask her? 2 sentences, and they had nothing to say. I had no obligation to save them. They'd already gone to Wang Jing. If you wanted in, you had to hand over your supplies first, and she'd manage everything. Despair hung over the group. Without food, they didn't even have the strength to go out and scavenge. Just as they were about to leave, I changed my tone. "I won't give it for free, but I can loan it to you." Chen Qingqing handed over the contract right on cue, her voice even. 7-day short-term loan. 20 pounds of grain, 10 liters of water, plus 20 pounds of snacks. Repaid in installments, a quarter each week, 5% interest. This was part of the business plan too. Different people, different repayment terms. They gritted their teeth and signed, sealing it with a drop of blood. Don't sign and wait to die. Sign, take the supplies, and at least go out and take your chances. I handed out the supplies on the spot. And this scene fell into Wang Jing's eyes. Staring at that mountain of supplies, greed flickered in her gaze. If she could get her hands on it, it would be just enough to cover the shortfall Zhou Hao had from the theft. She rounded up a group of tenants to intercept the people who'd gotten the supplies along the way. Once I got home, they made their move immediately. They'd corner someone and force them to hand over their supplies. Anyone who stayed quiet or resisted got beaten black and blue. Some wanted to keep their supplies, offering to hand them over and join her. Wang Jing sneered. If I let you join, I'd have to share. Why not just take it all? She didn't care whether the group grew stronger. She only had eyes for the profit right in front of her. When Zhou Hao heard the news, he rushed to the scene. Watching Wang Jing return loaded down with loot, an inexplicable rage rose in his chest. Where did all this come from? Wang Jing laughed loudly. They gave it to me willingly. I couldn't very well turn it down. Willingly? Zhou Hao scoffed. Did you forget our plan? How are we supposed to grow the group like this? Wang Jing, who'd expected praise, got a scolding right in the face, and her temper flared up instantly. I did this for you. Your supplies got stolen. I helped you make up for it, and now you're blaming me? Zhou Hao took a deep breath and forced his anger down. He still needed her for now. He couldn't afford to burn the bridge. I lost my temper just now. I'm sorry. Wang Jing gave a satisfied humph. That's more like it. Knock, knock, knock. A knock at the door. I'd only just lain down, and I got up, a little puzzled. Through the peephole, a nervous, fidgeting man stood outside. I recognized him. One of the people who'd just taken out a loan today. I pulled open the door. What are you doing here? He looked tense. He glanced back down the stairwell, and only after confirming no one was around did he lower his voice. Boss, our supplies. Wang Jing's crew stole them. Stole them? My face darkened. These people were already gaunt and starving. With their supplies gone, what would they use to pay me back in 7 days? Wang Jing had just stepped directly on my interests. And I hadn't forgotten that old debt of 10 grand. If it weren't for tracking down the people who kidnapped Shen Yuyue, I'd have moved them all to my own place long ago. Now that we were leaving anyway, old scores and new, I'd settle them all at once. I quietly reassured the man, then pulled a few high-calorie items from my space. Chocolate, compressed biscuits, energy drinks. I stuffed them into his pockets where no one would notice. Keep quiet for now. Go back and wait for my word. He nodded eagerly. Got it. Whatever you say, boss. After sending him off, I shut the door and sank into the couch. How should I deal with Wang Jing? If I was leaving, I couldn't leave loose ends behind. And those loose ends were nothing more than Wang Jing and Zhou Hao. I knew it well. That seemingly solid crew of theirs would crumble at the first push. Wang Jing held everything together through her landlord status and a few enforcers, while Zhou Hao played the scheming strategist. Kill Wang Jing, and the whole group would collapse in an instant, posing no threat at all. The tricky one was Zhou Hao. The kid had brains. He just didn't have the muscle to pull a crew together himself. I opened the system store and scrolled through it page by page, from the cheapest items to the most expensive. My gaze finally settled on one card. Corpse manipulation card. Controls an already dead creature for 1 hour. Price, 1,000 survival points. I thought of Wang Jing's husband, dead in his car, his body still frozen inside the vehicle downstairs. Perfect. I'd use him against Wang Jing. As for Zhou Hao, I bought an intel card and gathered information on him. His personal details were useless. What mattered was where his future was headed. 3 days from now, Zhou Hao will run into Lu Chang near a club. The two will hit it off immediately, return to Jin's garden, and take over Wang Jing's crew. A cold light flashed in my eyes. I pulled out my phone and sent a message to Lu Yuan. Send an assassin, take out Zhou Hao. Lu Yuan agreed without hesitation and immediately assigned Old Kwai to the job. With everything arranged, I felt a lot more at ease. Time slipped by, and soon it was 10 at night. Once the girls had gone to sleep, I headed out alone. I walked up to the car and looked at the man inside, still gripping the steering wheel with both hands, his forehead resting against it. My eyes narrowed slightly. Why hadn't the people who froze to death in the complex turned into frozen ones? I remembered how at Yi Tian's villa, the people who'd been beaten to death turned into frozen ones within minutes. Could it be that becoming a frozen one required some other condition? I shook my head, pushing the question aside, and took out the corpse manipulation card. I pressed it against the man's body. Crack. A splintering sound. The man jerked to life, his fingers peeling off the steering wheel, shards of ice raining down. He lifted his head, his hollow eyes locking onto me. I paused. If I was controlling him, he should be able to follow orders. Come with me. One man, one corpse. We made it to Wang Jing's front door in no time. Faint panting drifted out from inside. Her husband hadn't been dead more than a few days, and she'd already brought another man home. Fine. Let's see how I deal with you. My eyes went cold. I pulled out the skeleton key and slid it into the lock. The hinges creaked. Inside the bedroom, Zhang Chao froze mid-motion, his eyes sharp. Years of experience told him what that sound meant. The door had opened. Quiet. Get in the closet, he whispered, grabbing a branding iron from the stove and pressing himself against the wall. Wang Jing slipped obediently into the wardrobe, not a trace of fear on her face. Only two people could open her front door, herself and Zhou Hao. If Zhou Hao was here, he was probably coming to get rid of Zhang Chao. She just had to stay hidden. Zhang Chao swallowed hard and inched his way toward the bedroom door. The instant it swung open, he jabbed the glowing red iron forward. Crack. The ice crystals on the man's body shattered, his shirt scorching instantly as the iron seared deep into his flesh. The stench of cooked meat and burnt fabric filled the air. Zhang Chao's pupils tightened. He couldn't see out there, but the smell confirmed it. He'd hit someone. Yet the scream he expected never came. He hesitated a few seconds, then peeked out. A pair of milky white eyes was staring straight back at him. Mother of a ghost. Bang. Zhang Chao went flying, slamming into the wall so hard 3 of his ribs snapped. Tough luck, but at least the broken bones missed his organs. Who the hell are you? He clutched his chest in terror, waves of agony pinning him to the floor. I stepped inside and planted a foot on his chest. Beside me stood Wang Jing's dead husband. Through the crack in the wardrobe, Wang Jing watched it all, her pupils shrinking to pinpoints. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He'd been dead for 3 days. How could he? Sheer terror seized her. She huddled in the closet, not daring to breathe. I scanned the room, rumpled sheets, clothes scattered everywhere. Wang Jing was in here somewhere. I stretched lazily, my tone flat. Talk. Where's Wang Jing? Tell me, and maybe I'll let you off easy. You little punk, get your foot off me. Zhang Chao glared, eyes bulging. In all his years, no one had ever humiliated him like this. Still got some fight in you. I let out a cold snort. Without another word, I redeemed a real gun from the shop. A Desert Eagle. 9 rounds. 1,000 survival points. The suppressor was screwed onto the barrel. I raised my arm and put a bullet straight into his arm. Blood sprayed everywhere, splattering across the floor. I crouched down, my voice still flat. You know, I could have found it even if you kept quiet. I just wanted to make you suffer a little. Monster, you're a monster. Zhang Chao scrambled backward despite the searing pain, not finding a shred of comfort until his back hit the wall. I stood up, glanced around the room, and let my eyes settle on the closet. You coming out on your own, or should I put a round through the door? A rustling came from inside. Wang Jing emerged slowly, wearing a sheer red nightgown. Hey there, big guy. How about you let me go? Her voice trembled as she forced out a seductive smile. I can do all kinds of things. I'll take real good care of you all night long. Come on, Chuan. How about cutting me some slack? I can do all kinds of things. Wang Jing knelt on the floor, inching her way toward my feet, pressing her body low against the ground, groveling into the dust. I curled my lip. A week ago, maybe I really would have lost my head over an act like this. But things were different now. Lin Wan waited on me every day, always finding new ways to please me. A woman like Wang Jing? I wouldn't waste a second glance. Zhang Chao, though, couldn't hold it together in the corner. Fighting through the pain racking his body, he pointed at Wang Jing and cursed her out. You ungrateful bitch. You wouldn't put on those stockings for me no matter what, and now you throw yourself at him. I could tell. This man was genuinely furious. He'd broken his back for her, and all it got him was grief. Wang Jing sneered. Have you seen yourself? Undressing and dressing took you less than 3 minutes total. Why the hell would I ever wait on you? My expression was priceless. Who knew a big guy like Zhang Chao was all show and no substance? Then why'd you fake enjoying it? Zhang Chao roared. Wang Jing rolled her eyes. How else was I supposed to keep you in line? The two of them went back and forth, trading barbs, and Wang Jing gradually gained the upper hand. I watched from the side, so caught up in the exchange I almost lost myself in it. And in that instant, Zhang Chao's eyes flashed. Wang Jing caught the signal immediately. She quietly slipped a short blade from behind her back, the reward Zhang Chao had traded for at the supply point this morning. Seizing my distraction, she gritted her teeth and struck like lightning. Kill me, and everything in that mysterious space would be hers. The corners of my mouth lifted, almost imperceptibly. The blade was an inch from my temple, when the corpse beside me suddenly shot up its hand and clamped all 5 fingers around the blade. Wang Jing tried to push it another inch, only to find the corpse's strength absurdly overwhelming. She couldn't break free at all. I reached out and gripped her right wrist, the one holding the knife. Tisk, didn't think you still had this kind of nerve. Bang! Before she could finish, I slammed my foot into her stomach. She let out a muffled grunt and went flying, crashing onto the bed. Beat her. At my command, the corpse lunged forward, fists and feet raining down on her. I'll give you one chance. Cough up everything you looted today, or I'll have them beat you to death. Wang Jing took a few slaps to the face and several punches to the gut, hurting too much to get a single word out. Thinking she was just being stubborn, I ordered the corpse to hit harder. She finally couldn't take it. Summoning all her strength, she shoved the corpse away, her eyes bloodshot. I can barely breathe. How am I supposed to talk? Her eyes were full of hatred. I'd only taken some of her supplies. Was that really worth wanting me dead? So you're ready to talk? I smacked my forehead. She lifted her hand and pointed at a wall in the bedroom. There's a rotating switch. Open it, and you'll find the supplies. She wasn't stupid enough to reveal her main stash. This was just a private hiding spot, not much in it. I walked to the wall and, sure enough, felt a switch. One turn, and a hidden compartment popped open, packed with supplies. Too bad it was mostly snacks. Only a tiny bit of actual food. Without hesitation, I stored everything in my space. This little haul didn't come close to the batch from this morning. Trying to fool me? I drove my foot into her stomach again, my voice cold and cutting. Don't tell me this is all you looted this morning. Wang Jing clutched her belly and spat up a mouthful of bile. The flash of venom in her eyes didn't escape me. I caught it perfectly. I wasted no more words. I stepped aside and let the corpse, her former husband, rain down blows on her. When you're ready to talk, just say so. I sat down on a stool and waited quietly. To my surprise, this time she was unbelievably tough. She took a full 2 minutes of beating without making a single sound. An ordinary person would have confessed everything long ago. Didn't expect you to be such a hard nut to crack, I sneered. Wang Jing forced out a hoarse scream. Beat me to death if you dare. If you kill me, you'll never find those supplies for the rest of your life. She laughed like a madwoman, as if she'd lost her mind. I gave a cold snort and stepped forward to slap her. Enough noise. Smack. A crisp sound, and her crazed laughter cut off instantly. Half her face swelled up fast, and even the slightest movement of her lips sent piercing pain through her. I tore off a strip of the bedsheet and stuffed it into her mouth, then ordered the corpse to hoist her up. I walked out of the room, grabbing the stove on my way. The whole way, I kept the thermal core cranked to maximum. Linwan couldn't be allowed to get cold. Moments later, I arrived in front of a building, home to the very people who'd borrowed supplies from Wang Jing this morning. Following the faint firelight, I climbed to the 5th floor. During the day, everyone crowded here for warmth. When they saw me, their eyes went wide, none of them understanding how I'd found my way here. Whether you get your supplies back is up to you. I waved my hand, and the corpse set Wang Jing down. I walked into the bedroom, relit the stove with honeycomb coal briquettes, and pointed the chimney out the window. The cold air still seeped in, but with the fire going, the chill was nothing worth mentioning. Coming back out, I scanned the room and locked my eyes on a few men in the corner. You four. Whoever can pry open that woman's mouth and get her to tell us where the supply cache is, I'll wipe your debt clean. The 4 of them looked up, a flash of excitement in their eyes. They got to their feet and headed for the bedroom. When Wang Jing saw them come in, her face went white. Her mouth was gagged. She couldn't get out a single word, could only watch helplessly. I sat outside, handing out emergency rations to everyone. A chocolate bar, a pack of spicy snack strips, a pack of compressed biscuits, and a bottle of energy drink. Today, it's on me. Inside, things were heating up. Outside, everyone was digging in just as eagerly. They shoved food into their mouths in huge bites, hardly stopping to keep from choking. Watching this crowd, I let out a quiet sigh inside. A shame there were so few young and able-bodied ones. Otherwise, setting up a food loan company to collect debts for me wouldn't be a bad idea at all. 2 hours slipped by, and the noise in the bedroom gradually died down. One of the men strode out, grinning. She talked. It's in the Ash Building. The Ash Building. My eyebrow arched. Could it be the very room I'd already been to? I walked into the bedroom and looked at the hollow-eyed Wang Jing, a flicker of murderous intent in my gaze. I raised the pistol and aimed it right between her brows. Goodbye. In your next life, remember one thing. Don't listen to Zhou Hao. Bang. One shot straight through the forehead. Her death was utterly gruesome. Expressionless, I holstered the gun, turned, and walked away. Ordinary event triggered. Wang Jing killed. Reward, 30,000 survival points to 30,000. Didn't expect it to be so generous. My survival points shot past the 100,000 mark in one leap. I hurried to the ash room, and that corpse actually followed me the whole way there. I didn't pay it any mind and walked straight into the room where the supplies were hidden. Sure enough, the whole place was packed with everything Wang Jing had looted today. What a cunning woman. If she hadn't talked, I probably would have never set foot in here for the rest of my life. Just as I was about to gather up the supplies and redistribute them, behind me, a shriek erupted. I whipped around. The corpse that had been under my control suddenly broke free, frost creeping up its skin as it transformed into a frozen being. What the hell? The control time isn't even up yet. I looked down at the item card on its chest. Beneath the card, a thin layer of ice crystals had formed. The ice crystals had cut off the connection between the item card and the corpse, temporarily rendering it useless. The corner of my mouth twitched. So there's a trick like this too? So then, the trigger for a corpse turning into a frozen being was... What's the trigger? The frozen one didn't give me a moment to think. Its icy claws swept in, dragging a wave of cold, slashing down hard. My thermal shield snapped open just in time, absorbing the blow without a flinch. It pounded the shield like a madman, but every strike only sent out a ripple. The shield didn't budge. I waited for the right moment and drew the pistol from my jacket. I didn't fire right away. Instead, I activated my core ability, Weapon Enchantment. The power kicked in, and my Desert Eagle glowed a deep crimson. The muzzle erupted, spitting out red-hot rounds that screamed through the air, searing with heat. Dead center in the frozen one's chest. The ice cracked layer by layer, spreading across its whole body, shattering in a chain reaction. The item card hit the floor with a clack, totally spent. In that split second of paralysis, I fired again. Headshot. The frozen one crashed down. I waited a beat, but the announcement didn't come. Either there was another frozen one I hadn't cleared, or I hadn't collected all the supplies. Then it hit me. The supplies those tenants had handed over to Wang Jing were probably stashed somewhere nearby too. Sure enough, in another one of the funeral rooms, there was an even bigger pile of supplies than before. I used a supply doubling card and swept everything into my inventory. Supply point captured. Reward, physical attribute enhancement, upgraded to peak human level. A warm current surged through every limb and vein. I closed my eyes, relaxed, letting the rush flow through my whole body. A moment later, I let out a long breath. My body was overflowing with boundless strength. My steps felt light, my mind crystal clear. Hand and mind moved as one, sharpened to their peak. The instant a thought formed, my hands could execute it flawlessly. Now then, what exactly does it take for a frozen one to form? I frowned and started working through it. People who died in the residential complex never turned into frozen ones. That meant the complex was a safe zone. But the funeral rooms were inside the complex too. So why did frozen ones show up there of all places? As I thought it through, I suddenly grabbed hold of the key. Every time a frozen one appeared, it was tied to a supply point. And more than that, it had to be an ownerless supply point, or one that was temporarily out of anyone's control. When the corpse was at Wang Jing's place, it didn't mutate, even though that little hidden compartment clearly held plenty of supplies, because those supplies had an owner. But the moment it reached the funeral room, it changed. The supplies here had owners, sure, but they were left unmanaged, up for grabs by anyone. The logic checked out. Of course, this was just my theory. Maybe there were other triggers I hadn't found yet. But if it really was what I thought, then the complex was a safe zone. As long as there were no ownerless supply points near a corpse, no frozen one would appear. And I could even turn this around and use it to my advantage. Lure my enemies out of their turf, then haul a corpse over there and turn it into a frozen one. Under attack from all sides, death was certain. Once I saw through the secret of the frozen ones, I held a trump card no one else knew about. I gathered up all my supplies, turned, and headed home. Tomorrow, I'd return everything owed, name by name, according to the contracts. Back home, I quietly slipped under the covers and pulled Lin Wan's warm, soft body into my arms. There's no moment in life more blissful than this. Honey, don't go out alone next time. I get scared. She curled up against me, trembling slightly. So when I'd snuck out, she'd seen everything. She'd quietly followed me downstairs, then stood on the balcony, watching the direction I'd gone. What she feared was this, that she'd wake the next morning and I'd never come back. I patted her back gently and pressed a kiss to her forehead. Don't be afraid. The person who can kill me hasn't been born yet. After that night, the sky began to lighten. I got up early and packed my bags. Shen Yue had just woken, and when she saw me, her face changed instantly. Where are you going? I shrugged. Moving. You should all pack up too. You're coming to live at my place. Wang Jing was dead. Zhouhao would be dead soon too. This place meant nothing to me anymore. My real home had few people, was safe, and made trading and travel easy. There weren't so many shady characters lurking around. No need to watch my back every second, waiting for a knife. The girls finished washing up and packed their bags, taking only their personal belongings and leaving everything else behind. Before we left, I made a point of returning the supplies I'd taken back the night before to the people who'd been on Wang Jing's food loans. With Wang Jing gone, they made it back to their own places without trouble, and every one of them dug in, devouring their food, all sense of dignity forgotten. It had been so long since they'd eaten their fill that only now did they truly understand just how important food was. One of the men suddenly remembered the group Wang Jing had run and figured they could put together something respectable of their own. The leader's seat was left empty, saved for me. Everyone else would use their own strengths and take on their own roles. That batch of supplies would serve as the startup capital. The group gathered together and reached a unanimous decision to secretly form a new organization. They'd band together for warmth, doing everything they could to help each and everyone survive in this brutal cold. But this group wouldn't work like Wang Jing's, where you had to hand over supplies just to join. Instead, anyone could join. If you wanted supplies, you earned them through labor. The more you worked, the more you got. The less you worked, the less you got. No one knew that this unremarkable little group would one day become the most solid backing on my rise to the top. I brought the 4 girls back to my real home. Compared to that place at Jint's garden, it was far more spacious. 3 bedrooms, 1 living room, more than enough for 5 people. The moment we walked in, that familiar scent washed over me. I sent messages to my former partners and debtors. A message went out, notifying everyone of the address change. Anyone who wants to repay their debt should head to Jint's garden. As for those who don't want to pay, I couldn't be bothered to remind them. A few rounds of contract penalties, and they'd fall in line soon enough. After sending the message, I turned my head and caught Shen Yue sitting off to the side, clutching a bag of chips and stealing glances at me every few seconds. Remembering her sky-high affection level of 90 toward me, I honestly didn't know what to make of it. What are you staring at? You want some? Her little face flushed red, her heart pounding like a drum. Could it be she thought I'd figured her out? I nodded, reached over, and popped a few into my mouth. Cucumber-flavored chips, an indescribably weird taste. I never would have guessed she liked this stuff. She lowered her head, gripping the chip bag tightly, feeling giddy inside. She wanted to talk to me more, to get a little closer. What flavor do you like? Do you want to try some imported chips? Her voice dropped so low on those last words I could barely hear them. Try what? I didn't catch that. Before she could answer, Lin Wan plopped down between us with a plate of freshly cut fruit. Honey say. She popped a slice of crisp green apple into her mouth and leaned in to feed it to me. I didn't mind one bit. I cupped her face and ate it right up. Shin Yuus stared at the chips in her hand, and suddenly they tasted like nothing at all. She found herself thinking how nice it would be if I fed her like that too. Yeah, want a piece? Lin Wan turned, picked up a slice of apple, and offered it over. Shin Yue was still lost in that little scene, her mind a tangled mess. She blurted out, Lin Bao, I want the imported kind too. Lin Wan's face darkened, and she flicked Ye on the forehead. What are you even thinking? Fine, no fruit for you then. Shin Yue clutched her forehead, wincing in pain. But that little smack snapped her back to reality, and she suddenly realized she'd let something slip. An awkward silence settled over the room. Just then, a knock came at the door. Chen Qingqing went to answer it. Outside stood two heavy-set women. At the sight of Chen Qingqing, a flicker of disgust crossed both their faces. Uniform OL skirts, black stockings, clearly the type out to seduce men. Still, dressed that lightly and somehow not frozen to death. This woman had to be hiding quite a secret. One of them forced a smile. Hello, I'm Li Lin, captain of the all-female survival squad. This is my deputy, Wang Caixia. Wang Caixia wasn't having it and let out a cold snort. I thought we agreed I'd be the captain? We'd clearly settled it before heading out. What was with the sudden change? Li Lin snorted right back. Wang Caixia, get it straight. I formed this squad, not you. The two started arguing right there in the doorway, faces red with fury, until they came to blows. Two women of considerable weight. The two grappled with each other, neither gaining the slightest advantage. Chen Qingqing pushed up her glasses, utterly speechless. An all-female survival squad. Whoever joined them would be cursed with 8 generations of bad luck. Without hesitation, she shut the door and went about her own business. Outside, the two women snapped out of it and started knocking again. I frowned. Qingqing, who's out there? Chen Qingqing answered respectfully. 2 fat women trying to start an all-female survival squad. An all-female survival squad. The corner of my mouth twitched. Where did these clowns crawl out from? I'd lived here for over a decade and had never seen anyone like them. The moment the extreme cold hit, all sorts of weirdos came popping out. But I was genuinely curious about how this all-female survival squad actually planned to survive. Qingqing, open the door. Let them finish what they've got to say. I redeemed a clairaudience card and stuck it on the wall by the door, then wrapped my arm around Lin Wan and headed back to the bedroom. Chen Qingqing wore a calm expression as she opened the door again. Off to the side, Su Ro held a plate of fruit, quietly settling in to watch the show. Unless absolutely necessary, she wouldn't step in to help Chen Qingqing. The door opened, and the two women faced Chen Qingqing once more. This time, they seemed to have reached some kind of unspoken agreement. No longer squabbling over who'd be captain, they got straight to the point. Sister, join us? We've already got 7 or 8 people, and we've stockpiled a good amount of supplies. Chen Qingqing's face was blank, betraying not a flicker of emotion. In her eyes, these two were nothing but a couple of buffoons. Done talking? If you're done, then leave. She was about to close the door when Li Lin blocked it with her hand. Can't you think it over a little more? Wang Caixia chimed in. Yeah, every one of us sisters has a special skill. Together, we'd definitely fare better in the cold. Chen Qingqing remained unmoved. Li Lin choked back her anger, silently seething with a vicious thought. This woman must be looking down on their figures, refusing to team up. But right now she was the one begging to join forces, so she didn't dare lash out. Seeing they couldn't budge Chen Qingqing, the two turned their gaze towards Su Ro, who was eating fruit. To their surprise, she was dressed lightly too, like it was ordinary weather, in a sundress, her calves bare. Su Ro hurriedly swallowed the fruit in her mouth and wiped her lips. You want to recruit me? But I can't do anything except eat. She looked utterly innocent as she grabbed a green apple off the table and took a bite. The two women's eyes were instantly drawn to that green apple. Since the extreme cold arrived, they hadn't tasted a single bite of fruit. Su Ro pretended to guard her food, hiding the apple behind her back. Eyeing my green apple. No way. The two exchanged a glance. The first one wouldn't budge, so they'd try their luck with this one. Li Lin grinned. bearing a mouthful of big yellow teeth. This sister as long as. If you're in, eat as much as you want. All the team's supplies are yours to use. They cranked the offer to the max. Just lure her in first, worry about the rest later. Su-ro tilted her head, seeming to weigh it. Off to the side, Chun Qingqing shot a bland glance their way, as if she'd already guessed what Su-ro was about to say, the corner of her mouth twitching up. Li Lin and Wang Caixia watched with eager eyes, waiting for the answer they wanted to hear. Ahem, I've been thinking, Su-ro drawled. Everything you've offered is just empty promises. But if you can bring me 100 pounds of food, well, then I might consider it. 100 pounds. Li Lin's eyes went wide, like she thought I was messing with her. But she wanted Su-ro's secret to not fearing the cold. So she gritted her teeth, turned around, and headed back to haul the supplies over. In the living room, Shin Yuyue strolled out, letting out a soft laugh. Another 100 pounds, and I might consider it too. Another one? Li Lin and Wang Caixia were completely dumbfounded. When they'd come in, they hadn't felt a shred of warmth. So where was the heat coming from? Wang Caixia grabbed Li Lin and lowered her voice. Should we actually go get the supplies? At this point, it's the only way. The two gritted their teeth and hurried downstairs. 200 pounds for a secret to beating the cold. Worth it. As long as they didn't fear the cold, they could use that hook to grow their all-girls survival squad. And an all-female survivor base would be just around the corner. The moment the door shut, the three girls exchanged a look and burst out laughing. They don't actually think we'd go with them, do they? Only idiots would go. Show up over there, and you just get beaten around. With brains like that, they'll be at each other's throats within days. All three wore looks of pure contempt. They knew perfectly well that going over there would mean nothing but getting pushed around. Besides, I treated them well. Betraying me would make them lower than animals. Su-ro went back to gnawing on her half-eaten green apple. Chun Qingqing kept the books, and Shin Yue sprawled listlessly on the couch, spacing out. In the bedroom, I heard the whole thing and cracked a smile. That kind of voice, fat pressing down on the vocal cords, I didn't need to look to picture it. Flying the banner of an all-girls survival squad, while actually running a scheme to bleed others dry. If they really had the guts for it, the leader would at least be a woman with an iron fist and a cool head, not someone going door-to-door recruiting. I let out a scoff and pulled Lin Wan close as I lay down. Last night had been a long, exhausting one, and now that the move was done, it was the perfect time for a nice, comfortable nap. Lin Wan curled obediently in my arms, like a little kitten. Half an hour later, the knocking started up again. Chun Qingqing peeked through the peephole. Well, would you look at that? The two of them had actually hauled the supplies over. Li Lin was panting hard, pounding on the door. Open up. I brought it all. Chun Qingqing pulled. I opened the door, my expression ice cold. What do you want? Wang Caixia crossed her arms over her chest. You even have to ask? Send those two women out. They're coming with us. And why exactly would we go anywhere with you? Su-ro scoffed. Li Lin snapped. Didn't you say 100 pounds of supplies? She caught herself halfway through. The woman had only said she'd think about it. Her face went pale, and she cursed herself silently. What the hell had possessed her to go back and haul all that stuff over? Seeing the standoff, Wang Caixia unleashed her ancestral technique, the lion's roar. Ah! A deafening blast exploded outward with her at the center. Everyone in the room clapped their hands over their ears, faces twisting in pain. Think about it, my ass. We came here with all this goodwill. You should be down on your knees thanking us. She grabbed Su-ro's arm with one fat hand and yanked her toward the door. Su-ro didn't hold back. She drove a foot straight into the woman's gut. But Wang Caixia didn't even flinch. It was like kicking a bag of cotton. Thick clothes over thick fat meant an ordinary blow couldn't get through. Chun Qingqing's eyes went cold. She threw a punch square into the woman's face. Wang Caixia took it clean, and it only made her crazier. The hell are you standing around for? Get him. Li Lin backed up 2 steps, then charged, building speed as she slammed into Chun Qingqing. With Chun Qingqing's tiny frame, there was no way she could withstand that 1-ton collision. She was knocked flat on the spot. Fists rained down as Li Lin cursed nonstop. Little Miss Innocent. Wearing so little. What's that for if not to lure men in? I can't stand that stuck-up look on your face. She pinned Chun Qingqing down with her full weight, leaving her no room to fight back. Suro wasn't faring any better. She'd just eaten her fill, and now, crushed beneath her attacker, her stomach was churning violently. Shin Yue had already retreated into a corner. She wanted to help, but she had no means to attack. Against these two battle tanks, her odds were exactly 0. Talk. Why can you two wear so little? Every second you stay quiet, that's another slap. Chen Qingqing clenched her teeth and said nothing. Su Ro took 2 hits, her cheeks red and swollen, still stubbornly defiant. At that moment, a voice reached her ear. Lure them to the bedroom doorway. Hearing my voice, Su Ro steadied herself. She took a moment to prepare, then feigned a breakdown, tears welling up. I'll talk. I'll talk. Just stop hitting me. Wang Caixia snorted. See? Would have saved yourself the trouble if you'd said so earlier. Beside her, Chen Qingqing's face went livid. I'm just some latecomer, and even I'm gritting it out. How can you be the first to cave? Su Ro pointed a trembling hand toward the bedroom door. It's in there. The secret's in there. Wang Caixia rose to her feet and walked step by step to the door. Before her hand could even reach the handle, the door opened from the inside. A pitch-black gun barrel was aimed straight at her face. Wang Caixia's pupils shrank sharply. Once she made out that it was a handgun, she actually burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, you filthy man. You think you can fool someone as smart as me with a toy gun? If you've got the guts, go ahead and shoot me dead. Come on. She grabbed the barrel and pressed it against her own forehead. The corner of my mouth twitched. Since when were there so many people with a death wish? The trigger dropped. A soft click. Her cocky grin froze. Her pupils slowly went vacant, and she hit the floor with a thud. Before the blood could even flow out, it froze solid. The scene scared Li Lin stiff. She'd been pinning Chen Qingqing down. She scrambled to her feet, face white as a sheet. Don't kill me. Wang Caixia made me do it, all of it. Bang. A shot went into her thigh. Qingqing, however she hit you, give it all back to her, every last bit. Chen Qingqing stood up and rolled her wrist. Got it. Li Lin was beaten until she was screaming bloody murder. Every debt she owed got paid back in full. Can I go now? Sure. Go ahead. I waved my hand. Li Lin was overjoyed. She spun around and bolted. Bang. Another gunshot. I smiled. I'll let you go? It's not my fault you can't outrun a bullet, is it? Congratulations, host, for triggering a common event. For dealing with the troublemakers Li Lin and Wang Caixia, you are rewarded 10,000 survival points. I stepped forward and swept all their supplies into my space. As for the 2 bodies, I just tossed them off the balcony into the snowbank below. Couldn't burn them. The smell of rendered pork fat would be nauseating, and it spread disease easily. Dumping them was simpler. It's not like they'd turn into ice-frozen ones anyway. Chen Qingqing cleaned the bloodstains off the floor. Shen Yue, who'd been hiding in the corner, came out and hung her head in apology. I'm sorry. I couldn't come out and help you guys. The 2 of them waved it off. With a frame like Shen Yue's, taking on 2 grown adults was hopeless from the start. Nobody blamed her. I yawned and turned to head back to the bedroom to catch up on sleep. Chuanji. But Chen Qingqing hurried over and grabbed my arm. I've got an idea. Take a look. She handed me a proposal. A few big characters were printed on the cover, blazing base. You want to build a base? I frowned. Yes. With your strength, you could easily build a base of your own. I rubbed my temples. Building a base has a terrible return on investment. There's no point. I'd gone through all that trouble collecting supply points, running around negotiating deals, and giving out food loans. Also, my supplies would keep piling up, not to throw them into a bottomless pit for nothing. I patted her shoulder and started counting on my fingers. You need a solid foundation, right? You need power equipment that can supply the whole base, right? You need defensive fortifications, right? Every single one of those demanded a massive amount of manpower, materials, and money. Some facilities you could buy directly from the system shop, but those survival points were an astronomical figure. Except, unless you could turn seawater into survival points, you were stuck relying on the lottery. And drawing a gold-tier item by luck was about as likely as becoming world champion. I yawned again. All right, get back to work. We'll deal with the base stuff later. The door closed. Chen Qingqing clutched her proposal and lowered her head. She'd made it too simple. All she'd wanted was to copy another team's playbook. First form a team, then expand, and finally build a cold-resistant base. She'd even run the numbers in her write-up, but she blindly trusted the strength in numbers idea, figuring that if she just gathered enough specialists from every field, they could pull it off together. Now that she thought about it, it was hopelessly idealistic. She went back to her desk, scrapped the old draft, and started polishing it from scratch, step by step, following the pointers I'd given her. Before she knew it, it was evening. In the kitchen, Su-ro was working up a storm, bringing dish after dish to the table. With the thermal core protecting the room, the food wouldn't freeze solid in an instant. Phone in hand, I replied to a few important DMs. Most were from big bosses Lu Yuan had referred, people from all sorts of industries. They'd heard about the thermostat cards and all wanted a batch. I agreed one by one and locked in delivery times. This deal alone moved 500 thermostat cards, which would net me 10,000 pounds of grain or 100,000 liters of water. On top of the discount I'd already promised Lu Yuan, I decided to kick back another 10% in thermostat cards. This wasn't pure generosity. You have to cast a long line to catch a big fish. It was all about the supplies. Food's ready. Let's eat. Su-ro set down the last bowl of egg drop soup, took off her apron, and sat. Just as I was about to put my phone down, a new DM popped up. Mu Chuan, please, save me. I'm trapped in dorm building 17. I haven't eaten in 2 days. Please. The sender was Gu Qingyi, a campus beauty in her own right. Our paths had only ever crossed at various performances. Whenever there was a big show, she'd always rope me in. I'd sing and rap, she'd dance. Back then, people on the campus forums even called us the Cuckoo Duo, a play on our surnames. I never imagined she was still stuck at school. I thought for a moment and typed back a single word. Got it. Beautiful women could trigger chance encounters and special rewards. This was an opportunity landing right in my lap. It'd be a waste not to save her. In her dorm, bundled in layer after layer of blankets, Gu Qingyi saw that one word and nearly burst into tears. She'd sent out cries for help to so many people. Either they vanished into the void, or they came back with cold sarcasm. The very roommates she'd lived with for 4 years, upon learning she was in danger, seemed eager to fire off 10,000 messages bragging about how great their own lives were. Only I had replied right away, willing to come save her. She gripped her phone tightly. Inside were videos and photos. All of them things she'd painstakingly captured in secret. The day she was rescued, she was going to make sure I saw them. How much she liked me. At the other end of the table, I set down my phone only to find 4 girls staring at each other, wide-eyed, no one touching their chopsticks. Exasperated, I grabbed a bite first. Hadn't I already told them to drop all the formalities? Only after I moved did the 4 of them start eating. Halfway through the meal, I swallowed my food and asked, anyone want to come with me to the school to save someone? Save who? Gu Qingyi. She just messaged me asking for help. The moment I said it, both Lin Wan and Shun Ye's faces changed at once. Lin Wan especially. During her years of unrequited feelings, she'd gotten plenty jealous over Gu Qingyi. The forums had branded us the cuckoo couple, and Shun Yue, wanting to defend her best friend, not only started flame wars with people using a burner account, but also threw plenty of obstacles in Gu Qingyi's way. Gu Qingyi was no pushover either. Knowing Lin Wan had a crush on me, she sabotaged our chance encounters at every turn. The two of them were like fire and water, locked in open and secret warfare for years, neither able to let it go. An invisible war had erupted around me long ago, and somehow I'd had no clue, still thinking the two of them were good friends, since I often saw them huddled together. Seeing neither of them pick up their chopsticks, I paused. Aren't you two pretty close with Gu Qingyi? Why not come along? Lin Wan and Shun Yue exchanged a look. Good friends? More like mortal enemies. Lin Wan still remembered signing up for PE sophomore year. She'd gone through all that trouble to find out I'd picked basketball, but it was all false intel Gu Qingyi had spread. I'd actually chosen aerobics. The aerobics instructor was easygoing, announced the exam material on day 1, and it was the most laid-back elective there was. Basketball. Barely any girls, an insane amount of physical exertion, either running or dribbling and shooting drills. Dropping the class meant no credits, so she'd had to grit her teeth and suffer through the whole semester. That grudge still made both of them clench their teeth. Shun Yue leaned close to Lin Wan's ear and whispered, Are we really going? Lin Wan gave a cold snort. Going. We're definitely going. Let her see who the real queen is. Su Ro and Chun Qingqing stayed behind, each with a bear card. If something sudden came up, it could save their lives. I took Lin Wan and Shun Yue, got behind the wheel of the off-road vehicle, and sped toward the school. The school gates stood wide open. In the security booth, a guard slumped in his chair, a layer of frost coating his body. The instant the car rolled past, that long frozen guard suddenly snapped his eyes open, the whitened pupils looking especially chilling in the night. I glanced at him coolly, slowed down, and stopped a short distance away. Sliding my fingers across the center console, I found the cannon and tapped to activate it. The roof opened, the barrel extended, took aim. The frozen figure hadn't even made it out of the booth. Boom. Man and booth alike, blown to smithereens. The car started up again and drove toward the dormitory area. Inside the car, my expression was grave. Combining this with my earlier deductions, the true safe zone under such extreme cold. Only the residential complexes. The complexes themselves aren't cold resistant. They just guarantee no frozen ones spawn inside. Everywhere else was their territory, so they didn't even need supply points. That was a problem. Seniors who'd finished their thesis defenses could pretty much leave, with their diplomas mailed to them. But the freshmen, sophomores, and juniors were still here. So many people. Who knew how many would turn into frozen ones? But there was no turning back now. I gritted my teeth and pressed forward. The headlights lit up the road ahead. Through the windshield, I could see plenty of frozen ones wandering outside. Sensing the heat washing toward them, they all locked onto the car at once and came shrieking after us. My eyes narrowed. I fired twice in a row. Each shot mowed down a whole cluster, but there was another swarm right behind. All I could do was drive around them and shake them off. Once I got into the dorm district, the streets were packed with frozen ones. Stopping recklessly would only draw all of them straight to us. I frowned, then suddenly threw out a question. Lin Wan, why do you think these frozen ones chased the car so relentlessly? Lin Wan hesitated for a moment. Is it because of the sound? Shun Yue spoke with certainty. It's the sound. The SUV's windows are one-way mirrors. There's no way to see inside from the outside. Since we haven't been visually spotted, there's only one possibility. They're extremely sensitive to sound. Her expression was earnest, her gaze firm, a calm confidence written across her brow. Something clicked in my mind. It seemed like that was the only explanation. If that was true, it meant every frozen one relied on sound to locate its target. Locating by sound. I'd been worrying about how to get into the dorm building, and now I had a way. I locked onto a big tree in the distance and fired. Boom. The tree blew apart, its massive crown crashing down and kicking up a cloud of dust. The frozen ones all over the street chased after the noise, swarming toward that spot in a frenzy. Seizing the opening, I floored the gas and pulled up right below Building 17. There had to be frozen ones inside. If I charged up and alerted the whole floor, I wouldn't just fail to save anyone. I'd end up trapped from both sides. I sent Gu Qingyi a private message. What floor are you on? I'm downstairs. Ding dong. Up in the dorm, she snatched up her phone. The moment she read those words, a smile broke across her face. Wrapped in a thick blanket, she inched her way to the balcony and looked down. Sure enough, a black SUV was parked below. She replied, I'm on the second floor, holding a white dress. I rolled down the window and stuck my head out. Just as she said, a white dress was fluttering in the night breeze. I see you. Don't move. I'll get you out right away. I redeemed a bear card and tore it apart. A giant bear over 3 meters tall appeared out of thin air beside the car. I had it stand flush against the wall. It was still a little short of the second floor, but as long as it caught her securely, Gu Qingyi could jump down without a scratch. The giant bear moved against the wall. It spread its two thick, powerful arms wide and waited for the person upstairs. I sent her a message telling her to jump. Gu Qingyi poked her head out and saw the giant bear that had suddenly appeared below. Startled, she clapped both hands over her mouth, not daring to make a sound. Since I'd told her to jump, the bear was obviously mine. And if that was the case, what was there to hesitate about? She wrapped the blanket tight around herself, mustered all her strength to climb over the balcony railing, pressed the blanket to her mouth for a few gasping breaths, then shut her eyes and leapt. The searing pain she'd braced for never came. Instead, there was only a soft, furry sensation. She opened her eyes to find herself staring straight into the bear's deep blue eyes. "Hi," she whispered, giving a little wave. The bear didn't react. It scooped her up and started toward the car. As they passed the landscaped strip of greenery, a black shape suddenly darted out. Sharp ice claws tore through the blanket, leaving 3 horrifying gashes across her fair arm. The wounds froze over almost instantly, and threads of cold seeped through the cuts and into her body. Gu Qingyi grimaced in pain, but let out only 2 faint whimpers. She knew that if she got too loud, she'd draw even more of the frozen ones. And if that happened, she and I would truly become star-crossed lovers on the chopping block. The frozen one in the greenery, having landed its first hit, raised its claws again, this time driving straight at her face. Gu Qingyi went white as a sheet and pulled her head inside the blanket. In that instant, the bear smashed the ice claw with a single swipe, and the frozen one's hand shattered across the ground like broken glass. Then the bear yanked the frozen one out of where it had been hiding in the grass. Above its head, a mass of pitch-black cloud condensed out of thin air, lightning crackling within. Boom! The thunder struck. The frozen one died on the spot. "Get over here now." I leaned out and waved the bear over. That last blast had alerted every frozen one in the whole building. A wave of footsteps rose up from inside, dense, relentless, closing in like a tide. In 2 strides the bear reached the car and set Gu Qingyi down gently. The rear door of the SUV swung open, and a wave of heat rushed out. Feeling warmth for the first time in ages, Gu Qingyi didn't care about anything else and just crawled inside. The blanket wrapped around her dragged along the ground. The bear tore it off and flung it into the snow. Once she was in the car, I shut the door, started the engine, and floored the gas. We tore out of there. Any frozen ones drawn out along the way, I took out with a single shot. 10 shells a day, minus what I'd already used, enough to blast my way out of this school. The cannon fire roared, one blast after another. The students hiding in the supermarket and shops thought rescue had finally arrived. Someone bringing out artillery like this had to be a big deal, maybe even an official base. They pressed against the windows, craning their necks in anticipation. But once they saw it was just a single black SUV, their hearts sank again. One car meant it was a private outfit, and that the person being rescued was no ordinary figure. Still, it was the only way anyone was getting out of here alive. Opportunity. What if there was an empty seat in the car? What if there was someone they knew? What if the driver was willing to take them along? So people started shouting, "Save us. My dad's Lee gang. I can get him to pay you a fortune. Bro in the car, save me. I'll be your slave. I'll do anything." Some even burst out of the shops, charging through the biting cold wind toward us. My face darkened as I rolled down the window and roared, "Get back. Can't you see the frozen ones behind you?" The man's face went pale. Once he caught sight of the horde of frozen people, instinct kicked in and he turned to run back. I rolled the window up. On the center console screen, only 2 shells remained. Honestly, I wanted nothing more than to blast those 2 rounds right into that screaming crowd. Babe, Gu Qingyi's not gonna make it." Lin Wan's voice was frantic. We had bad blood with her, but now, with life and death on the line, I couldn't live with myself if I didn't help. I turned around and saw the ghastly wound on Gu Qingyi's arm. Cold was gathering around it, forming a layer of frost, and her whole arm had gone white. The exact same symptoms Lin Wan had before. I fired a shell at the little cafeteria to our left. The rolling wave of heat drew the attention of the huge crowd of frozen ones. Seizing the chance, I drove the car into a small grove of trees and stopped. Nobody usually came to these woods. There were only a few scattered frozen ones, all of them once young couples who'd hidden here. I went to the back of the car, gripping the human-faced, snake-bodied statue in my left hand and picking up the cold-dispelling fire cup in my right. "Wan, come help. Light some toilet paper with a match and put it in the cup." Lin Wan nodded, her expression more serious than I'd ever seen. She struck a match, the flame leapt up, and the toilet paper ignited instantly. As the fire spread, she held her breath and stuffed the paper into the cup. My eyes narrowed as I pressed the cup against Gu Qingyi's upper arm. The cup latched firmly onto her skin, gripping tighter and tighter. The cold inside her body surged toward the cup as if summoned. The cold at the wound eased. But what about the cold that had gone deep inside her? Gu Qingyi's lips were white, beads of sweat formed on her forehead, and her whole body was slipping into hypothermia. Once the cold reached her heart, this statue alone wouldn't be enough to save her. I took a deep breath, tore open her collar, and placed 2 cups each on her chest and back. Both spots were places the cold had to pass through. Normally 1 large cup would have been enough. But that thing's suction was too fierce. Her body couldn't handle it in her current state. I had to switch to 2 smaller cups, drawing from front and back at the same time. The cold inside her was pulled out by the powerful suction, gathering in the cups. I watched the color of the cups change, from all red to all white, the sign they were full. I immediately pulled them off and reattached them. The 2 girls stood beside me, tense, watching, lending a hand now and then. 15 minutes later, I wiped the sweat off my forehead and packed up all the cupping jars. Finally got it all cleaned out. The human-faced serpent statue appeared in my hand. I carefully removed the white jade vial. A few drops of white liquid had pooled inside. Holding my breath, I tipped 1 drop onto her arm. The liquid pierced through the frost instantly. The crystallized coating over the wound collapsed all at once, exposing the raw, red gash beneath. The liquid seeped in. In under a minute, the skin had healed completely, looking even smoother and more supple than before. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing an encounter event. You have successfully rescued Gu Qingyi. Reward: 1 super item chest. Ding! Congratulations, host, for triggering a common event, saving the dying Gu Qingyi. Reward: 80,000 survival points. A super chest plus 80,000 survival points. This trip was definitely worth it. All I'd given up was a black bear card worth 10 survival points. Pure profit. The corner of my mouth curled up. System, open the chest. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a symbiotic item, the Universal Enhancer. Can enhance any object. A flashlight appeared in my hand. My mouth twitched. I turned it over, looked at it from every angle. There was no way this thing could enhance anything. System, does this item have a grade? Awakened items usually came with grades. My first 3 all had them, and they could level up with affinity. Host, this item has no grade restriction. I rubbed my chin, and my eyes lit up slightly. No grade restriction meant it could swing between the weakest and the strongest. Used well, it was mythic tier. Used poorly, it wasn't even worth a common tier item. I rubbed my hands together, a flash of gold in my eyes. Enhance this for me, the Universal Enhancer. The enhancement light cannot reach the item itself. Cannot enhanced. That message only made me more excited. In other words, the item itself could be enhanced, as long as I got the enhancement light to hit it. Use a mirror to reflect the beam, and I could bounce the light right back onto itself. I wondered whether an enhanced item would gain a second enhancement charge. If that worked, I could exploit the bug endlessly. An item that could only be enhanced once would suddenly be enhanceable an infinite number of times. Just as I was working through the math, a huge crowd of frozen figures gathered outside the vehicle. They extended their icy claws and started clawing at the SUV from every direction. The sound of nails scraping against glass stabbed into my ears, sending chills all over my body. My expression changed. I quickly slid back into the driver's seat, hit the ignition, and tried to blast my way out of the encirclement. Damn it, I didn't even make a sound. How'd so many of them show up again? No time to waste. I floored it and shot out in an instant. The frozen figures on both sides were sent flying, their ice crystals shattering. The ones directly ahead got flattened into pancakes. At the same time, the cannon barrel rotated backward, taking aim at the crowd behind me. Fired the last shell. Boom. The shell detonated dead center, sending the frostmen flying in droves. The massive heat melted the ice crystals off their bodies and set the flesh underneath ablaze. Frostmen eliminated. Survival points plus 10. Frostman eliminated. Survival points plus 10. Ding. Mutated Frostman detected. Kill for a hefty reward. Are you kidding me? I'm literally almost out of here. And now you're telling me a mutated Frostman just showed up? My face darkened. Just from the system's tone, I could tell this thing was no joke. The bigger the storm, the pricier the fish. If it were just an ordinary monster, the system wouldn't be dangling a hefty reward. Rower. A shrill screech tore through the air. Directly ahead stood a mutated Frostman, over 3 meters tall, an ice shield in its left hand, an ice blade in its right. Its pale white pupils locked dead onto my car. A sword and shield type. I snorted and flicked a bear card out the window. The bear materialized and, without a word of warning, dropped into a full-on queen's sit, slamming its whole rear down and pinning the thing flat to the ground. Then came the S-tier combo. Left paw AC, right paw DC, basic attacks all around. That tough-looking ice shield turned out to be nothing. Ice conducts electricity beautifully, which was the real killer. That thing got zapped from start to finish. The outer shell stayed intact, but the flesh inside was already charred black. I gave it a lazy glance as I drove past. Nothing special after all. I cranked the wheel hard and sped toward the school gate. The frostmen behind me gave chase relentlessly, only stopping at the gate. They crowded at the entrance, seething with helpless rage. It was like some force was holding them back. No matter what, they couldn't cross that threshold. I noticed this, turned around, and parked 5 meters outside the gate. This distance was absolutely safe. No worries about a surprise attack. The moment the car stopped, Lin Wan tensed up. She tugged at my sleeve, face pale. Are we out of gas? While they haven't caught up, let's make a run for it. Seeing how scared she looked, I gave her a gentle hug. We're not out of gas. It's still early. I want to play around a bit more. Gu Qingyi, who had just opened her eyes, felt her heart sink at the sight of us being so close. She'd been at odds with Lin Wan for 2 or 3 years, and she never expected Lin Wan to be the first to make her move. But knowing Lin Wan's personality, how could she possibly confess first? If she'd wanted to, she'd have said something ages ago. It wouldn't have dragged on until now. Gu Qingyi felt a little relieved. Lin Wan must have used some shady tactic. Getting him drunk, slipping him something, faking a pregnancy. She shot a glance at Shun Yue, who was spacing out. This had to be that girl's idea. Gu Qingyi ground her teeth in frustration. She was the one who'd spent the most time by Mu Chuan's side. She'd only been held up this long because she had to prepare her outstanding graduate speech back in the dorm. Her eyes darted around, and she deliberately made a sound. Mmm. Everyone turned around at once to see her clutching her forehead, brow furrowed, looking absolutely miserable. What just happened to me? Why did I suddenly pass out? Wait, where are my clothes? You guys. She looked terrified, playing the part perfectly. In reality, she knew exactly how that whole scene had gone down. Shin Yue scoffed, looking down at her. You good now? If you're good, then get lost. Quit being an eyesore. If it weren't for Lin Wan's kind heart, she wouldn't care whether Gu Qingyi lived or died. Remembering all the trouble she'd caused them before made her blood boil. The corner of Gu Qingyi's mouth curled up, and she instantly shifted into a pitiful, wronged expression. I don't know how I offended you. Please don't kick me out. That fragile, ready to burst into tears look left Shun Yi dumbfounded. Anyone who didn't know better would think she was the bully. I'd been watching this whole time, assuming the 3 of them were good friends. Turns out I'd been completely fooled. She's still weak. Don't pick on her. That seemingly fair remark nearly made Shun Yi's lungs explode with rage. She knew that the more she explained, the deeper the misunderstanding would grow. All she could do was swallow her anger and silently mark Gu Qingyi down for later. Inside, Gu Qingyi sneered. You think someone like you could take me on? Things finally quieted down behind me, and I turned my attention back to the school gate. After all this time, the frostbound were still blocking the entrance, refusing to leave. Suddenly, I remembered that mutated frostbound. With the bear's stats, wiping out a sword and shield type should have been easy, right? So why hadn't the mutated frostbound slain notification ever popped up? I could hardly believe it. If even the bear couldn't kill it, just how strong was this thing? Then I saw it at the school gate, that massive figure. The ice crystals coating its body had melted away, and its exposed skin was charred black from the electricity. Still sword and shield, shield in the left hand, blade in the right. My mouth twitched as a possibility dawned on me. The thing had probably been stunned into paralysis, and the bear, mistaking it for dead, had wandered off. After all, the bear could only last 10 minutes. Once time ran out, it vanished. In that case, I'd claim this hefty reward myself. I opened the system shop and searched fire. Rambo-style galactic battle mech. Price, 100,000 survival points. Twin-turbo flamethrower. Price, 10,000 survival points. Torch. Price, 1,000 survival points. Fire basin. Price, 500 survival points. I wave my hand. What's 100,000? Buy it. Congratulations, host, on purchasing the Rambo-style galactic battle mech. It has been deployed beside your off-road vehicle. Lin Wan, who'd been staring at the side of my face this whole time, suddenly spotted the giant thing appearing outside the window. She rubbed her eyes, thinking she must be seeing things. Honey, what is that outside? A few. Everyone's heads snapped around in unison. A mech bigger than an off-road vehicle stood silently beside the car. White and red were its main colors, a flamethrower on the left arm, a turbo drill on the right. The open cockpit left every device inside on full display. I grinned. This is your big brother's power. Watch closely. I strode out of the car. The mech's ladder lowered automatically, like it was welcoming its master. I climbed up, and cables connected to my body one by one. Man and machine became one in an instant. The mech moved with my every thought. A single thought, and it stepped forward. Back and forth a few times, and once I had the controls down, a slight smile tugged at my lips. Facing the ring of frozen figures blocking the school gate, I didn't hesitate to unleash my ultimate move. Thermostatic burn. The next moment, a rocket launched from the mech's back and landed dead center at the school gate. It exploded on impact, laying down a row of burning scorched earth. The scorched earth would keep burning for 5 seconds, more than enough to deal with these things. Drawn to the powerful heat source, the frozen figures threw themselves at it one after another. Ice crystals melted, flesh ignited, and they burned into a pillar of fire shooting into the sky. The flames withered fast in the extreme cold, burning for less than 5 seconds, but they'd already reaped quite a harvest. Frozen figure eliminated. Survival points plus 10. Frozen figure eliminated. Survival points plus 10. Congratulations, Blue Star Online player, for achieving the 100 Slayer achievement. Reward: 1 common treasure chest. Looking at the blue holographic screen in front of me, my face darkened. That achievement name could really give people the wrong idea. I shook my head and drove the mech charging toward the remaining frozen figures. Flamethrower on the left at full power, drill on the right spinning at full speed. These weaponless things were like lambs to the slaughter, either burned to ash or drilled into minced meat. Like slicing through vegetables. Nothing could stop me, but I didn't lose myself in the killing. My eyes stayed locked on that sword and shield frozen figure not far off. It showed no intention of attacking, just stood there. I couldn't tell what it was doing. That put me on guard. Everything I knew about the frozen figures was pure guesswork, and I knew absolutely nothing about the sword and shield type. Meanwhile, these ordinary frozen figures charged in fearlessly, throwing themselves at me one after another, handing over my survival points. I dialed the flamethrower down to minimum power, keeping the mech's temperature dialed in. The moment the sword and shield figure made a move, I could take it head-on with the 1.5x damage boost from the red-hot state. Back in the off-road vehicle, the 3 girls watched my performance. Lin Wan's eyes were full of stars, her face pure infatuation. My husband is so handsome, so amazing. Shin Yue swallowed hard, her eyes sparkling too. Gu Qingyi, sandwiched between them, was not happy hearing that word, husband. Heh, are you even married? Calling him your husband already. Lin Wan withdrew her gaze, the corner of her mouth curling up. Yeah, you tell her. Shin Yue stood up, standing over her, looking down. Wan's already slept with Muchuan. More than once. I thought this would cut Gu Qingyi deep, but she just looked contemptuous, her tone dripping with mockery. You'd better pray you get pregnant before I take my rightful place. Otherwise, who ends up as the primary wife is still anyone's guess. Gu Qingyi was stubborn by nature. Once she decided something, she never backed down. The threat put Lin Wan on edge. All these days, and her belly hadn't stirred at all. A faint sense of crisis crept into her heart. Shin Yue let out a cold snort and pulled Lin Wan behind her. You want to bully Wan? Not a chance. Lin Wan was touched. With a best friend like this, what more could she ask for? Gu Qingyi gave Shin Yue a meaningful look, then turned and lay back down on the stretcher. Shin Yue's gaze drifted. Could it be? Had she figured something out? But they'd known each other for less than an hour. How was that even possible? The 3 of them each had their own thoughts. Lin Wan happily hugged Shin Yue and kept watching me outside. By now, the frost beings crowding the school gate had all been wiped out. only that one blade and shield being remained, not far off. And it, too, began to move again the moment the last of its kind fell. The ice crystals that had shed reformed, and a thicker layer of ice armor crystallized over its body. Stronger than before. It charged at me, raising its ice blade high. I extended my high-speed rotating drill and cranked the flamethrower to full power at the same time. Overclocked flamethrower. Ever-rising phoenix flames. I shouted, and the mech instantly went red-hot, its temperature multiplying. The spinning drill slammed into the ice blade. In an instant, the blade shattered inch by inch. The superheated flames spread across a wide area. Its ice armor and ice shield melted in the blink of an eye, and even the flesh inside turned to ash. Only a single hand, still gripping the blade, dropped to the ground. Ding! Congratulations, host, on slaying the mutated frost being. Reward: 1 lottery draw. I stared at the reward, and my face darkened again. I dropped 100,000 survival points, and all I get is 1 lousy lottery draw? I'd been holding off on using the lottery for 2 reasons. 1. The rules limited it to 1 draw per day. 2. There were so many items that if I pulled some garbage card worth 10 survival points, wouldn't that be a total waste? And here you go. The reward is another lottery draw. I was furious. Fine, let's see what you can pull out. Ding. Congratulations, host, on obtaining an epic grade item, small cultivation plot. Any crop matures within 1 day. I raised an eyebrow. Epic grade? That good. Then, I spent another 1,000 survival points on 1 more draw. Ding. Congratulations, host, on obtaining 1 undying wild thunder card. Damn. My face darkened once more. Can't you just hand it over directly? You've got to make it a lottery. Give me hope first, then hand me disappointment. Treating me like some clown for your amusement? I've had it with this garbage system. I recalled the mech into my inventory and quickly headed back to the off-road vehicle. Lin Wan threw the door open and rushed into my arms, planting a kiss on my cheek. You were amazing. So incredible. Emotional gratification, maxed out. I could tell she was genuinely happy. Her eyes gave it away. Yeah, we'll talk more later. Get in the car first. You're the worst. Lin Wan blushed, letting my hands wander wherever they pleased. Back in the car, Shun Yuus shot me an envious look. She wanted to get out of the car openly too, to hug me and say you're so amazing. Ding. Favorability from Shun Yuus +2. Current favorability, 92. I gave her a faint glance, feeling a bit helpless. I honestly didn't know when she'd started liking me. The day this thin veil got torn away, Lin Wan was going to fall apart. I cared more about what Lin Wan thought. After all, she was pretty much my first love. The car sped all the way home. The 2 people at the house had already gone to bed. After the 4 of us finished washing up, I left some food for Gu Qingyi and carried Lin Wan back to the master bedroom. Gu Qingyi nibbled at her food, listening to the panting sounds coming from the room without so much as a flinch. Oh please, quit the act. Don't you have a thing for Muchuan too? Watching the man you love with another woman, and a woman you've been fighting with for 2 or 3 years, no less. Shun Yuue crunched on her potato chips, her mouth never stopping, every word aimed straight at Gu Qingyi's heart. Gu Qingyi finished eating and stood up, a faint, elusive smile crossing her face. Whoever's putting on an act knows it themselves. Falling for your besties, man. TSK, TSK, tisk. Shun Yue's expression shifted, but she forced herself to stay composed. You, what are you talking about? I don't. But her trembling voice betrayed her. Gu Qingyi let out a soft snort. You're too worried about hurting your bestie's feelings to make a move. Want me to do it for you? Shun Yuue firmly refused. She had her own way of becoming Muchuan's woman. She didn't need anyone's help. Gu Qingyi hadn't expected her to refuse so decisively. Looks like that was the wrong move. She'd have to rethink her strategy. By the way, where do I sleep? That one question let Shun Yuue reclaim the upper hand. There was smugness in her tone. In my room. On the floor. The extreme cold had been here for nearly 2 weeks now. Looking across the region, our neighborhood had the most living people by far. As a safe zone, there were no ice-frozen people here, and the survival rate far exceeded everywhere else. Elsewhere, frozen bodies were practically everywhere. Going out to find food was nearly impossible, and even a trace of warmth had become a luxury. Too many people were like the little match girl, only willing to light their last remaining spark in the final moment of life. Whether it was a lighter or a match, that faint bit of warmth was the last sliver of light before they passed. Online, cries for help flooded in, new ones every single day. But almost no one was willing to lend a hand. Everyone knew the truth. The appearance of the Blue Star Communication Network meant the deep freeze would never end. The top priority wasn't saving people. It was gathering supplies to survive longer in this frozen world. Rescuing others was high risk, low reward, and burned through resources for nothing every day. Even the campus heartthrobs and beauties couldn't get anyone to help them. But I was different. I needed to find more gorgeous women, trigger special encounter events, and earn super item treasure chests. Every super item chest dropped something insane, stuff that made surviving the cold infinitely easier. So I was happy to spend time scrolling through distress calls, hunting for targets that caught my eye. Too bad most of them were below average. Even a 7 out of 10 was hard to come by, let alone a 9. I switched off my phone and pulled the all-purpose enhancer out of my storage space. Impressive name, but really it was just a flashlight. There was only one switch on it. Press it, and a beam of red light shot out, enhancing whatever it touched. I walked over to the full-length mirror and pressed the switch while aiming it at my reflection. Red light flooded the entire mirror, then bounced back, landing squarely on me and the remote in my hand. Full-length mirror enhancement successful. Trait acquired. Hard as ironed. All-purpose enhancer enhancement successful. Chance to generate multiple traits. Shun Chuan enhancement successful. Traits acquired. Indestructible body. Unyielding vigor. Plus 30% attractiveness to the opposite sex. My mouth twitched. So enhancement just meant adding traits? Here I was hoping it might increase the number of enhancements I could do. What a letdown. Still, the traits weren't bad. Actually a pretty good match for my abilities. Then it hit me. If it could enhance me, then it could enhance the item cards in the system store too. I sank my consciousness into the system and started browsing through the low-cost sellable cards. That's when a notification chimed in my head. Shunyi's favorability +5. Current, 97 points. Guqingyi's favorability +2. Current, 92 points. I ignored it and kept browsing. Thermostat card, Endless Thunder card, Resource Doubler card. All of them could be enhanced. All of them could gain traits. Just then, Shunyue and Guqingyi came out of their rooms one after another and spotted me sitting on the couch. For some reason, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was drawing them to me every second. Shunyue had barely taken 2 steps when she suddenly shivered, slapped her own cheeks, spun around, and bolted into the bathroom. Guqingyi shot me a cool, sidelong glance, as if she'd sensed something. Coward, what are you so scared of? Just go for it. While I was still distracted, she plopped herself right down into my lap, cupped my face in her hands, and kissed me deeply. Down she came. She even wanted to go further. I snapped back to my senses, saw who it was, and jumped. What are you doing? I shoved her off me. Guqingyi's eyes flickered, and she pretended she'd just woken up. Ah! She scrambled off me, crouched on the floor, and clutched her chest. You. I was dumbfounded. You came onto me. How is this suddenly my fault? But explaining now would only dig me deeper. Just as I was about to speak, Lin Wan walked out of the bedroom. Wan, hear me out. Shoo. Lin Wan stared at me blankly, her eyes burning with something strange. She swallowed hard, didn't even glance at Guqingyi crouched on the floor, and walked straight up to me, cupped my face, and kissed me. I was completely stunned. What was wrong with everyone? Could it be that 30% increased attraction to the opposite sex, trait acting up? This was way too much. Crouched on the floor, Guqingyi's face darkened. She'd been completely ignored. She wasn't having it. Her act had been flawless, so why wasn't Lin Wan taking the bait? She couldn't figure it out, so she just stood up and pried the two of us apart. Lin Wan's pretty face was flushed red, and she kept her head down, lost in thought, smiling brighter than ever. I realized the trait was still in effect and quickly asked the system if I could turn it off. Ding. Trait is bound. Cannot be disabled. Host may purchase draw attempts to re-roll traits. I stared at the screen. Locking a trait cost 10,000 survival points. One draw cost 10,000, limited to once a day, and once changed, it couldn't be altered for a week. Draw it. If I didn't, Lin Wan was going to lose her mind. Ding. Lock plus draw totals 20,000 survival points. Deducted. Rolling trait. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the trait, Firearms Mastery. The next moment, Lin Wan pressed a hand to her forehead, dazed. What just came over me? Gu Qingyi watched her expression closely, and only then was she certain. The woman hadn't been faking it. She'd genuinely been drawn in. The strange thing was, Gu Qingyi had been drawn in too, yet she could break free at will. So why did Lin Wan act possessed the moment she was affected? I stepped forward and pulled Lin Wan into my arms. It's okay. That was just a little accident. Lin Wan half understood, pressing close to me, contentedly narrowing her eyes. Gu Qingyi took it all in, her gaze darkening as she remembered the times Lin Wan had gotten the better of her. She made up her mind. The top spot was worth fighting for. Plan A had failed. Time for Plan B. She stepped forward, all smiles. Chuan, I still haven't repaid you for saving my life last night. How about I cook something special for everyone tonight? My eyes lit up. Really? Back when we were partners, I'd eaten plenty of her cooking, and the taste. It's absolutely amazing. The only thing is, I always get sleepy after eating. As a northerner, I never suspected there was anything wrong with the food. I just figured I'd eaten too much. Of course. When have I ever gone back on my word? She said with a gentle smile. I couldn't wait. It had been so long since I'd tasted it. But Lin Wan frowned slightly. She had a nagging feeling that Gu Qingyi was up to no good, yet she couldn't find any proof. She'd have to ask Yaya later and see if she had any ideas. After breakfast, I planned to head to the farmer's market to pick up some seeds. Most of the seeds on the market are dried, no moisture content, so they can stay perfectly preserved even at 60 below zero. Just add warmth and water, and they'll spring right back to life. The small plot of land I'd gotten earlier was perfect for growing fruits and vegetables, which I could then sell at a premium. Ready in a single day, that was the biggest advantage. Wan, want to come with me to the farmer's market? A little company on the way never hurt. Flirting, chatting, either way, it had passed the time. Lin Wan hesitated. On one hand, there was the chance to be alone with the guy she liked. On the other, she needed to strategize with her best friend about how to foil Gu Qingyi's schemes. Both things mattered. In the end, she bit her lip and chose to come with me. She could always discuss the plan over her phone. She poked her head out of the bedroom and smiled softly. Wait for me to put on some light makeup, okay? I nodded, opened the door, and got ready to head downstairs to wait for her. To my surprise, several heavy-set women were standing right outside. One of them alone filled the whole stairwell, with three more crowded behind her. I raised an eyebrow. And you are? I had a vague answer already. Could this be the so-called all-women survival squad? The woman in front glanced at me, and her eyes lit up. No wonder Li Lin and Wang Caixia had insisted on dropping off supplies here. Turns out they'd been hiding a handsome guy. I lost my patience. If you don't need anything, get going. But the lead woman heard a different meaning in that if they did have a reason, they could stay. Handsome, if you want us to stay, just say so. No need to beat around the bush. Exactly. Three gorgeous women standing right in front of you. What's there to be shy about? The women behind her chimed in. I was dumbfounded. You call yourselves gorgeous? And who said anything about wanting you to stay? The lead woman wouldn't let up. She took 2 steps forward, trying to squeeze past me and into the apartment. Handsome, since you're inviting us so sincerely, we're happy to be yours. A wave of stench hit me full in the face. The smell was like 3 months without a shower, like they went swimming in a garbage heap every single day. Sharp, choking, practically a biological weapon. They all lived together. Did they seriously not smell a thing? You guys cough, cough. My face turned green as I stumbled backward, desperate to escape the stench. But that whole series of movements got interpreted by them as being moved. The women were beside themselves with excitement, thinking. I ran into an infatuated, handsome guy. When he heard he was coming inside, he even got so moved his eyes welled up with tears. They all stepped back to make way, waiting to be welcomed in by me. Handsome, even though we're an all-girls squad, given how much you like us, we're willing to step aside. I agree. We can't let his feelings go to waste. It's how it should be. Wang Caixia and Li Lin, those 2 man-haters. What right do they have to brainwash us every single day? Everyone chattered at once, going from talking over each other to reaching a consensus. Sure, you like us, but don't push your luck either. Running into us is your blessing. You'd better treat us right. Serve us well, and maybe we'll all take care of you together. You dare say no? See if we still agree to be your girlfriends. That condescending look. Their noses stuck higher in the air than anyone's. They thought they were white swans, oblivious to the fact that they were hundreds of pounds of fat pigs. I was about to lose it. What the hell was going on? Who the hell likes any of you? Rage flooded my head. I pulled a pistol out from my storage space. Oh, bringing out a paintball gun? Celebrating scoring so many gorgeous darlings. Bang! A gunshot rang out. This Desert Eagle didn't have a suppressor, and the shot echoed through the stairwell. The woman in the lead took a bullet to the forehead and dropped to the floor with a thud. The others behind her went pale in an instant. They wanted to run, but there was no time. With those bloated bodies, forget running. Even turning around was a struggle. My eyes went cold. I fired several shots in a row, leaving none alive. Ding! Host has triggered a common event, killing the fat women who came to the door. Reward: 5,000 survival points to only 5,000. What a waste of bullets. I felt thoroughly disgusted. I really didn't know why I always seemed to run into so many freaks and monsters. Could those videos actually be true? When an earthquake hits, fat people have higher survival rates. When extreme cold comes, fat people last the longest too. The thick layers of fat can block out the cold and wind, and even serve as stored food, slowly digesting inside the body. The few girls hiding in the room couldn't hold back their giggles. Shen Yueyue laughed the hardest of all. She even came up close and repeated everything those people had said, line by line. Since you like us so much. Didn't expect you to like us this much. Ha ha ha. Your blessings are all lying on the ground now. 2 of them still aren't dead. Quick, go save them. Shen Yueyue was so thrilled she was practically glowing, completely oblivious to my darkening expression. First, I put a few more rounds into the women on the floor playing dead. Then I scooped up Shen Yueyue and walked over to the couch. I pressed her down over my lap, face down, the jeans tracing the curve of her perky backside. I swallowed. She usually wore loose dresses and wide-leg pants, but today's outfit put her figure on full display. Shen Yueyue let out a soft hum and shot me a sideways glance. What are you doing? The voice snapped me back to reality. My expression turned instantly serious. Giving you a little punishment. Smack. I put my whole weight into it, bringing my hand down hard. Her face flushed red as she struggled to get up, but I held her down. Let me go, let me go. In all my years, this was the first time I'd ever been spanked. You like laughing, huh? I'll give you something to laugh about. The more I spanked her, the more into it I got. But instead of backing down, Shen Yueyue got defiant. Right in front of everyone, she stuck out her neck and said, "So what if I laugh?" Huh, huh, huh. I let out a cold snort. Oh ho, still got some mouth on you. Let's see how tough you really are. I smacked her dozens more times until my arm ached and my palm stung. But then it was the one getting spanked who wasn't happy about it. She looked up at me with anticipation all over her face. Come on, keep going. I can hardly wait. I covered my face with one hand. Oh no, why was she getting off on this? Come on, hurry up. I can't wait anymore. Her eyes went slightly red, her voice dripping with a coy whine that was almost impossible to refuse. Please, come on, hurry. Okay, okay. Yeah, stop messing around. Lin Wan, now finished with her makeup, spoke up softly. Only then did Shen Yueyue relent. She stepped over, hooked her arm through Lin Wan's, and whispered into her ear. Come to my room when we get back. I need to talk to you about something. She couldn't wait any longer. First convince Lin Wan, then use her to get close to me. All she needed was to make it happen like last time, sealing the deal before I could object. Lin Wan thought it was about dealing with Gu Qingyi, so she nodded without hesitation. The 2 of them headed out, walking all the way to the off-road vehicle. I climbed into the driver's seat, buckled up, and murmured to Lin Wan in the passenger seat. Wan, pull up the location for Chinsa Court on your phone. See how many people are left in the all-girls survival squad. The way I saw it, those 3 showing up at our door probably meant they'd caught wind of Wang Caixiao and Li Lin's deaths. They'd come for revenge, and I couldn't rule out that others might come to retaliate too. I had to cut the problem off at the root. Lin Wan nodded and immediately jumped into the neighborhood chat channel to dig for info. I started the car and sped off, heading straight for the wholesale produce market in the south end of the city. It was one of the largest produce markets in the city. There was one in each direction, north, south, east, and west, together supplying the entire city with agricultural goods. Most of the buyers here were restaurant owners and kitchen staff from companies and schools, so the foot traffic was heavy. I'd come prepared to fight the icebound. When I reached the market entrance, I didn't rush to get out. First, I redeemed a small handgun from the system store, plus 2 spare magazines. Wanwan, watch this. I broke the pistol down into 2 halves and patiently walked her through it. With the firearms mastery buff backing me up, my explanation was thorough, and I taught her hands-on, step by step. Lin Wan was a fast learner. In no time, she'd gotten the hang of firing and reloading. If you run into danger, don't panic, and don't worry about missing. Just take your time. And if all else fails, just pull. Distance. For a beginner, there's no need to worry about accuracy. Being able to protect yourself is enough. Lin Wan gripped the pistol, her eyes resolute. Don't worry, I won't hold you back. She understood in her heart that I gave her the gun simply because I wanted her to have the means to defend herself. Even though she carried a core flame and a heat shield, I still couldn't rest easy, which just went to show how much she meant to me. And she wouldn't let me down. She picked up her phone and handed me the intel she'd gathered. They've been recruiting nonstop, girls only. They live in Building 8, 12 of them total, all young women. I studied the information, my eyes narrowing. Was I overthinking this? Maybe it wasn't about revenge. Maybe they were just recruiting. Thinking back carefully, none of those people had been carrying weapons. I'd observed for a while first. Once I confirmed they posed no threat, there'd be no reason to get tangled up with a cult-like group. Snapping out of my thoughts, I stroked her hair and gave a slight smile. Nice work. What reward do you want? Lin Wan tilted her little face up and pressed her lips together. There's a reward? I want dragon fruit, coconut milk, and durian. I waved my hand dismissively. Easy. Once we find the seeds, you can have as much as you want. She was thrilled and planted a loud kiss on my cheek. I won't take the reward for free. Consider that a down payment. Once I actually get to eat them, I'll do cosplay for you. The 2 of us cuddled in the car for a good while before finally getting out. The agricultural wholesale market was eerily deserted. The shelves were empty, not a soul in sight. I walked into the vast market and looked around. I couldn't even spot a single frozen person. By all rights, a wholesale market should be up and running before dawn. Even before the extreme cold hit, the vendors should have been busy at their stalls. The deep freeze had only fully descended in the early morning. This place should have been packed with people. My expression hardened, and I pulled a bulletproof shield out of my storage space. No one outside didn't mean there weren't frozen people in the dry storage rooms, the sealed cold rooms, or the cellars. Those places stored large quantities of produce, not just food, but also higher temperatures than outside. Unhurried, I walked up to the ambient temperature storage room and opened it with my master key. No frozen people inside, but plenty of dry goods. Pumpkins, winter melons, onions, garlic. They looked edible enough, but I wasn't willing to gamble. What if eating them caused problems? Until the human-faced serpent statue leveled up, I had to be extremely careful about everything. I passed over them and scanned the room, spotting plenty of frozen potatoes and sweet potatoes. In this extreme cold, once these crops thawed, they'd turn mushy, maybe even rot rapidly. I couldn't be bothered to pick out the good ones. The whole point of this trip was to find seeds for various crops. Seeds were usually kept in the ambient temperature warehouse. Sure enough, Lin Wan found a dozen or so large boxes in the corner. I opened it up and found seeds, every kind of common vegetable and fruit you could think of. I threw my arms around her and planted a kiss on her cheek. I'd spotted the box earlier too, but since nothing was written on it, I assumed it was just junk and didn't bother checking. Turns out it was exactly what I needed. Lin Wan lifted her swan-like neck, looking pleased with herself. Pretty impressive, right? Come on, praise me. I struggled for a while, then finally gave her a thumbs up and blurted out 2 words. Freaking awesome. Lin Wan was speechless. That's the only compliment you know? But whatever, saying anything fancier would have felt forced anyway. I scratched my head, a little embarrassed, and packed all the seed boxes into my space. Mission accomplished. Time to head back. But I wasn't about to leave just yet. I hadn't checked the cold storage or the cellar. What if there were more edible supplies down there? The Southside Wholesale Produce Market. I looked up at the massive cold storage building. Aside from the reception lobby on the ground floor, the whole thing was storage. From top to bottom, the high-temperature preservation zone, the low-temperature freezer, the ultra-low freezer, and the ripening-only chamber. No point checking the high-temp zone or the ripening chamber. The produce in there had either been shipped out or rotted to mush ages ago. In extreme cold, the more water something holds, the faster it rots. Pretty on the outside, but liquefied within. The real value was on levels B1 and B2. I found the stairwell and headed down to the low-temperature freezer. 3 rooms, frozen meat, quick freeze, and fruit chunks. Each required facial recognition or a key. With the building's power out, facial recognition was useless, keys only. Click. The lock gave way. I didn't push the door open right away. Instead, I pressed against it and listened. Lin Wan stood beside me, gun ready, tense as a bowstring, just waiting for my signal. After a moment, nothing stirred inside. I motioned for her to press against the wall, then shoved the door open. Bang! A frozen corpse toppled out, its body caked in ice a good 2 inches thick. Still in uniform, one of the market's employees. To keep it from turning into an ice freak, I summoned flames in my palm and slowly melted through the ice. Lin Wan finished it off with a single shot to the head. These ice freaks work the same way as zombies. If you don't smash the brain, you can't kill them. The gunshot echoed through the lower floors. The other 2 freezers stayed dead silent. But the quieter it was, the more careful you had to be. Sometimes the living are more dangerous than the frozen. I stepped into the frozen meat section and scanned the room. No people. No ice freaks. System, redeem the supply doubling card. Ding. Redemption successful. All supplies doubled for 1 hour. A warehouse packed with frozen meat. I swept my hand, and it all went into my space. I wasn't going to eat any of it. Frozen meat tastes awful in this cold anyway, so I'd sell it at a premium to those big shots and trade for supplies that actually mattered. The quick freeze section, box after box of dumplings and buns. Lin Wan frowned and pointed at one. Honey, it's been sitting out for a week. Is it still good to eat? Yeah, it's fine as long as it hasn't been a month. I swept up all the boxes and moved into the last section, the fruit chunks. Diced mango, strawberry pieces, durian flesh, yellow peaches, pineapple, all stacked in neat rows. Once thawed, they'd all turn to mush, only good for porridge. I took them anyway, to sell. If I wanted fresh fruit, I'd just grow it on a small patch of land. It ripened in a day. 3 massive freezers, all bagged. The space expanded again. It was over 1,000 cubic meters now. I pulled out my phone and texted Lu Yuan, asking if he wanted any frozen meat or frozen foods. He replied fast, told me to wait a few minutes while he checked with a friend. While I waited, Lin Wan and I kept heading down. To basement level 2, the ultra-low temperature freezer. An iron door blocked our path. It read, Restricted Freezer Area. Authorized personnel only. A notice beside it warned, Interior temps -40 degrees Celsius to -60 degrees Celsius. Special gear required. That was about the same as the freezing hell outside. I turned the master key, and a wave of cold air hit my face. The door swung open, revealing a huge, sprawling space. Way more supplies than the floors above. To the left, premium seafood. Bluefin tuna, salmon, king crab. All the pricey stuff that ran 1,000 a plate at high-end restaurants. Dozens of vacuum-sealed foil boxes of it. I was grinning ear to ear. I'd bring this good stuff home and let Su Rose show off her skills. Lin Wan ran over to one of the boxes, her eyes lighting up, and waved at me. Honey, come here. A5 Wagyu. Wagyu. I jogged over. A 5 Wagyu, 1,000 a pound. Even the loin cuts went for 700. Quick, see how many boxes there are. Top-tier ingredients always came in small quantities. After searching for a while, sure enough, just 2 boxes. 1 Wagyu, 1 filet mignon. There was plenty of venison, French foie gras, and tomahawk steaks, though. What a haul. I couldn't help but laugh, sweeping it all into the space. Lin Wan kept digging and found a stash of gourmet desserts and ice cream. She had the biggest sweet tooth. She tugged on my arm, her voice going soft. Big brother, can you make this for me when we get back? Eat as much as you want. We're heading back right now. Room cleared. The 2 of us couldn't wait to head up, our heads full of food. But the second we reached the reception hall, a bunch of frozen ones were wandering around. My expression darkened. Where did these frozen ones come from? We hadn't run into a single one on the way in. Worse, at the second-floor stairwell, Two tall sword and shield frozen ones were staring us down. It clicked instantly. When the deep freeze first hit, the people in the market would have rushed to the ripening zone and the high-temperature preservation area. Both were warm enough to survive the cold. The gunshots from earlier had drawn them all down here. I took a deep breath and pulled Lin Wan behind me. Behind me, I pulled the Rambo mech out of my inventory. Instead of charging in, I scooped her up and back toward the basement level. This wasn't running. I was leading them into a dead end. Standing at the foot of the basement stairs, I kept my eyes locked on the top. The footsteps grew denser. The first frost thrall came barreling down the staircase, shrieking. Then the second, the third, more and more of them piling in until the stairwell jammed solid. Lin Wan's eye sharpened. She drew her pistol and fired a shot at the frost thralls on the stairs. Bang! The bullet went wide, leaving only a scar in the ceiling. Too much recoil. A beginner can't control it, and that's when you miss. It was the first shot of her life. She'd missed, but her adrenaline was surging and her eyes were blazing with excitement. I grabbed her before she could fire again. That kind of high is exactly when things go wrong. I've got this. We'll talk about shooting practice back home. I steered the mech toward the stairwell and blasted the descending frost thralls with a jet of superheated flame. The drill on the right hand spun at high speed, mopping up the stragglers lucky enough to dodge the fire. For the ones clumped together on the stairs, I unleashed a sustained burn. A row of rockets shot from the mech's back and landed across the steps, laying down a long ribbon of flame. The frost thralls were swallowed by the blaze, shrieking in a frenzy as the fire leapt from one body to the next. In under a minute, every frost thrall on the staircase was reduced to black ash, drifting down to the floor. I didn't cut the fire, just held the temperature steady. There were still 2 shield and blade frost thralls upstairs, and maybe others hiding somewhere. Nothing stirred above. My heart sank, and I decided to go up and scout alone. I'm going up to check. Wait until I call you, then come up. That was the safest way. Okay. Lin Wan looked a little deflated. She used to be able to help me with her core flame, but with so many frost thralls, that little bit of fire didn't count for much. Now the only thing she could contribute was the pistol in her hands. Watching me head up, she took a few deep breaths, retreated to the second basement level, and shut the door. The gunshots wouldn't carry up there. Step by step, I made my way back into the reception hall. Most of the frost thralls were gone, but the 2 shield and blade ones had vanished. Had they retreated upstairs? The thought had barely formed. From a corner, a pair of blood-red eyes fixed on me, and it lunged, its ice blades slashing down hard. Bang! The blade struck the thermal shield and didn't budge an inch. My right-hand turbo drill roared to life, buzzing as it drove straight for the ice crystal in its chest. But it flipped its grip, and the ice blade transformed into a slab of ice armor 10 centimeters thick across its chest, thick enough to stop a machete or a steel pipe. Unfortunately, what it was blocking was a turbo drill, and a high-speed spinning one at that. No matter how thick the armor, it was still ice at its core, nothing indestructible. 2 seconds, and the ice armor crumbled inch by inch, exposing flesh beneath. The drill. It didn't stop. It bored a huge hole straight through its chest. I let out a cold snort, adjusted the flame's intensity, aimed at its head, and scorched it hard. A headless corpse crashed to the ground. Watching it approach red-hot, I immediately cut the flame and went looking for the other one. Every frozen human I met along the way, I killed them all, no exceptions. 15 minutes later, I returned to the lobby, completely baffled. I'd searched the entire building, even checked the roof and the exterior, but I just couldn't find that second sword and shield frozen human. I walked to the top of the stairs, about to call for Lin Wan. There was an extra set of footprints on the stairs. Damn, it went down while I was gone. My face changed instantly. I sprinted downstairs and searched room by room. No sword and shield frozen human, and Lin Wan was nowhere to be found either. A few faint gunshots echoed up from the cold storage on basement level 2. At that very moment, Lin Wan was dodging that sword and shield frozen human. She fired her pistol in rapid succession, but only one round hit its arm, shattering the ice crystals and leaving a bullet hole. Yet it just swiped its ice blade across the break, and the ice crystals refroze in an instant. Her face went pale. Flames rose from her palm, launching out alongside the bullets. But the flames were torn to shreds in the frigid air, scattering the moment they made contact. The sword and shield frozen human blocked the doorway, not giving an inch, refusing to give her any opening. Lin Wan's heart raced with panic, but she knew. Only by staying calm could she get out alive, or even turn the tables and kill it. She forced down her panic and took a few deep breaths. The ice blade grazed past her again and again. Cold sweat poured down, but her adrenaline surged wildly. Her face flushed red, and her focus narrowed to a single point. She pulled a spare magazine from her waist. The movements I'd taught her flashed through her mind, and she reloaded in a flash. Her heart pounded like a drum. She raised the gun, aimed at its arm, and squeezed the trigger. The shot was dead on, striking the previous wound exactly. The frozen human swiped its blade again as before, and the ice crystals healed. Lin Wan's eyes sharpened. In the split second it took to draw back its blade, she fired several rounds at its chest, the largest target. Not accurate enough. Make up for it with volume. One of them was bound to bring it down. Cracks split open across its chest. Excitement flashed in her eyes as she raised the gun and unloaded the rest of her rounds. Crack. Ice crystals exploded from its chest out to its limbs. The frozen human went rigid. She swapped in her last magazine and fired several more rounds. One bullet struck it right between the eyes. The sword and shield frozen human crashed to the ground. Lin Wan plopped down on the floor, gasping for breath. As the adrenaline faded, her whole body felt drained of strength. Congratulations to Blue Star Online players Mu Chuan and Lin Wan for successfully clearing the farmer's market. Reward: Pregnant Bruce. Bruce's lifespan remains unchanged. Growth rate accelerated. I froze just as I was about to push the door open. Cleared it? So that meant Lin Wan had killed that sword and shield frozen human all by herself? Impressive. I pushed the door open and immediately saw her slumped on the floor. I hurried over and lifted her into my arms. Are you okay? Do you need an item to recover? She shook her head and yawned. I'm not hurt, just a little sleepy. I understood. After an adrenaline spike, your energy gets drained, and naturally you feel tired and drowsy. Holding her, I got in the off-road vehicle and headed home. The first thing I did after walking in was hand the ingredients to Su Ro and ask her to cook. Then I dumped out everything we'd gathered today and gave it to Chun Qingqing to make a list and sort through. Su Ro stared at the items in her hands, almost in disbelief. Tomahawk steak, A5 Wagyu, king crab, hairy crab. For me to get my hands on rare stuff like this, I must have gone to that market down in the south side that only supplies high-end hotels. It was her first time cooking Wagyu. She took a few deep breaths to steady herself, and her eyes hardened with focus, watching the heat and timing like a hawk every step of the way. In the living room, I summoned that pregnant Bruce. I'd meant to wait until the due date, but the moment I called it out, it was ready to give birth. I'm no vet, and for a second I was at a total loss. All I could do was look around at everyone in the room. This dog. We don't need to deliver the puppies ourselves, right? Where'd you get a pregnant dog? Gu Qingyi crouched down, watching Bruce on the floor with curiosity. It was a common yellow dog with a white face, in excellent condition, not a single flaw to be found. What was even stranger was that it didn't seem to mind the extreme cold, showing no shivering or discomfort at all. It weakly wagged its tail, as if working up to one final push. Gu Qingyi's eyes lit up. Mu Chuan, is it about to give birth? She'd never seen a dog have puppies before, and was inexplicably excited. I stroked its head, unsure myself. Probably. I don't really know either. I took out some fresh meat sausages and a big bucket of milk from my storage space and set them beside it, then used my core to warm up the space around it. The house was just as cold as outside. Big dogs can handle it, but newborn pups can't. With the warmth from the core holding it up, the little ones would be fine. Gu Qingyi frowned. I don't think you can feed it that. It needs liquid food. I'll have Su Ro process it a bit. She scooped up the fresh meat and ran into the kitchen. Shen Yue kept her eyes on Bruce, clutching a first aid kit. Her family used to raise dogs, so she knew that sometimes a mother dog can't bite through the membrane or sever the umbilical cord and needs a hand. I didn't know where I'd brought this dog back from, but now that it was part of this household, it was one of the family. Lin Wan brought over hot water and a thick blanket too. I gently lifted Bruce onto the blanket. It showed no stress at all, perfectly calm, and even stuck out its tongue to lick my wrist. Have you named it yet? Su Ro and Gu Qingyi came back, carrying the meat porridge. All the girls turned to look at me in unison. I thought about it. Let's call it Wonkai, for good luck. I need to see the beginning context, but I'll translate the provided text into natural American English. Profit, stock up on more supplies from now on. Shinye's eyes lit up as an idea struck her. The big dog's called Wonkai. Do we get to name the puppies? Of course. The girls' eyes all lit up, each of them scheming. Just then, a burnt smell drifted in from the kitchen. Suro's face went pale. Oh no, I left food on the stove. She bolted back to the kitchen. The rest stayed with Bruce, waiting for her to give birth. The minutes ticked by. Finally, the first puppy dropped, and the mother immediately picked it up and tore open the amniotic sac. Shen Yue slipped on sterile gloves and set the little one on a bottle nipple to feed. Everyone watched nervously, afraid the mother might get stressed and bite. But she didn't. If anything, she sensed their kindness and wagged her tail at Shen Yue. Lin Wan sighed. Rewards really are great. A free dog with a top-tier trait. The second one was born, then the third, the fourth, 5 in all. Shen Yue was exhausted, cutting each sack open one by one, and even had to use sterilized scissors to cut the umbilical cord on one of them. 5 puppies, 3 yellow, 1 white, 1 black. Exactly 5, 1 for each person. Gu Qingyi picked the white one and laughed. From now on, you're little Shenyu. Shen Ye's face darkened. She pointed at the little black one and snorted coldly. Then this one's little Gui. Neither would back down, and they glared at each other. Lin Wan cradled a little yellow one with a white spot on its forehead, stars in her eyes. I'm naming you Laifu. She gently touched the little guy's forehead, unable to hide her smile. Shen Yue snorted and pulled Lin Wan into her bedroom. Gu Qingyi pursed her lips, calculating silently. Trying to team up against me again? Let's see how you choose when the time comes. Someone come help in the kitchen. Suro called out. Gu Qingyi answered and ran off. I sat on the couch, talking supplies with Lu Yuan. Someone was willing to pay top price for frozen meat and frozen food, all traded for rice and flour. The location was set for the park at Chinsa Court, the time tomorrow. Once that was settled, I asked about Zhou Hao. Tomorrow was the deadline. No telling whether he could pull it off. After a long pause, Lu Yuan finally replied. Boss Mu, this one's a bit tricky. I raised an eyebrow. Given how Lu Yuan operated, he didn't seem the type to hike the price at the last minute. Had something gone wrong? Boss Lu, what's the matter? My phone dinged. I picked it up, took one look, and understood at once. The original boss of Jin's Garden is dead. This kid used some kind of trick to muscle in and take over as the new head. Now he's recruiting people left and right, and the operation's grown a lot. Assassinating him won't be easy. So that was it. Zhou Hao wanted to build a survivor base, gather manpower, and become a power in his own right. I pursed my lips. In times of chaos, far more people die than live. Today it's a safe zone. Tomorrow, if it's no longer safe, tens of thousands of the frozen will come pouring in. I asked myself, what could a bunch of ordinary people possibly use to hold them off? The more they gather, the faster they might just die. I replied, hold off on the assassination for now. Let me think it over. Sure. Give me a shout if anything comes up. I put my phone away, but I couldn't really let it go. As long as Zhou Hao was still around, Shenyi's safety hung by a thread. I couldn't wait for him to grow strong and then try to bring him down. An idea took shape in my mind. Meat cards and vegetable cards. In this extreme cold, meat and vegetables were precious. I'd use their scarcity to trade for a huge batch of his supplies. These 2 cards were only valid that same day. They'd vanish the moment midnight struck. By then, his supplies would shrink out of nowhere, and morale would waver right along with them. It wouldn't show at first, but given enough time, chaos would break out from within. I couldn't help but smirk. The only question was, who should I send to handle this? They'd need to command enough respect that the other side wouldn't dare think of robbing them, and they'd have to sell the goods off smoothly at a high price. Dinner's ready. Everyone, come eat. My train of thought snapped. This matter would have to wait.